Futures are gapping up ahead of what's setting to be a pretty massive week for the markets. You've got the S&P 500 set to trade, or rather open sharply above where we closed. NASDAQ looking very similar here. NASDAQ actually this high pre-market is the pre-market high from Friday. So interesting look here for the QQQs. This level here of 696 could serve as some resistance. If you look at here at USO as well, big gap down. And of course, this coordinates with the gap up in the markets. We have potentially a sign of easing tensions between the U.S. and Iran, at least temporarily. U.S. pausing strikes against Iran after pretty much 2 weeks of straight strikes. So we're gonna have to wait and see if this pause continues. But right now, not a great look here for USO. Good look for the market. We do have some housekeeping for this morning at 8:30 a.m. You're gonna be getting the durable goods orders print. It's going to be month over month for June. 10:30 a.m. much smaller print here. Dallas Fed Manufacturing Index. We also, though, have a whole bunch of earnings to talk about this week. We've got a lot of different fintech companies, PayPal, SoFi. You've got the likes of Boeing and Ford, but you also have 4 of the 7 Meg 7 names. You've got Apple and Amazon on Thursday. On Wednesday, you'll get Microsoft and Meta. Lots of catalysts to talk about just today. Even you've got NVIDIA here. Whole bunch of different stories. OpenAI, potential deal here. They're also working with some other companies on an effort here to, I guess, have a frontier AI protection group after the Hugging Face OpenAI situation. Last week, you've got Broadcom and a tie-up with Samsung, SpaceX here after that launch of Starship, the 13th flight. So lots of different stories to discuss in a lot of different sectors, mostly tech. Good morning, Sharif. Happy Monday.
Likewise, Adair. Thank you very much. Yes, lots to talk about this morning, guys. As Adair mentioned, NVIDIA and a bunch of different headlines, whether they're striking a half trillion dollar deal here with SK Hynix for some memory, or they're backstopping the latest data center acquisition by OpenAI so that OpenAI can have better lease terms. Take your pick. Or, of course, Jensen going on X, creating an X account for the first time ever. Didn't have one. I didn't even know that. Just to kind of put out that little mini white paper that he had there with respect to open source models, open weight models, very important, getting, the endorsement of many of the tech leaders, Mag 7 names included. But there are other names, as Adair mentioned, but it's mostly tech focused. CXMT, that is the Chinese huge memory maker, developer, manufacturer. They just IPO'd in China. One of the most well-received IPOs in that country's history, already up 466%. Rocket Labs, Adera, they've got a U.S. Space Force tie-up. Paramount Skydance, this one might be on pause here as the regulator continues to deep dive into that one. State regulator. Synopsys as well as and AstraZeneca this morning with earnings. And we'd be remiss if we didn't talk about some quantum. Neil had it up on his screen just moments ago. Quantum, QBTS, D-Wave, and AT&T expanding their AI partnership.
Yeah, lots to talk about. Again, mostly tech sectors, but I do have a crypto catalyst in focus that looks like it just came through here. CRCL trading a little bit higher. Apparently, Circle agreeing to buy blockchain patent portfolio from IBM. This portfolio apparently consists of over 680 patent families and nearly 1,000 issued patents across the globe. So nice look here for CRCL. Let's see if it can maintain this little bounce as we send you over to Sean and Neil for the first time this morning. Good morning to both of you. How was your weekend?
Yeah, good weekend for sure. And well, we'll see. The market's looking pretty happy today.
Yeah, but it's funny because some of the names aren't really up that much.
No, well, we'll take up.
It's a better feel.
Good. Oil's way down. 7 points on 7 points down for USO. And while we might be up over a percentage on the NASDAQ, it's like one of those across the board bounces. But it could change rather rapidly throughout this week. Monster earnings. Obviously, Wednesday is going to be a massive day, and you've got the Fed. Plus, any moment you can get more headlines at the wazoo, like here, there, and everywhere. But if you happen to be looking at the oil prices here, certainly a good start to the week. Some of those small cappers probably getting punked a little bit. And I mentioned this one to Sharif. I'll get it out of the way. Might be in play that KIDZ stock again.
Oh, is that another one?
So that penny stock from, I believe it was mid last week, had a bit of a rally. CEO comes out and says, hey man, our cash position is like 3x our the actual stock value, the market cap. So that stock getting a bit of a bounce, although they're already starting to sell it off a bit. So yeah, a lot going to be in play. Don't forget, I know we have a lot of earnings this week, but think about the things that are day 2, day 3. Your Intels, Tesla, of course. Those are a couple of big ones to continue on watch. Successful launch for SpaceX, but we told them you're expected to have successful launches. So that's not that big of a deal. You know, if there had been something wrong on Friday, I think that would have been an issue, obviously. But the fact that they were able to pull it off, mostly, there was kind of a hard splashdown there, which is something they'll figure out. But they're actually down very slightly here. So not the bounce you were looking for, because the market was probably pricing in rosy things for SpaceX going forward. So you kind of got to do better than just meet expectations.
Yeah, I mean, we're all waiting for that August 4th, earnings report. And, report. The word earnings. Now, let's say quarterly report coming for SpaceX. We're not expecting too many earnings, but we are expecting Google to bounce back today. I'm going to have this as one of the top ideas on my list today. You know, day 3 play, as Neil just mentioned, we really like the rally back here in Google. So let's see if we can now, sort of base out at that low. And that's just what I'm writing down here, is that we've had, a decent look down here at 319 to 320, bounced off quite nicely there all Friday. So we did close at the lows. I mean, it wasn't a nice close there, but nice bounce back today. I don't know, I'm feeling like a little bullish, but yet bearish a little bit today. I don't know. I don't have like the same love, I don't think, for the market that it's showing right now. It's underneath VWAP right here. Name like Intel, still traded well so far here today. Good volume and trying to hold up. But it's just like I want to be reminded of like Friday and what was happening the day before. We had that nice little bump up and then gave it all back there. We did have earnings, of course, on Thursday for Intel. So just a day 2 play there for them. We'll see how they react here today, but it was straight downside all Friday. And we'll have to wait to see if the bounce is real here and if we can hold some of those bids. Nice to have Adara back, but we still have Oracle problems, of course, as they're back down into 118. And we saw a big dip down for Oracle as well on Friday, touching out at 114. Are they for real on this bounce back? Like, there's going to be a lot of names that are going to come right up to some levels that I think can get faded again, like real quick. I don't know. I'm not convinced on this market. And I know that it's getting bumped up because of oil here, oil down 7%, and not helping the bears here for the stock market. I mean, that's giving a little bit of a boon here today to the NASDAQ. But yeah, oil just coming back into the 50 period. And I don't know if it's ironic or not. We've been calling it a little too far, too fast. And then we get a couple days of extension over the 50 and we get right back into that 50 again right now. So oil going to see about a tipping spot right here for USO. And then, yeah, you mentioned Tesla. I mean, this stock's pretty beat up one more time here, bouncing again today, but well hit off of earnings. So I don't know, man. I mean, there's a lot of these names that really are going to try to battle back. And as Neil mentioned, we have big tech earnings this week, and I'm just not sure that it's rally time in the tech space. You could look for, we heard Adara mention SoFi, some fintech names. SMR down here is pretty beat up. And then, yeah, nice to see QBTS back up to the upside there as well. And I guess Neil and I looked at each other and said, I guess QBTS was a New York stock because we had switched over symbols there, and we don't have data past Friday there. But this is what QBTS is looking like here on eSignal. Still really nasty, right? But you're seeing it today up a couple bucks there. What was it, 17.50 or so? Yeah, so eight bucks right now, up to 17.50 off of a 16.10 or so close there on Friday. So we'll wait to see if quantum starts to get a little popular to talk about one more time here, as AT&T reaching some sort of a deal. But hey, AT&T's got to do a lot of work, man. I mean, these stocks have been,
they got their own issue.
Yeah, really beat up. I think it's like 7 or 8% dividend. Oh, okay, it's battling back nicely here though over the last little while. That must have been earnings there. Verizon came out with earnings. I don't know if we missed AT&T last week, but yeah, actually they're doing quite well now. That's a nice battle back there for AT&T. So we'll see what's going on there. I actually thought it was still going this way. So nice month or so there for some of the wireless carriers here. Is that the same thing for Verizon? Because that's a nice bounce back there. So I don't necessarily think that this space is the greatest space to be in. So wow, that's yeah, those are nice little bump ups there.
Relief
in
rally.
the telecoms. Yeah, that's a good one. I should sell my Rogers. This is the one that I've been most nervous about there, if it's going to the, oh yeah, no, Rogers is still a shit show. Yeah, unfortunately, I'm not going to be selling it down here. That's bad. Hopefully, we can get back up to the upside here. This is our big telecom, and we also have,
there's also
BCE, yeah, is down here probably as well. I don't know. Yeah,
no, they're not any better.
Yeah, they're maybe even worse. And TELUS was another one that's not the greatest. We do have Michael Noss coming through today. See what sectors he wants to talk about. But yeah, man, should be a good another trade today as we look different parts of the market. I'm not super excited about tech, to be honest with you. It's a nice little bounce up today, but there's just so much happening this week that it's a little nervous to get too excited about it all.
1 in 3 chance at a rate hike on Wednesday.
Is that what it is now?
Well, okay, let's double check.
It was only 18% on last week. Did it bump up?
Yeah, 1 in 3 chance at a rate hike. I mean, you know what? Like that's about as I don't think we've had that level of uncertainty in quite some time. Where there's an actual chance. You'll likely see this change over the next couple of days, but that in dispute meeting gives a little bit of uncertainty to the market. Market's probably not going to like any notion of a rate hike, but whether you think they do or not, I still tend to think they don't, but that level of uncertainty could hurt things. You got Rocket Lab they got a deal, but it's barely even doing extra volume, trying to hold on. This one seemed like it could have been a good breakup, but they're already starting to sell this one off in the pre-market here. So yeah, the exuberance, I don't know. It doesn't feel like there's a lot of big-time continuation. And of course, when Iran's coming out saying they deny this ceasefire, it's like, what are you supposed to do? But you know what? There are plenty of small cappers, Sharif, but they're all penny stocks. The ones I was all seeing are all penny stocks today. What's got your eye?
Penny stocks need love too, Neil. Let's not be mean to the penny stocks, okay? Let's have a quick look here, see what's going on. We got LGHL. That's the #1 gapper in the market right now, but true to form with a lot of these ones, they are losing the bid. This is very expensive. Obviously, it's $122. Probably stay away from that. MTNB, I saw this one on the watch list this morning, the free watch list, breaking down below the volume-weighted average price as well, which is around 43 pennies. That one's lost trend. DFNS, I mean, if there's anything here, I'll be looking at this. Some resistance at 8. The biggest move, though, I hate when this happens. The biggest move at 4 a.m. on volume makes the high and then trends down subsequently. So DFNS in focus, BIYA, also trending a little bit above the volume-weighted average price. It's got some topping till candles into 3. I'd be really watching out for sellers in and around that 3 area unless you can decisively take it out. And then last but not least, we've got a buyout here, Neil. I don't know if you had eyes on this one, FBRX, kind of moving sideways here at around $76, $76.50 a dare.
Let's talk a little bit here about oil. As Neil mentioned, there's some, of course, more back and forth, more inconsistency between what the U.S. is saying and what Iran is saying. But U.S. pausing here strikes against Iran after roughly 2 consecutive weeks of nightly strikes, and Iran saying that, hey, we're not in talks with the U.S. in any way, including on a potential 10-day deal or pause.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Adair, but let's get to what's going on here. So let's go to the map here if we can, Assassino. So this is Saudi Arabia, obviously, and I want to show you guys what's happening. So there's this east-west pipeline right now where a lot of oil is being diverted, and clearly it's being diverted here to get around from the strait, right? This is where the Omanis have been trying to keep a little bit of a channel open. Saudis are just foregoing that, and they're yet sending it through the east-west pipeline. Problem is, there's 2 directions you can go when you get to the Red Sea. You can go north, you can go south. If you go north, you go to Egypt, right? You go through the Suez Canal, which is fine, but that means you got to go into Europe. But a lot of this oil needs to go to Asia, so it needs to go south. So it needs to go through the Bab el-Mandeb. Bab el-Mandeb is on basically, it's right in the middle of Somalia and Yemen. And that's where the Houthis are hanging out. And now they're expanding this war because they're starting to attack Saudi ships that are heading south. And those ships are going to Asia, exactly where the oil is needed, because that's where the supply issue is. So we have a major problem here that is starting to expand. It's not just expanding in Bab el-Mandeb. It's also expanding, Adair, in the Caspian Sea. All of a sudden, the Iranians have decided, look, we're going to send some, allegedly, of course, we're going to send some weapons to Russia, and we're going to take the Caspian Sea north. So the Ukrainians obviously are not just going to sit around and be like, yeah, hey, send weapons. So they're starting to attack Iranian ships in the Caspian Sea. So not only do we have 2 fronts, but a possible third, Adara, all that with oil down 7%.
There's a lot going on here, a lot to unpack. Are you guys looking to trade oil or any oil-related plays today?
small cappers that we've been following try to go up, I would want to try to fade those. So when you look at this, it's a pretty hefty move back in, like that 7 points, and you're already getting a little bit of relief rallying here. Obviously, I know we're getting some good news here, but it doesn't feel like anything is over just yet. I think that if we get the right headline or the wrong headline, I suppose, like if you get any kind of a spike, I looked at what happened to a couple of these, specifically SkyQ on Friday. Like this thing, it didn't really matter that oil prices were trending up. They were just tanking almost all day long. So I feel like looking for any kind of a bounce in USO, and then if this tries to follow with it, it would seem like an obvious fade the way that they sold this off. Otherwise, it's just wait for. I think it's really usually been about wait for a reaction headline so that you can fade it. Realistically, and I don't think we got anything too crazy in the middle of the day outside of that one tank, right? Like you allow something to happen, big volume spikes, and then play the direction in the other way, and that's all week long. It was really only on Friday that you would have had that opportunity, and then you could have seen things rally after that. So the only thing I'm really looking at is going to be that SkyQ. You know, if USO continues on this uptrend, if it drags that stock up with it, that $5 level looks like it can be shorted because that thing just dumped all over itself. Like the relationship between energy prices and that completely broke on Friday, so I'd look for a continuation there.
Yeah, I think USO just fell back into the 50-period moving average. So, you know, it's been a nice story. Sharif just told us, you know, all about the geography there and what's been happening. I am hearing that East-West pipeline is going to be all completed very, very soon, and that's going to create less demand going through the strait, which should help oil prices. I mean, that's why oil's not absolutely ripping right now, is because there are workarounds to that Strait of Hormuz, and China's stopped buying all that oil anyways. So it's not like a huge demand point anymore, but still needs to be resolved. And nice to hear that there's some sort of a ceasefire discussion here regarding, you know, potentially Israel and the United States coming up with some sort of a plan here that they can wrap their heads around. Now, how long this will last for, nobody knows. But I think it's at a pretty good spot right here of 125, 126. Now, we are bouncing nicely off of that. So I think you just want to wait to see if we can break through the day's low here at 126.50. You know, let it get a little bit, you know, higher here, let it rally, and then hopefully, you know, you can kick it back down with as more good news comes out. I mean, you know, if we get, unfortunately, you know, escalation there, you mentioned the Houthis, I don't think that they're too happy with, you know, the way situation's going as well. President Trump actually mentioned them, I think, last week. We'll see if that plays. But yeah, I like oil down here, 126.50. If we break lower, then I think that you can punch it. But right now, it's a nice move up, man. It's up about $1.50 here in the last 20 minutes. So USO doesn't seem to be doesn't seem to be too concerned here with any of this talk, but, you know, down 6%, still nice, but what a move it had last week, right? I mean, we gave it all back there, so now we just have to wait and see if we wind up holding it. Oh, breakfast is here, and it's samosas, so it wasn't just, well, I thought it was coffee.
Not fruit today, it's
samosas.
Samosas.
There today. Smells good, though.
Usually do. I'm guessing it's a beef like usual.
Yeah, it should be a good one. Thanks, Randy, for that. And breakfast is here early, I guess. It's not normally.
I know.
I guess it's scrambled eggs, right, Randy? Is that what they always match with this? Oh, boiled eggs today. Okay, so normally it's sort of
no bananas, though.
Oh, no bananas?
Can't get that fruit.
Yeah, they have a nice little fruit mix, though. They have the watermelon and some of the other melons there, and some pineapple.
A couple of small cappers. Just one of them just popped pretty significantly. Edible Garden wins a significant Walmart distribution for fresh cut herbs across the Mid-Atlantic. So that headline has it 165% for Edible Garden. What's the float here? 638,000 float.
Only if you knew that deal was coming. This thing's going to break $10.
15% short. So Edible Garden, I don't see any, I'm kind of browsing through, it doesn't really have any financial details on this, but 640,000 float is a little bit.
Significant expansion.
A little bit
fresh herb distribution.
There you go. So Edible Garden's another small capper now here.
Yeah, it's starting to go. I mean, it just bounced off that $10 marker there, EDBL. It's already just broke through that 4.55. Looks like they did get a reverse split situation there from 4. Yeah, so it looks like they went 10-1 back in February, so not great for them. right there as a float. That's why the float is low, right? It's because you went 10 to 1. So if you had 5 million shares outstanding, yeah, you went 10 to 1, so you went 500,000. So that's why Neil just reads that 600,000 share float right there on a deal here with Walmart. Now remember, it's not going to halt in the pre-market for any sort of movement there, because we just went from 950 down to 750. So that would have been a halt down. But you got to be careful, obviously, as these names, but dancing here. But that's a good one. Finally, just no volume until 5 minutes ago. And then boom, again, right there. So watch out here for an 820 break. Looks like we may take it out here. Edible Garden, the next one, starting to get back up to the upside. So yeah, good look there. 820, look, Sharif, looks like we found one here. EDBL, finally starting to get going there. It looks like it'll be above VWAP for a minute. You just got to let it settle down and give us some more, points of interest here. But yeah, there it goes. $8 EDBL. Congratulations, anybody that's in this name here as they get a deal. Looks like with Walmart. I mean, hard to complain about that.
Yeah,
one.
You can't hate on that deal.
That should be a good one there. So, okay, we got Joe. I don't think he's even talking about any EDBL options, but he's got some on his mind
Probably
over there. So let's go see at the big screen there. What's up, Joe?
You got it for me there, my guy. All right, beautiful stuff, man. All right, we will take a look at that momentarily. Good morning and happy Monday. I hope everyone had a fantastic weekend. Let's take a look at some of the options activity from Friday's session, guys. We're going to kick things off here with Intel. Where are we going to find a potential bottom within this specific underlying, guys? And that leads us directly to this $90 strike price that's going to be expiring at the end of the week here. So open interest sitting around 4,800 contracts, volume 8,400 contracts at that specific zone, open and closed on yesterday's session. Now we're sitting on a pretty wide spread here, right? For a name that's relatively liquid in options trading, a $30 spread, I wouldn't be surprised if that tightens up a little bit after the open. Also, considering we had a gap up here this morning, you will see some premium reduced from this specific contract. Now, as for our delta metric, guys, we're sitting around that 70% chance that it's going to expire out of the money. 40% or 39% chance, that we will expire in the money. Now, as for your gamma exposure, guys, relatively cool. Our at the money IV sitting with a slight uptick, 91% to the top side. Now, it's actually focused on the contract itself, guys. Relatively choppy right out of the gate here, but then once the momentum really started to pick up, you can see the appreciation within this specific contract. All right, guys. So you're getting an 89% return. So from from the lower end of this range here, around $1.88 all the way up to $3.57. Moving forward, we're going to take a look at Apple. Where is the ceiling on this name? I don't think there is one just yet, Sharif. I do believe that this name is going to continue to move higher. Open interest, relatively cool, guys. 5,200 contracts at this $340 strike price with 13,200 open and closed on Friday session. Now, $15 spread here on this name. Once again, we are going to be expiring at the end of the week. Now, as for the delta exposure, guys, sitting around $35, and then also our gamma exposure sitting at $2 there. At the money IV, 38% there, guys, so not too bad whatsoever. Moving forward, this is something that we often talk about, just the amount of volume and liquidity needed, or capital, in order to move this underlying asset. You see some choppiness, but Friday we clearly had a buy program, and that was most definitely reflected within the options contract itself, guys. So 160%, that's not something we typically see within AAPL. So some nice returns there, guys, on to both of those underlying assets. One put contract with Intel, see if this $90 floor can hold, and then also no potential ceiling just yet for AAPL, guys. Let's send it back to Neil and Sean.
Hopefully a temporary bottom is made on Intel for Intel's sake after those earnings. But it's only one day. It's only a day, and we have seen underneath here for sure. So this was the most harsh in terms of the sell-off, just because of how strong it was after market. Like, you can look at what happened to Tesla and be like, oh, wow, okay, Tesla moved down more day one, it continued day two, but at least it didn't trick anybody. Intel just flat out did the Uno reverse card on you, on everybody. Like, it did that big, almost 14% move after market, gap down, and then sold the entire day. Like, there wasn't even it didn't really try to bounce. There was a little bit of action, like right off the open. There was a little bit of a bounce there at like 98 for like a buck, and then it just fell apart. And then it tried to hold 96 a few times, and then that fell apart. So on day 2 here, really just got to think about, well, for now, the trend is still to that downside. Like that 9,900 level that was looking at support before, to me, that turns into like a resistance zone until you can prove otherwise. So yeah, Intel was the one that bamboozled everybody. And it really just came down to a simple, well, whether or not it did, everyone's talking about CapEx. And they basically said our CapEx is going up a significant amount without giving any numbers to it. At least everybody else is telling you, hey, 10%, 20%, or in Google's case, it wasn't even that much growth. In this case, they were very vague about it, and the market's not too happy with more spending, so they wanted a little bit of certainty, and I guess they got punished for that over there with Intel.
Okay, yeah, no, I was gonna say I like the Intel talk there too because I don't trust it, but the one name, because we lost money, that was like the one stock that we lost there on Friday. Yeah, blame Jim Cramer for Intel. Yeah, he didn't like Intel. You're right about that one. Wanted to buy it on any dips. I still think Intel's a great buy down here. Honestly, I really do like it. If you're gonna play something sort of momentum based, I mean, Apple acted as if Intel was not even a thing there because it's not for them on Friday. And Microsoft not leading the way. It was Apple there on Friday. I mean, what a 320 all the way up to 334. I was going to look at what all-time highs. I think was 334.99 just made recently right into there. So it looks like we're going to open up at all-time highs here for Apple, if not higher than that. If we get above 335, you're at a brand new all-time high for Apple. So looks like we've wicked a little bit higher possibly there, but I'm looking for either a break long right off the open in Apple here today, or I just wrote down, depending on what this day happens, I'm about to push out super chat, the sticky note soon. But yeah, 331, 332, this little area right here for dip buys there in Apple. So this is what I'm looking for, just playing through right now the momentum here for Apple and seeing if we can catch along. Even though it's not up as much as the market, I still like this play. Not as much CapEx expected. Earnings coming on Thursday there for Apple. Edible Garden took out $10 or came close enough to doing that right there just 2 seconds ago, and it faded back off at 10. I see Luis was in the chat saying that Edible was a little too much on the pay for short side. So I'm actually going to do this right here and just show you guys what this is costing here. EDBL.NQ. I'm going to show you how much it's going to be for 100 shares. We'll say submit here and we'll just show you. Oh, it's not. Oh, it is NQ. Sorry. I put dash NQ. So hold on. There it is right now. $8 right now for EDBL. And on our pay for short system, you're going to see 100%. 30. There it is right there. Yeah, $30 right now for that. So it's $30 right now for a 100 shares. So yeah, I don't think it's unbelievable because you need to make 30 cents. So, you know, if you're going to, you know, you take 1,000 shares or 500 shares, you know, it's a little expensive. So if you're looking for one key trade, maybe it's there right now, but you can keep checking your broker. We'll keep checking ours as well. But 30 cents right there. I saw Luis already, and the reason why I brought this up is because he had mentioned that it was maybe too expensive. I don't generally look at this for a short play, but if you were, then yeah, that's how much it would cost. I'd rather wait for some longs. I mean, it's bounced off 6 to 650 here a couple times. We just got a nice play into 10. I mean, not to say that the short's not a great play. It's just right now you got to pay for it. And 30 cents, we just made that back, right? When we started talking about it, it was at $8.50. Now you're at $8. But that's, you know, that's not a horrible idea. You take your 100 shares, you make your 30 cents, and then you're sort of starting to, you know, make back everything that you paid. But if you don't get out, it comes right back up. And here it goes again, $8.50 on a deal with Walmart here. Edible Gardens there. I think it was southeastern states, or I'm not sure what part, but it wasn't a national deal for Walmart, but still a nice move there for EDBL with 600,000 share float. Mid-Atlantic, okay. And there it was right there, boom. So it's already reverse split. So that's why we're starting to go hard right here. This might have even been another reverse split.
It's done 4.
Okay, yeah. So there was also, so that's why, man. And reverse splits mean that you're taking the shares and you're lowering the float so that you can get above $1. Right, and the NASDAQ sends out these warnings, and we just had it last week, and I don't know, they've changed it over. Like before this move, what was EDBL? Look, 5 million is so small, right? That's the market cap that they need to be. This was only 2 million right there before this move today, was 2 million market cap on EDBL. And I don't know if that's including real time or not, but right in here, 2 million there for market cap. So yeah, these guys would be delisted in 30 days if you go with the old stats. Durable goods is just out. Let's go back over to Adara and find out what just happened there. Market mover, not really, but we'll go get the numbers from Adara.
The biggest number of the day here just came out. Durable goods, 0.3%. That's going to be below the forecast of 1.8%, but above the prior print of negative 4.5%. Core durable goods here, 0.6% here, also below the forecast of 0.8%. It's actually also below the prior print here of 1.4%. SPY, as Sean mentioned, not a huge market moving number, not moving too much on this. While we're up here, Sharif, though, let's talk about Broadcom.
Yeah.
Because AVGO did have this deal here with Samsung. Pretty good look for Broadcom this morning.
Yeah, apparently it's worth $200 billion until the end of this decade through 2030. It expands the cooperation on many different segments of the semis. We're talking about memory chips, contract manufacturers, so foundry service essentially, and advanced packaging, which is becoming an ever more pressing issue in chip design. Look, it's going to be for the 2 nanometer process, but we've seen this already. These fabless design kind of chip designers are really tying the knot with the actual fabs themselves because, well, they can't control the supply chain. But it's just not Broadcom that Samsung's in bed with here, Adara. The chip division head, Yoon Young-hyun, he noted that they are in active discussions with Jensen Huang and NVIDIA, specifically on HBM4E and HBM5 memory products as that glut of inventory, that supply chain problem still continues to press.
Yeah, AVGO, and again, Samsung also certainly in focus today. Are you looking at AVGO or some of these other related chip plays, Sean and Neil?
Chips, yes. Broadcom, maybe not Broadcom specifically, but obviously we already talked a little bit about Intel, and we'll get into some of the memory names in particular. It was a really good, successful IPO, let's just say, with a Chinese memory name, which has a good market share. But Broadcom turned into a bit of relative value over this last little, sideways malaise that it's been in for a while. It just hasn't been doing a heck of a lot. $360 to $400 effectively for the greater part of a couple of months here on Broadcom, at least a month and a half. And you can see what's happening at the 50 period. It's just riding underneath the 50 period moving average. So I think it needs to break out that 50 period. And once that happens, then you can start thinking about anything but just accumulation. You can buy the dips inside the range, but it's not moving much. So if it's not gonna break out of this range, you either wait for the lows at 370, or you're looking for this to take out that 400, close above the 50 period, and then start to go. So yeah, it's great to see it in the teens in terms of value. Obviously, earnings season can change that, but provided that they beat, they're going to stay within that range. And yeah, it's a good value, just not much of a day trade, unfortunately. It doesn't really seem to want to move in here. Sideways, sideways, sideways.
I have written down, well, actually, I don't have written down it today, but I still like we're talking about a lot of basic trade ideas here because there's some sideways action again in NVIDIA. So I don't know if it's going to be exciting to trade this or not today, but I still like dip buys in NVIDIA. It looks like the low is 205. We'll sit there and see if that happens again. But I don't think we want to sleep on it, Adara. You asked about the chip names, and I just, this is day 2 play for Intel, which got absolutely crushed there on Friday. We started off with such a huge report where we thought it was, exactly what the doctor ordered for Intel. It had been hit. It had come right back into $100. They were expecting a 13% move. It was up 14% there. Then all of a sudden the call happened and they started asking questions about CapEx. And then there was supposed to be some sort of a meaningful amount, but we're not even really sure how much that is. And then it just got hit to the downside. So I don't really know. I actually feeling pretty red here on Intel. I know there's some ideas there. People tweeted at me, long on Intel and things like that. But I'm actually looking for a break lower down underneath this $92 until we're finally settled here for INTC and we figure out where the buyers are going to come in. I just think it's, we're not getting a pop-up in Google until day 3 here, it looks like. We'll see if Intel has that same love over the next couple of days. But yeah, $92 right down into there is something to look at for Intel. I actually think it's a smash lower Once we broke that pre-market shelf rate there of $102 or whatever it was there on Friday, there was no coming back from it. I don't think we're going to have a dramatic move like this here today, especially with the NASDAQ holding up. But yeah, Intel down there does not look very healthy of a spot to start picking up some of that. And then we can go back over and we'll talk more about DRAM. We got Michael coming up in just a second here, but what's leading the market today, right? I mean, it's a lot of these names. So you have the NASDAQ right now only down up 1.3%, but heading down, and DRAM up 3.5%. So it's some of these names. SK Hynix is up pretty nicely here today, as well as Micron and SanDisk and all them. But, we know how easy those names are to fade once the market gets open, and then they find a base and start to rip back up again. But it's definitely not Intel, NVIDIA, and all that are helping this market right here. So, chip name is going to be in play. I still think we want to wait for the CapEx numbers to come from this week. I mean, we've got Microsoft, we've got Meta, two big names that are going to throw, hopefully, some cold water. I guess not cold water on the rally. The rally has been sort of chilled out for a little bit, but how about remain heated if we can do that there? We'll have to watch out for DRAM this week with more CapEx talk coming just around the corner. And yeah, unfortunately, name like NVIDIA here this morning, just, resuming its sideways sort of malaise again there. And mentioned Broadcom stuck within that $40 range. It's something pretty similar here with NVIDIA. So all right, let's go find out. Yeah, let's go find out what Michael's up to here. Always talking about different sectors and whatnot. It's Michael Noss back over with Adara.
Indeed it is. Very happy to welcome, as we do every Monday and Friday morning around this time, Mr. Michael Noss, CMT Stats Edge, over here to talk about a topic of his choosing with us. Good morning, Michael. How are you doing today?
Good morning. How's it going? Finally, something to talk about that's not AI and technology. I was excited to find this, so I'm excited.
Yeah, I'm excited to talk about this one. I think a lot of our viewers are going to feel the same way. Cocoa in focus. So let's talk about this commodities run, and I understand some comparisons to past commodities runs as well.
Absolutely. And yeah, the reason that this is exciting is I think we're all probably invested in tech. We probably all have some semiconductor exposure at this point. And we got to look elsewhere for opportunities. The closest thing to the holy grail of trading and investing is as many uncorrelated return streams, any uncorrelated ideas as possible. And what can be completely opposite from an SK Hynix, but a Coca chart. And this is one of the huge beauties of technical analysis, is that you can see things like this that just kind of pop off the screen, right? So this is the run currently that we've seen from kind of the February low. We've gone from 2,798. I don't know if that's an ounce or a bushel. I don't know how these things are measured, but I've got a stock idea here for people who aren't interested in futures that we'll talk about at the end. But huge, 100% pop basically since February. And that's great because uncorrelated to everything else that seems to be ripping, right? No one can argue that this has anything to do with AI at all, but very interesting, nice pop. For a reason why, for those who are interested, I think there's some sort of drought in Africa or some sort of adverse weather that is causing the run up in price. So again, as uncorrelated as possible. But what really stood out when I was going through this chart is just the next chart. And this is the chart of last year, 2023, and this year. And you can see it had a huge advance last year. So I just wanted to compare what happened last time in this 2023 all the way to 2025, and then that happened now, and roughly 500% gain last time, which just shows that these commodities can really trend when they get going. Obviously, we don't know what's going to happen next, but it's just really interesting to look at that we're getting a potential trend that might look like this one. So I thought I would overlay the two charts. So the next chart is just going to show the orange line is that 2023 all the way to 2024, 2025 advance, which was 460% and lasted over a year. And so far, we're up about 100%, and we're 100 days in. So we have potentially, if we're going to mirror this at all, a long way to go and a long time to get there. So that, to me, and the reason I left in all of this kind of junk at the side of the chart, you can see how volatile it got from being up 400% to only up 250% and back and forth. So huge kind of volatile swings in this one. But it just becomes an area that when you see that it has a prior runner and you see that it might be setting up now, like if you just look at that little chart, it's kind of looking like a bull flag could be happening here, that that, okay, there at least is some history of this thing running. So if this is going to continue, then potentially, I can take a look to say, hey, it's in trend. It's the same. A lot of people do this with like small cap stocks. They'll look at something and say, oh, this one has a prior propensity of running. This stock, I can see on the chart, it's had many huge moves in the past, and now it's starting to move now. So it kind of adds a little bit of confidence to potentially take a trade. However, this last chart I just wanted to show is kind of what happens when everything kind of comes to an end here. So again, the last one is in orange there. It did run 460%, huge move up, but then when it round tripped, it lost 80% of that advance. And now we've got another 187% that it could go if you're kind of compounding that out. But just note that an 80% drop, not like it happened overnight. It took years to kind of come back down. But when it comes to these commodities, they have this propensity just to really, really run and then completely not all fall apart, but come huge drawbacks that they don't really recover from for a long period of time, and they kind of chop people out for a while. So just think of what's happening with gold and silver right now. They had huge runs a couple years back, and then silver had that one day that it just completely kind of collapsed and fell apart, and then since then it's done pretty much nothing except chopped around inside of a range. So could be the same with this one, but it's definitely something that I'm going to focus on. The last one is just kind of a data sheet just to kind of summarize everything I talked about there. But the main point is that if you're looking for a place to look outside, you can check this out. Now, the other thing that I wanted to say is I didn't get a chance to include it, but I overlaid the Coca chart with Hershey's. And as you might expect, there's a pretty good inverse correlation there. So if Coca is going to continue to rip, well, last time it did, Hershey's, the stock, fell pretty dramatically because that's going to be their input cost. So if their input cost increases, their margins decrease, so therefore they'll make less money. So if you want to kind of play this in the stock market, I couldn't find a really good Coca ETF that was liquid. But if you want to take the other side of that bet and you think that Coca is going to continue up, maybe you take a look at Hershey's to the short side.
I'm happy you mentioned Hershey's because right away when you started talking cocoa, some people in our chat were saying, oh, short Hershey's. So you had a great mention there, and I think a really good tie-in. I have a couple questions. There's also one thing I found interesting here too, which is that you start getting this run-up here in cocoa around the same time that we had that market pullback with the U.S.-Iran conflict. So interesting that obviously this is not all related, but there always, I guess, there's a bull market somewhere or somewhere, as people say, right? So I think that's an interesting look.
Well, yeah, and it's a money flow thing. Yeah. As there's a lot of people like us that are large investors and large traders, and they're hunting for momentum. A lot of strategies out there, hedge funds, large institutions, and they're hunting. So I've noticed from time to time that when, say, large cap equities are moving, then you don't get much of craziness in that really small or micro cap space and vice versa. And I think a lot of this could just be the same thing, is maybe people have money sitting around and they're looking for something to do with it. And then just like me, they're out there hunting for something that's just not AI related and everything because they have exposure there. And then they see coca starting to move and they hear this story about adverse weather conditions in Africa for growing coca. And they just, great, this is a place that I can potentially put money in. I have a pretty solid risk reward plan. If you look at this one, depending on your time frame, you can see a little bull flag there at the top. So yeah, some of it might just be you've got to, if you are a large institutional investor, you got to put money somewhere. And if the only thing that's kind of is interesting right now is coca, then you just get, maybe this goes a little bit further than might be necessary because you have all these momentum traders getting behind it.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And one other thing too that I thought was interesting that I wanted to get, I guess, your thoughts on or ask you about here. So, as you said, so far this run up in cocoa has been a lot faster than what we saw for the prior run up. So I guess with that in mind, do you think A, maybe we reach this top a little bit faster, and B, potentially what technical or even in this case, I guess, fundamental signals would you be looking for, would other traders be looking for to kind of signal, okay, this is the end of this version of this rally, if that makes sense?
Yeah, the best example or the best thing that I've looked at when it comes to commodities, because of their ability to trend like way further than people think. Again, think silver just went crazy. Is just some sort of trailing stop. So pick a moving average that you like, an ATR-based trailing stop, whatever it is, and kind of take your hands off the wheel and let it go. Because like with silver, I don't think a lot of people saw that huge ramp up. And even if you had waited for the day that it kind of completely fell apart there and that's where you're out, you still would have been better off than kind of selling on the way up. And this is a lesson that I took because I was here hammering the table on the gold breakout back in the day, and I didn't get nearly as much as I should have on it because as it moved higher, I was kind of selling bits out on the way up. So I would just, for me, if I end up getting in this trade, I'm going to pick a 20 period moving average or a 50. I'll just, whatever looks better on the chart, and I'll say, give me a close below that, and I'm gone, and try to stay away from it the best I can.
More insightful info from Michael Noss, CMT over at Stats Edge. Thank you very much, Michael. You guys can see Michael every Monday and Friday around 8:30 a.m. right here on Trader TV Live. Thanks again. Have a good one.
Have a great week.
Thank you. You too.
Thank you there, Michael. Don't like the notion of, you don't want cocoa prices going up, man. We need our chocolate cheap. Cheap. Gonna have less of it. Come on now, can't do that. But I like it looks like people are getting ahead of the Hershey's short selling. If you look at it, it has been downward trending for a while.
Somebody
in the chat, that was like the first place that people.
There was
people
Raider
going,
Trader. Somebody really liked Hershey's a while ago.
Was it?
Yeah, it was somebody because for the value, just because it was something different.
I mean, I like Hershey's for other reasons.
That was a while ago, but yeah, making sure that there's other things to talk about. I like what Michael talked about there. And we actually asked that to Steve Talman the same way before. Yeah. It's like when stocks are moving higher, where exactly do you decide to get out? And he just mentioned there 50 period. That's the same thing that we heard from Steve as well, right? Is that try to find out a good level to get in and out of something on.
I actually like Steve had a quote. He said, "I don't want to pretend that I'm smarter than the major moving averages."
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You just look at the technicals and you just figure it out. And if that's what you're going with, that's what you're going with, right? So, all right, let's go back over now to Joe at the screen, and we're going to find out possibly something else to trade here with upgrades and downgrades.
All right, guys, welcome back. Let's take a look at some of the analyst actions from this morning. We're going to kick things off with some downgrades, guys, as we typically do. First on the list here, we have Warner Brothers Discovery. Seaport Global downgrading them. You can see we're negative about a little more than 0.6%. We're going from buy to neutral with no specific target there, guys. And then Checkpoint Technologies here, overweight to neutral, you're down 1%. JP Morgan giving them that downgrade, no specific price target there. Now Stellantis going from an overweight to an underweight, so a double downgrade here, guys. Negative 1.4% with a $4 price target by Piper Sandler. And then we also have Core Scientific, 1% to the south side here, guys, going from an outperform to a market perform, and a $19 price target. That is down from $21. All right, guys, let's take a look at some more positive things here today. Rocket Labs getting the nod and the approval this morning. We're up over 4%, going from a neutral weight to an outperform and $107 price target. Now, some of these manufacturers, auto manufacturers, Ford, Randy, at the second on the list here, I should say, not at the top, up 1%, going from a hold to a buy, and a price target increase to $17.50. That is up from $14.75 at Jefferies. Now, GM, General Motors, also getting the approval. Going from a hold to a buy here, guys, we're up 1.8%, and the price target increased to $99. That's up from $90. Rivian also getting the nod as well. You're up 2.4% this morning, going from a neutral weight to an overweight with a $20 price target. That is up from $18 from Piper Sandler. Let's send it back to Neil and Sean.
Yeah, very auto-themed upgrade board after, last week, maybe not even the best. It wasn't the best for Rivian, at least. Like, they got smoked Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. It was almost like the charts were identical. It was like fall, and then open at the same price you closed, and then drop, and then open at the same price you closed, and then a hard drop. Like, that's about as distinct as it gets. Like, you don't really see that very often. You could say, even if you wanted to say that some of that was sympathy to Tesla, I don't even think you can make that argument because it was so uniform over there with Rivian. So, like, it's almost like, they just wait for it to get down a little bit, and you're gonna try and pop that upgrade on. At least the case with General Motors can be made that you have a much better looking. It's doing something. It's been in an upward trend, and General Motors here has a chance to actually break out of a we can call long bull flag, let's just say, for the entirety of the year. Like, you started in January with a high of 87, 88, and we're right back retesting that here in July. So half a year, and this has just been consolidating off the top for a bit of a breakout. So this one, at least I can see what you're getting at. Like, GM's also potentially doing some conversions for defense, which would maybe allow them to get a couple of government contracts in there. So there's some good things happening for GM. But yeah, that Rivian's a weird one, man. That was a lot of selling in the last 3 days. But GM, that has a chance to break out this week. Probably not today. Upgrades don't really it's not giving it any extra volume today. So it's not as if you're going to get any chance on higher volume pre-market or R-vol to get a breakout, which is something you want to look for.
Yeah, Rivian coming on Thursday, so definitely worth a look there to see what's happening today. A nice little rebound day if you think it's going to be a big earnings recall. I think it is for Rivian, right? There are 2 models now out. I think it's selling quite well there in the States. You guys let us know in the chat if you guys do have an R2 and how that's going. And I think that could spark rally there in the name, just more expectations, hopefully better margins for them. And, wait to see what the roundup looks like on the R2 reservations. That's going to come on Thursday, so we'll have a good look there. I wrote down SpaceX as a short. We've been falling since. Obviously, this is 8 o'clock. We came on air. It was 1:15. You're just bouncing off 1:13 right here. So I always think about SpaceX when I think about Tesla. I mean, we just went through. I said to Neil, I was like, all those upgrades other than Rocket Lab, they were all, car-based there, and I don't know what's going on with that. But nice move higher there for Tesla, back up again. Just trying to find its base. Did not have a good report there with Google, and just wondering if 360 was that zone where we lost it. I don't know if we really want to get too interested in it again until it retakes that 360. If you're dip buying, you'll see the machines, get back on. So once Tesla starts to go, you'll really see it. Like, when it drops, it falls and it can't find a base. But when it gets going, it does have a good opportunity to rip up a couple dollars. So the first area to look at is this, pre-market high break of 317. If we take that out, then you can use this 315 as your low. So I think $2 worth of risk right here if you're thinking long on Tesla, definitely worth it. It's just, I don't know yet. Like, the market, it's underneath VWAP. Still looks like a short to me here. But, I'd like to see us break back down below before we really start thinking short. So for right now, not too many excitement there on the upgrades and downgrades. I always go back to the bank names and just say, like, this continuously has a bid under it since earnings. So, you had a little bit of a dip down, but this is really starting to take off now. JP Morgan and the bank sector really appreciating higher here as we get into the week again. And we don't even have anything to worry about with banks. It's already through. We get a 30% chance of a rate hike. That's going to be built in here, and, the market's still appreciating the bank earnings. So, as we sit here and wonder about Intel and Tesla and Rivian coming out, we already know that there's a lot of love here for the financials, and which makes me a little worried because SoFi's not moving, and they're coming out this week as well. I'm going to find out what day is it. Is it Wednesday? There for SoFi. Yeah, Wednesday, July 29th before market open. So you only have 2 more days of trading for SoFi before they report, and they're down here. So wondering about this potentially becoming some sort of a bid before earnings, but breaking through $16, $17 right there looks like a good long trade for SoFi. But all right, oil is something that we'll talk about. We do have our watch list coming out. It's already out, but check it out. We're going to be talking about it very soon. Not much going on the imbalance locator today. Just to give you guys an idea, USO could be on here if it was any interesting because it's on an Amex stock. Still down, 6%? Yeah, so still down 6% there. Don't see USO on here. A little bit of love there. SOXL for the short. So, we'll see if that's going to work out for us today. Trading DRAM and SOXL and whatnot, and some of those names, Archer. There's really nothing else. Joby's here as a small buy down at $7. So right now, there's not much going on in the imbalance locator as we look to start a Monday. In the green, nice positive side so far there as the NASDAQ trying to battle back ahead of big cap earnings week. That is for sure. It's like something like 15% of the S&P 500 is this week or something. So it's going to be a big one there coming.
And a lot of that's on Wednesday.
Yeah, Dare actually put this out. Yeah, going to TTV Research, there's lots. Even though Dare's not here, never fear.
Never stop.
There are many, many posts that were posted. Exactly. There's even an Eli Lilly post. Okay, I like that one. And of course, here it is. This is what we're looking for right here. So yeah, the big days coming here. Meta coming with Alphabet. Wait a minute, we already got this one. This is
Sean, if you go one post up, it's just Meg 7's earnings preview as well, if you'd like. So if you just go.
That's what I was. Oh, right into here. Okay. So you have Meta, Microsoft. Sorry, that was Microsoft, not Google, obviously. Here's the Mag 7 that we're looking for this week. So it's a big one, man. July 29th, July 30th, all coming early. So stay with us, and we'll try to cover as many of these names, obviously, as they start popping through. No, but this is the one I was looking for here. I looked at that and said Google, and I was like, we already had it. That's Microsoft, of course. But yeah, what a big day Wednesday is going to be, of course. And then, just big market caps all week. Even Tuesday here, Visa and Ford, we just had the upgrades there on all those names. So we'll see if that
tomorrow morning. PayPal, they had that. They got that take private deal, which being put the floor on the stock.
Coca-Cola coming. I mean,
there's a lot to watch.
Good consumer packaging here. There's SoFi on Wednesday pre-market as well. Vertiv coming, so we'll see a little bit about the data centers as well coming through there.
Did I see you gloss over Tuesday afternoon?
Where is it? Bloom? Oh, Tilray? yeah, Tilray's not.
No, okay. Well, Randy's favorite company in the entire world reports Tuesday aftermarket. Tuesday aftermarket.
Ford. Yeah, and then there's Exxon there. I was thinking that's one of Randy's favorite names. So that's coming on Friday. So, and then big day on Thursday. Wow, it's all over the place. We'll see if the financial market's healthy as well on the private side of that. Blue Owl coming there on Thursday. So yeah, big earnings week. Go find this. I'll put this up into the chat right here. You guys can go have a quick little look and see what you think about earnings this week. It's now in our chat there on YouTube. And a big shout out to everybody that's with us again here every single day, man. It's a big shout out to our YouTube fans, our TikTok, everybody that's out there, all the traders that are there. Thanks for watching, and make sure you hit the like and the subscribe on whatever platform you're on. And there it is. What's up, Bravely there? Sean, he's talking about me there. Yeah, my notes are up on X. They'll be up also very, very soon on Instagram as well. So go check that out as we get that posted up shortly. But thanks for looking out so far. Let's go back over to the desk. It's almost rundown time.
Yeah, almost rundown time. Ahead of that rundown, I do want to talk a little bit of crypto, because crypto, we don't have like a massive move in Bitcoin itself, but you do have here CRCL, as we mentioned here, trying to get some crypto-related patents, or blockchain-related patents rather, from IBM. That deal was announced this morning. You did get a little bit of an uptick in CRCL. You also had MSTR. Now apparently it's been a straight month of strategy not buying any crypto. Now what they are doing though is apparently selling some stock through certain deals. So interesting look there for MSFT. And to get more specific with it, MSTR. We just talked about MSFT. MSTR is specifically raising $545.5 million by selling 5.4 million shares through its ATM program last week. And again, did not buy any Bitcoin. They still hold 843,775 Bitcoin, but they're not selling any Bitcoin. So I guess maybe a little bit of a silver lining here for MSTR. Are you guys looking at MSTR, CRCL, or any other crypto plays this morning with just a couple minutes to go until our rundown?
Circle, eh?
Well, Circle.
What was that story with Circle?
Circle's kind of, I don't know. I want to say that this stock has been accumulating, but I usually like to save accumulation for things that we like. No, I'm just sort of kidding out there. But it has been accumulating at this level in the 60s. And it's shown you a pretty decent bottom. Like it does look like there's your wipeout bottom on Friday in front of support for a higher low, and you can make another bit of a jaunt into the upside. I just wish I could get aboard. I wish I could get aboard the train and be a little bit more bullish on the space. I look over at IBIT, and what I'm thinking about is, hey, look at the top that we put in last week, and that seems like it's still the same resistance. $38 on IBIT, 67 change in Bitcoin. And every time we go up there, we've sold a couple times now. And so it just feels like it's still a short up there for me on IBIT. So that's kind of what I'm leaning to. Circle's chart looks pretty solid. It looks like it could be along from here, but if Bitcoin or crypto goes up, it's at a point where I'm looking to short that top in front of 67.5, at least for the day trade. Now, what's the headline here? Amazon Leo will partner with mobile network operators to extend mobile connectivity services globally with satellite deployment beginning in 2028.
All right, so we can have a quick look. I have IBIT.
Yeah, it's not really moving.
I have IBIT written down here. It's the NASDAQ name, of course. I have it written down as a 36.50 long. here. Is that what actually I put on my sticky note? Anyways, I like it today. You know, you're above, you're holding that 65. We got to hold it though, right? And that's what I wrote down here. Regardless of the price, I'd like to see us, obviously if we're going to get to 36.50, it's going to break 65, but then I want to see it try to hold that, right? Come back into Friday's close is basically the levels that I'm looking at. I want to talk positively about the market. I think it can get going, but NASDAQ and IBIT necessarily haven't been matching with some of the performance that we've had in the NASDAQ with IBIT. I mean, NASDAQ's at all-time lows. IBIT's obviously chopped in half here. So I am not super worried. I mean, I don't want to fight if the market does turn red here, you know, red. I mean, that would be a big move. But if the market does start to turn down, I think Bitcoin can hold. So yeah, 36.50 or so is a level that I've written down here today, and that's something that I'm going to try to watch out for on IBIT. And of course, you know, MSTR, as the story is, there are different ETFs that are double, triple levered here in this space. Like I keep saying, if you like Bitcoin, I think you just get more oomph buying MicroStrategy or strategy down here. I mean, this is something that has also based out, gives you an out there at 80 bucks. I don't think you're going to come in one day and feel too beat up with MicroStrategy. You know, obviously if they completely change course here and start dumping many of their coins, that would also create a huge problem with Bitcoin itself. So I don't know. I think the only crypto to own really, in my opinion, is going to be BTC. So MSTR, I think you're just safer in the coin itself. But just for a get up here, you know, you just saw IBIT was up 1.5% or 1.24, MSTR up 2 and a bit. So, you know, if you do think that Bitcoin can rally off 65, probably a decent buy zone here. We haven't even broke below 90, you know, in, let's go, what day is this? This is for all month of July. We stayed above 90 on MSTR. So good possibility to get going a little higher here if you use 90 as your bouncing spot, and maybe that could even be your out. So I liked MicroStrategy here, or strategy, sorry, to get going a little bit more to the north side. But yeah, it's a little look at crypto. I know Sharif likes, well, not likes, but is holding on to some BMNR and Ethereum there. And again, you know, teach their own. I think that all, you know, high tide raises all ships. So if Bitcoin can get going, Ethereum can get going. I don't know about some of those altcoins, but at the end of the day, you know, there's two big ones, and they both got to start to work, I think, for this environment to be something. Circle underneath at $60 IPO would be something that's, you know, a little bit of a worry. So we'll have to wait to see what Circle's doing. That's held it pretty good here as well, as Neil said about that accumulation. So, you know, good little level there, same kind of way. Circle breaks 60, I think you can dump. MSCR breaks 90. Either way, if there's some positive talk in crypto, both these names probably mature up quite nicely. So I can do your own research and see if you like crypto down here. And if you do, those are two good names. But okay, let's go.
Past 9 o'clock.
Yeah, let's go. What was that, sorry?
Past 9 o'clock.
Oh, past 9 o'clock, yeah. 9:02, good. Well, we're not on any sort of a schedule here, but we're going to go back over. Glad to have Adara back. How was the weekend, Adara?
It was pretty good, nothing too crazy. As you can see, my throat a little rough. Talked to a lot of people, saw a lot of people, packed a lot of excitement into 4 days, but was happy to be there. Lots of mosquitoes. Very happy to be back here, though, where there are notably less mosquitoes and lots of stories to cover in the market. Let's start with the futures.
739, guys, where we closed out yesterday on the SPY. We're up 0.87 right now, and we're below that 740 area as a closing print, but you'll see the market started pretty well today. 745 and a third is where we're trading right now. So we're just going to look at that 740 area again as support. You know, we're barely closing below it, and you zoom in here, you'll see a lot of bottoming tail candles on the 4 hour through that 740 area. There's a reason for that. It's been a staunchy area of support for a last little while. So we're above 745. Otherwise, I'd say 745 are level 1, but we're going to look at 750 as R1.
Time to look at our watch list. If you're looking for earnings potentially that are going to be on watch either before or after the bell, if you're looking for any things that made big moves either post-market or pre-market, if you're looking for some economic data events to look for at the day, this Trader TV watch list is all you need. It is free. Just hit that link in the description or type the URL you just saw on your screen to sign up. We're going to get right into that watch list with the Meg 7 earnings. But quickly, I want to mention a story from The Information, which is reporting that China is now mass producing homegrown DUV chip-making tools, which would be an advance for its local chip industry. Keep an eye on ASML. Keep an eye on some other chip plays here as well. Thought I would mention this story as we talk about Meg 7 earnings. Now, as Sean and Neil mentioned, 4 of the Meg 7 They're going to be reporting this week on Wednesday and Thursday. Meta, Microsoft, Amazon, Apple. There's a lot to look forward to all these reports.
Yeah, so 3 of them, you're going to be really focusing on CapEx, as they've been really kind of made to pay for spending a little bit too much. One of them doesn't spend all that much. That's Apple, of course, only about 2.5% of revenue being spent on CapEx. So that's going to be first and foremost for me. I want to see exactly what they're guiding for the rest of the full year 26, as well as what they're guiding for 27. Super important there, as we've seen the market make them pay for that. Cloud, of course, for the big 2 is going to be big. Of course, we're going to look for growth on Azure's cloud business, or sorry, AWS's cloud business. We're also going to be looking, of course, for Meta and commentary about expanding into the cloud business. A lot of overtures by Mark Zuckerberg with respect to that. But yeah, it should be an interesting bunch. We'll report on them when we get them.
Yeah, again, guys, Wednesday and Thursday, right after the bell for most of them, but Apple, as always, 4:30 p.m. on Thursday is when we're expecting that to be released. Which of these 4 are each of you, Neil and Sean, most excited to see?
Most excited to see? I don't know that I'm super excited. I don't know if excited is the right word. I would probably say I'm most interested in like Microsoft and Amazon, because I think what I think can happen is we had Alphabet, and everyone looked at their CapEx and for some reason wasn't like loving all the ridiculous growth that they had. And I think they're just going to look a heck of a lot better by comparison once we have Amazon and Microsoft's numbers. So I think that's the key thing for me this week. I think Apple, whatever they do, if they dip, it's probably going to be a buy the dip scenario. So I don't think it really matters in any regard. But I always like close prices more than open prices. So just kind of going back to a name that has reported instead of pre. And Alphabet had double barrel closes at the same area, like 319 to 320. So like it's shown you that it's got a level of support. It was a good report from Google. Like it's if you looked at the cloud growth, like it was 17 to 23. That's still fantastic, and the year over year was almost a double up. So everything about it looks good. I think it only is going to look better when it gets compared to Azure and AWS this week. At least that's my sense of it. So yeah, I think it's got a support level that's in there. As far as Apple goes, Apple was an absolute rocket ship. And it seems like when the market is at its strongest for tech and chip names, Apple's not there. And when we have those weekdays, Apple gets that bit of a jaunt. So that's one of the things that I'm going to keep in mind here. Like the days that Apple's rallying off of the open, it really does feel like you're looking for that chip short to confirm. So if you're I'm looking short pop on like an Intel and a SpaceX, and I feel if you're looking at that, you're already kind of implicitly then playing the other side of the trade. So Apple is that safe haven status right now for the Mag 7 names. I'd expect that to be able to continue unless for some shock they're suddenly doing like 5 times the CapEx, which of course they're not going to be. There's no chance we get that announcement on Thursday. So they'll remain the safe haven.
Yeah, for me, most excited it would be for Apple. I'm really liking the way this chart is setting up, and we've talked about, how it might be one of the better looking charts out there. Really bouncing hard off that 200 period moving average. So that was like a great move right there. Then we took out all-time highs. We made new all-time, like that's the thing. You take out all-time highs right there and you make brand new ones days after you take out its past. Then you come back in, you don't even drip down 5%, and then you rip back right again into all-time highs ahead of earnings. So we had that CXMT there IPO'd in mainland China there, to a huge ovation, and now I think it's the largest market cap name there in mainland there, China. So CXMT, that's the name that Apple was thinking about partnering up with there for memory. So I really, I like the momentum. It's written down here on my note today to go long on Apple. We just got to find out where. So I'm going to be sitting at 331 to see if there is any love back at that print, but who knows. ASML getting hit here. I just heard a story about them in China. So there's giving some back there on what was a good positive look for ASML early. It's another name that reported last week looking to drop below 1700. I think we're still a ways away from that, but that was a level that could be a bottom break there, going all the way back to early June, 1700 for ASML. And then I really like what Amazon's been doing as well. I mean, we like the retail side of it, that's for sure. I don't think Prime is really too much of a concern on the streaming angle of it, but Google came out with a good cloud number, so we'll see right here if Amazon can help itself and get back up to the upside there with some AWS talk. And I know they've been doing some work there on the automotive side of it with Zoox and also in the sky as well. So Amazon does have a few levers to be pulled there, but yeah, what a fall for them too, right? Like 280 down to 230, not a great move there for Amazon, down 20% from its highs. Yeah, I know. That's thank you so much there for Tisha. I mean, thanks for bringing this up again. We haven't talked about this since it actually started taking off early. We talked about what the short float was like there. It was only about 12%, but there was a float issue, that being 600,000 shares. Multiple times have we had Edible Garden here reverse split. So it looks like did one here. I think we just had one in July as well. And then today we get that deal with Walmart. So I think that's it's a nice catalyst, that's for sure. And I think this is something that could rally the stock into the day. So Tisha, I think you're right. A good hold there of $6. We'll see if it wants to keep that. That was, again, past levels that we've seen before. That would be 450 right there. But again, it's off the reverse split. So most of these names, were a lot higher and then they just get faded. So this looks like it's finally a decent story here for EDBL on distribution licensing deal there with Walmart for the Midwest. Whether or not that extends to nationally, I guess that's the idea here as well. If they like it, can they get that done? But it's looking like a $6 hold here for EDBL. So far, so good. This name could really blow up once the market opens because of halts. Like right now, it's not doing anything. We'll see if they try to run it. I'm assuming there's no options on this name, but EDBL right there, trying to take 750 and VWAP, then we see if we can fly. And thank you, Tisha, for the $10. We'll keep on talking about EDBL. We're always looking at halting names, right, as they start to open up. So
it's just the best volume. There's a bunch of other small cappers, but that one's certainly catching everybody's regard a little bit more. You know what also is in focus? You just mentioned successful IPO there in China in the memory space. Huge one. And let's just be real. Memory has been the way to go. It has been leading the markets. But can it lead today is the real question there, Sharif and Adara.
Yeah, let's talk here about some of these memory names. There was another story as well here with NVIDIA and the SK group related to XK Hynix. We might get more into this later. As you know, there's an NVIDIA story here on this board, but probably the biggest story for memory today is that CXMT IPO that happened over in China. Very well received. That would be actually an understatement.
Yeah, Shaanxin Memory Technologies is the name of the company. It is now China's #1 market cap domestically listed stock. It soared 466% on its first trading day. And some of that, the reason is very small float, kind of like what we've seen on this side of the border. Only 6.75% is being made available for public markets. The rest is kind of tied up by state-backed funds as well as strategic insiders. But it was a list of the who's who of Chinese companies, all of which were backing this. We're talking about NIO, Xiaomi, Cherry, Baba's Cloud. NIO actually cleaned up big here because they had an early stake in CXMT, 500% already on their first day. So look out for a one-line item of realized gains on their next report. But we also know this company is getting the attention or capturing the attention of American tech, namely Apple, who sought specific permissions from the Trump administration that they'd be able to allow them to buy memory from CXMT because the other chip suppliers were all 4 or 5 times selling at 4 or 5 times what they were selling last year. Of course, now we know CXMT is on the prohibited list from doing business with defense names. Anybody doing business with the Pentagon can't do business with CXMT. That doesn't, though, give it a blanket ban. So private American companies still able to do business with them. What Apple was looking for specifically, though, was guarantees from the Trump administration that if they were to go ahead, make a big purchase, the Trump administration would come back later and then, prohibit purchases from them. So this has been a very sensitive political issue, Adara, because we know a lot of these circuit boards can be pre-programmed and they can definitely track data, and privacy issues are at the fore here.
We've already had some U.S. politicians flagging potential concerns here, so this whole aspect with Apple and CXMT remains on watch. But in the meantime, are you guys looking to trade any memory names today?
We've been having DRAM on the line, obviously, and this is a company that is not going to be in this ETF probably not a shock to anybody. But the sentiment around it and how it's received, I think is still important. Now, remember, like any other relatively large IPO, and these guys have almost 8% of the overall market, so this is not a small deal. That exit liquidity aspect or the cycle tops start to come into play when you start thinking about these kind of things. And I just look over at last week for DRAM, and man, was there a lot of, I'd say, accumulation in the wrong way. It was just a brick wall that happened at $59 on DRAM. And whether you're breaking that down to consider, it'll probably take way too long to load, but we're gonna do it anyways. SK Hynix up around a 1600 top, like it did a false breakout and then flushed heavy on Wednesday. And I'll maybe just look at Micron as well to finish the point and then get back to DRAM. You did Micron as well on Wednesday. It made that same kind of like a flush out top where it rejected a breakout level and then we pull back. So suffice to say, you've got a little bit of like both those names are putting in like a head and shoulders sort of look here today with Micron, that 990, 1000 area. With DRAM, it just sets up the prior low of 57 and then the 59 levels as well. So like, I get it, we're up today. You're up 4 points. This was a good and accepted IPO, but everything about this is telling you, hey, there's sellers up top here to continue this little bit of a fade fest where everyone's trying to put in the tops. Until that breaks out, you got to be patient. So it's a bit of a crazier pop and fade on DRAM, but we could easily see that level. I'm not writing off the fact that we can't get back into some of these highs and then turn into that sell.
We had a great weekend here. I saw my, here, I'll put it in that chat. You guys can go see it. I saw my nieces and nephews there. We went up to, almost up to North Bay there. And we had to pick my daughter and son up from their camp. And it was a hockey sort of camp. So they came to watch out. Oh, thanks, Sharif. Sharif already liked it there. So, yeah, thanks to my wife, put these two together there. Niece and nephew, the only two that I have. Yeah, she's 6 only.
Only 6?
And 3. Just turned 6 and 3. They both just started skating, so she got started a little late on that one. But there it is. Always trying to support the Maple Leafs, but we'll see if that gets good. And I'm only wearing, it's super cold in the arena, but it was, as you can see, these guys wearing shorts. We were outside.
They're chilling.
Yeah, they're chilling. They were not, they didn't want to go into the actual arena, but I was there watching some Gia action there. And she told me that there's not as many talented girls at that camp, so I don't know if she's going to be going back. But just it's a fun one anyway. She did water skiing, and my son got gold for water skiing, so he was really happy with that one. He's a big snowboarder there. Okay, first of all, this EDBL, I'm just taking out $8 right now, so okay, there it goes. It took view up at 750, and we just mentioned that with Tisha there. Taking that 750 out probably creates a long, and there it is, man. So that's a nice little one there. Shout out Hydration Nation as my stream deck is not on, but I'm going to do it once it gets going. Okay, SK Hynix was the name. I mean, Neil covered a lot of names there, obviously. SKHY. There it is right here. So another name, and here we go, Hydration Nation. Stay hydrated. Speak of the devil, we need some Randy action over here to get some coffees going on. But SK Hynix up 4% and kind of not doing anything here. I think that this CMXT, this IPO, just sort of creates what Sharif was mentioning there. It solidifies the demand. I mean, we know the market likes these names. They come out, huge day one, up 500% there from its issue price. But the thing is that SK Hynix still, the name that is relatively new to our markets anyways. And we talked about the Kospi and what that means to South Korea and everything. But these guys are NVIDIA's #1 clients, #1 big deals there with NVIDIA. If NVIDIA's going to win, I think SK Hynix wins as well. The daily chart kind of looks a little silly, but I like the fact that we're up here today, up 5%, up 4%, looking to hold 155. This is just a 2-minute chart, but if you go over here to SKHY, a 5-minute chart, you'll see we do have a little bit of consolidation here from Friday in that 158 to 159 area. So that's kind of where I'm thinking about dip buying. If we do get into that bottom right there is 158. So a little bid coming through. That's where your 200 period moving average is on a 5-minute chart. So haven't really studied like why that would be a spot to dip by, but I like this area right here, 158. You may have to give it down a little bit, like that's 156. But if you start to buy between 158 to 156 there, I think it'll be okay. The only problem with the whole market that I see, it's 920 right now, we're about to get those imbalances in 5 minutes, is what I've already said about the NASDAQ. It couldn't take out view up there, it couldn't take it out there, and now we're pushing the day's low, pre-market low. You know, if you have to go all the way back to, you know, real pre-market to find lows like that. So, you know, we're gonna come back in, watch out what happens here at this 8 o'clock spot, and if we take that, then yeah, maybe the NASDAQ is at risk of going red almost pretty quickly here. So I'm going to look at SK Hynix. It's an interesting name for me. One of the more recent ones that hit our market. SK Hynix 158 to 156. Dip by possibilities there as China ramping up their memory names and just giving a little, you know, punch to the face to show you that, hey, you know, it's not just the Microns and SanDisk and the Western Digitals of the world here. We've got a couple names, including SK Hynix in South Korea and that CMXT now in China. So you can always play all of that China love with FXI. We've been talking about this for a while. All right, we got a little bit of time to go here. 10 minutes left, 3 stories.
Very quickly before we go back to the desk, VTIX, this is Virtuix. Tesla acquires first Omni One enterprise system from Virtuix for its Optimus humanoid robot division. So VTIX is popping on that story just a couple of minutes ago. So another small capper in here for you, Sharif. And this one was a bit of a Tesla connection. Yeah, from robots to rockets. It's not just about SpaceX's launch. We got Rocket Lab with a contract, and then of course, SpaceX did finally have that successful launch.
We're going to talk some SpaceX here in the next story. I wanted to separate these because they are a little bit different, but let's start here with Rocket Lab, because it's a great look here for Rocket Lab. Space Force contract, of course, U.S. Space Force, valued at $266 million for RKLB. Apparently, this is their largest ever contract.
It is, Adira, but it's raising some eyebrows as to the cost efficiency. So let's talk a little bit about this. As she mentioned, $266 million, and it's for 12 base missions. So it's about $22 million per mission. So what's the typical cost per mission here? It's about $8 million. So this is almost triple what the average cost of sending an Electron rocket into space is. So a lot of eyebrows as to why the cost per launch is so high, and whether there's any money here allotted for redundancies. So that's number one. Number two, it kind of establishes their 4th launch complex. So they already have one in New Zealand, they have another one in Virginia, this one's gonna be in Alaska, and it's gonna be higher altitude. And the purpose of this is to make it easier to put these satellites into low Earth orbit from a higher elevation. And last but not least, it's a multi-year compressed cadence target. So they're gonna have to launch about 18 times, in about 24 months. That would put it on SpaceX's launch cadence. Obviously, the highest launch cadence belongs to them. So quite ambitious, a lot of money. Let's see if they can get it done.
Yeah, we'll talk about another company's launch in a minute, but in the meantime, RKLB contract, how do you guys feel about this stock?
It seems like they're selling the news right now. And really, everything about that, like you said, the higher costs, it just doesn't feel like this has the juice on this story yet. And I hate to be pessimistic, but there's been nothing convincing about any of the mute bounces that Rocket Lab has had recently. So you pull all the way back into like this March low, but even as we speak, like you just see it slide. It just broke the 66 level. So maybe it fills the gap, and you think it's not going to go red on this news. So maybe the 64 level can come into play. But this is one where I've been looking for more of like a breakout over 70. It's diddling in the middle. And if a new contract, this is the second time now it doesn't really catch much of a bid on one of those, you begin to wonder, is it ever going to? And we're going to talk SpaceX next, but I still like that one for fade. Rocket Lab needs to get back above the 70 level and prove that we're not just bouncing, getting to the first level of resistance, and continuing to drop. It's in a distinct downward trend here. So I don't really see this as breaking out of it, at least not yet. But at some point, they'll get tired of selling it, and this will get a little bit of a better wind. This also could be a name where on Wednesday, there's still that 1/3 chance, or at least that's what the market is telling you, of a rate hike. if we don't get that hike, this is the kind of name that could easily benefit from that. So yeah, even after post-Fed, that could be a decent catalyst for this to get a little bit of a bounce. Again, costs go higher, capital intensive, could be good if rates don't go up. I don't think they will, but right now the market's still saying there's a 1 in 3 chance. That puts them a little bit in the crosshairs.
Right, here's, I know Sharif has this as a short, which has been a great call. I mean, look at this NASA ETF, just absolutely getting pummeled right to the downside. So everything Neil said about Rocket Labs, maybe they can get going here. It doesn't look like the space is much loved right now. And can you tell where potentially SpaceX came through? I mean, it was right into here where we were all the way lower there. This is SpaceX Day, June 12th. Nice move higher there. And then since then, it's just been absolutely crushed. So I, take my sort of look from here. I have to ask whatever insert large language model here to find out what the holdings of NASA are, but I'm sure Rocket Lab's a decent percentage, and I don't really want to fight this trend quite yet. So I'll wait for the whole sector to sort of be recovered before we pick and choose winners. But yeah, I'd like to see us break above $24 on NASA ETF here, NASA, before we get going. And another name that I have written down here today as a short, it's going to be SpaceX. The imbalances just came out. We can have just a quick little look over here at them before we go back over to the desk. There was SpaceX was a buy. So there's a good one. SpaceX catching a little bit of a bid here. We've seen them have some nice actionable trades off of imbalances before. So nice move higher. We'll see if it gets as high for us to short this. We'll find out which price we like to short. Oh, IBIT with the sell too. So there goes Bitcoin getting lower through 65,000 there. Not that Bitcoin and IBIT are matching on the imbalances. Like this is just a market trade there. Bitcoin going to be a 24-hour market. So we'll see how that trades. And then PayPal, we said the best day for PayPal to sell, it might have been the day we got that report of Stripe hitting with them, but it's still staying up here. So PayPal's an interesting one. I think that buyout might eventually wind up happening with Advent and Stripe. I mean, it's been holding up pretty well. We have PayPal numbers this week as well. That should be exciting. All right, let's go find out the story with SpaceX and quickly NVIDIA. And then we're 4 minutes until this market opens.
Yeah, we're going to go over the last two stories here on the watch list with, again, 4 minutes to go until the market opens. SPCX and Focus, their 13th Starship launch finally went off seemingly without a hitch, or at least any major hitches, on Friday after the bell.
It was pretty good, Adara. It was pretty good. It was the first time they actually had a successful launch since IPOing. The big part here for me was, and what we talked about before the launch, was what the payload was. This was the test payload. It's version 3 of Starlink hardware. They successfully released 20 of these bad boys. They're going to test laser communication links, and then they planned incineration upon reentry. This was never designed to be a long-term thing. It was designed to be a test, and by all accounts, it was very successful. The ship survived peak heating. We're talking about Starship itself. It landed in the Indian Ocean. It fell on its side. There was some fire for whatever reason. I think people were saying that there are some fuel leak, but the Starship was fully intact and was good to go. The only problem, Adara, was the super heavy booster. It landed kind of hard. It didn't ignite all 13 Raptor engines that were supposed to ignite, so it was a hard landing back into the Gulf of Mexico, but otherwise it was pretty good.
And last but not least, before we send you guys off to the bell to Neil and Sean, let's talk about NVDA, because there are quite a few stories here with NVIDIA. You've got the OpenAI, $250 billion reported potential deal here. You've got Jensen Huang joining X and posting a whole bunch of stuff, including a white paper. You also have this $1 billion Naver investment, the SK Group deal. Which angle do you want to take?
I mean, you covered it all quite well, Adara. I mean, really the only thing that I've been noticing here is a trend are these fabless chip companies, AMD, NVIDIA, backstopping the lease terms for these frontier models. We saw it with AMD do it for Anthropic. We're seeing it now with NVIDIA doing it for OpenAI, so that these, there's two guarantors on the lease rather than one. They seem to be getting better terms that way, Adara. The other deal here is, of course, that $500 billion deal with SK Hynix, and then Jensen, as I mentioned at the top of the show, making an X account for the first time, putting that little pseudo white paper that he has there about the open source, open weight kind of approach that the North American AI company should be taking, getting a lot of endorsements, to be fair, from tech CEOs, most of which have closed source models, ironically enough.
Yeah, SK Hynix, SpaceX and NVIDIA in focus as we head into the bell. Thoughts, guys?
Yeah, thoughts are a few things are dumping right now. Intel just lost about $1 off the bid on the 928. The imbalances came out on NASDAQ and a couple of sell imbalances there. So for SpaceX, look, I love what I love what they do. It's really cool watching those launches. For all the it's overvalued and it's been a sell for a while, and I want to look pop and fade again. Resistance from last week is still resistance here. The last 2 days, it couldn't break much above 117, and that to 119 is a bit of a sell zone for myself there. But man, it's really cool to watch these launches. I think it's amazing what the company's done. But do something to tell me this trend is not intact anymore, SpaceX.
Here's a funny one for Blicky Spears. CapEx, SpaceX, his ex, sick of them all. So shout out to Blicky Spears. Yeah, I never had too many problems with that side of things there, but we're just gonna wait to see on SpaceX. I mean, for me, we've talked about it. It's gonna be a short for me today. I want to wait to see if we get going. I couldn't even find a level that I was really super interested in other than up here, 118. So that's what I wrote down. It's where we started on Friday. The bleed happened all afternoon and all morning and afternoon. We actually rebounded a little bit there. We'll have to watch out for some SpaceX. But we want to thank VinFast here with less than 10 seconds here. The Global Intelligent Mobility Company. Scan the QR code. Go check them out. VinFast over there. Another EV name. Changing the shape of global EV market. That's VinFast. We want to thank them for everything again. Okay, so here we go, man. Yeah, nice move up to 115 immediately there for SpaceX. We'll have a quick look to see what's going on over there. Ed, did you guys buy the dip? I bought the dip a little bit there with Google down there at 320. There goes Google. Nicely cooking right now as the upside is here for Google early. Anyways, 327. Looks like we nailed the NASDAQ move today. We said NASDAQ potentially going lower and breaking through some of that day's low. That just happened now as well. So there goes NASDAQ down to the downside. This is why we were a little bit concerned about catching some of these bids early, but it's Google was on top of my mind, and that one is ramping to the long side. But some names must be giving it up, but it's not Google. And if it's Apple, then I'm a buyer.
No, Apple's up.
Yeah, and Apple just took out, there it is, man, awesome. New all-time highs there for Apple. I'd written down 344.99. There it goes up to 336 today. Apple up to 337, actually. That really got going as well. So
some crazy wins.
Market downside right there. Looks like Tesla's going up.
Yeah, Tesla hit 311 to the downside here, so that doesn't really give you much of a chance in terms of a pop at all. Intel's lower as well. We talked about Bitcoin and crypto, that literally no movement whatsoever on iBit. I got SLV on the mind though. Every single day, well, I shouldn't say every single day, the last 2 sessions of the week, this was like dip and rip at the open. It's got a nice downward trend. If it breaks that trend, want long. Otherwise, looking for about 52.5 on SLV. So the market is headed lower. It's just not the Mag 7 that are going to end up taking it there. And then one of the names that we were also watching here that, not Roblox, Rocket Lab. Muscle memory, everybody. I type an R and then everything goes right to Roblox. Rocket Lab immediately loses the bid at the open and catches a nice little bounce here. But so far, nothing really. I mean, SpaceX doesn't seem to want to give you any chance to fade the highs. It's just breaking down already.
Yeah, it's not a good one.
Cancel that 18.
I'm going to try to stay on what we want to do, right? And that is try to play the names that we initially thought of. So Apple upside, I'm going to bid 334, pre-market breakout right there, 334.50 for Apple. Let's check out on the edible one here. Definitely preferring edibles, but there it goes to the upside right there. This is Edible Garden, of course, talking about, I think it was the basil and different, what am I looking at? Thyme. Those are called mint, all of that. Herbs. The herb game is strong here with Edible Garden. And there it is with Walmart. So it's a nice move higher there. Looks like we are going to halt, and we just did halt. So that's halting at 830. The top right now, 840, as Edible Garden's looking to eat up some market cap today. Upside there through $9 would be the next little look. So it's halted, not doing a whole heck of a lot. That should be a 5-minute halt. It looks pretty controlled. We'll see if that does happen. 9:31. So we'll check back on EDBL at 9:35 or so. It's a couple more minutes. It's only 8:33 tap. So it looks like we're just tapping out where we came from. All right, Apple still higher, Google still higher. We can have a look at SK Hynix here as well. And I know, okay, so it's right back in. This is that 156 to 158 area that we actually talked about with SKHY. So has now fallen through 158. If it bounces off 156, that'd be amazing. These are the levels that we sort of were looking at. But I'm going to stay away early, just a little too early. The market's giving it all back. I mean, just rewind an hour ago, and I was talking about it being underneath VWAP, looking weak. It's part of the reason why we try to stick with strong names on here and why we're bidding lower. Wow, there it is, man. We really starting to give it up. Like, what is going lower here?
Well, I can tell you
it's the RAM names?
Intel stopped moving down. SpaceX has slowed down. I mean, Tesla looks like it's slowed. One we didn't get to, QBTS did have news on it for everyone that's mentioning. Now 13% to the upside for QBTS. There was an extension. Go ahead.
Sorry, they also rang the bell at the NASDAQ just now. I just saw that, so that could also be
good for them.
Excitement.
Hey, good for them, QBTS. Of course, that AT&T partnership extending. That is now squeezing 18, a monster level for QBTS as that continues to go. Intel's going to break out, it looks like.
Oh, yeah.
So I'm looking at the market go down, and Intel, that's looking pretty strong, relatively speaking. So back into 94. I mean, I don't know if it gets to 99, 100. But if it gets anywhere near that 99 to 100, remember that was a big time resistance level. So yeah, Tesla, I'm offering SpaceX, but the only stock I'm on the offer in front of VWAP. But even Tesla's starting to battle back a little bit here. The market's still at the bottom, and I can't find a single thing that's at the low. Like everything seems to have already bounced. So why is the market not going with it?
I don't know. I mean, I took a new position, the first one of the day here, and it's just going to be on the TQs. And I'm trying to answer the same question that you're asking here, and it's just like, why is the market down right now? We looked at DRAM. That's getting hit just a little bit to the downside. I'm going to take a bid here on the NASDAQ, and I'm just going to wait to see if we do take out. I'd like to get a little longer down here at 40. This is just an early punch there, but it's a nice 20-cent win to start the day off here with the TQQs. We'll offer it out at 86 if we're lucky enough to get that, and that'll put 26 cents in our pocket there. My stop is always going to be 30. So 60, here it is. So 65.30s there. So we'll take a 1-to-1 there, 30 cents in the money now. As here we go. Let's take another bid. Another offer if we can get it at 96. We're really starting to get higher now. There it is. Yes, sir. All right, man. That's going to be a good one to start the day. There it is. And we go back to the futures, and there's a nice trade off of some of those lows there. We looked at each other and was wondering what was creating this move down. We'll take advantage of it now and start to blast a little bit higher. Do we miss Google? Yes. Do we miss Apple? Yes. But we take advantage of this market lull and take a piece out. And let's take some more out of 15s. There it goes right now, man. We're doing it every single day live. Right now, this is a 30-cent worth of a shot. It's now 65 cents in the money. It's the NASDAQ with a little bit of a bump there off those lows. Let's see if it winds up holding now the TQQs. We're already out there of 30%. Maybe get a one more spot here at 04, and then we'll wait to see if we can get a more continued move into this market, potential market rally, still up 1%. So it hasn't completely fallen on its head yet.
No, not yet. I mean, the ES is actually looking almost relatively stronger. That's actually going to break through the volume weighted average price. But what's at VWAP right now for me is going to be SpaceX. The question is only, can it hold that volume weighted average price underneath? If it does, that remains a short. Don't want to be fighting the overall, I don't want to say overall trend of the market, but the market is up. And it is bouncing nicely, as you can see over there with the TQs. But yeah, it looks like we're going to close underneath that 113. The other thing I am monitoring is a long breakout here in SLV. So that would be a trend break through the volume weighted average price in silver. Let that one try to matriculate its way back into the upside. I saw someone in the chat mentioning SoFi of all things.
Really?
They report this week, but no, it's a good thing.
Oh, okay.
SoFi is
That's a change.
not loading, but it's up 5%.
Whoa.
And exploding higher here. So I'm not sure
Someone
if
must
there's
have made a
anything
keystroke error.
particularly going on with SoFi. Robinhood's doing something very similar. So both these names, relative strength compared to the market for sure. And certainly this is not a crypto story because
Crypto's bouncing a little bit.
It's bouncing a little bit, but not as much as those two. So that's a lot of strength that I'm seeing over there in SoFi. That could be, look, $18 a monster level for that thing. And Robinhood, 100. Oh, I like me some Robinhood. So power it up, Robinhood. Keep holding those 80s and keep flying.
Yeah, I'm going to give Apple, so we are flying here with the NASDAQ, so that's going to be a good one. We just took another piece out upside on that as well. Apple did fall into a level that I was thinking about buying, and I just canceled my bid there at 50s, which it looks like that's going to be a mistake, fail on myself for now. We'll see if it's wind up being the story. Who knows? A little early. I don't want to slap too much negativity on that, but I just did cancel it. We were just long at, we just put a bid down there and we canceled it. I wasn't, the way Apple fell there, I was like, yeah, maybe today is not the Apple day that I was hoping, but could have taken a bid there. We would have had almost another, well, would have had almost would have had $1 in on that one, but reverse dollar clubbing right there. That's too bad. But that's all right. We'll wait. So I canceled it and I put it to 334. So I literally went to 334.05 right there, trying to use this as my out, 333.50. So I just didn't want to take a bid there and lose $1 in case we were wrong. So did get a little more conservative there with Apple, down to 334. That is a fail because we should have had Apple there. We didn't. So, okay, we'll pass on that one for now. All right, so a nice little battle back there. So it is a good thing that we took a couple more outs there near the top. And actually, we had those first 3 outs that everybody saw. We threw it back over to Neil. We took another one there at 66.05. Now you're falling back in. Now remember, I was always thinking pretty red here today on the market, not pretty red, but until we take VWAP, so that just didn't happen, hence why we cleared it out. However, I still do have another bid down here right at 40, so we're gonna see if that works. We still want to give it that 30 cents back in, so 30 cents off this fill, but if we get it filled at 40, I'm gonna stop out on a 30 break. Don't necessarily want to be in the TQs here if we do break too much below the day's low there, so I'm gonna give this a little bit of room as we trade back into the futures contract again right there, and we will wait for Alphabet to come back in as well as Apple. Yeah, so 2 strong names that I like, and I'm going to assume SpaceX is not going up right now, but if it does, I wouldn't mind.
Bounced.
Did it? Okay, I wouldn't mind fading that one as well. So yeah, back into 325 might be a look here for me on Alphabet, but yeah.
No, SpaceX did bounce. It bounced right into the volume-weighted average price, and shocker alert, all right. It put in a lower high, and I'm going to check Rocket Labs in a quick little second. My guess is it might be doing something similar, but put it in a lower high, just grabbed it when it came back into that pre-market support level. Look, the bottom was 111, I don't know, half on Friday, and then it was just underneath the 111, I believe, as well on Thursday. So you're at a double bottom here that you got to respect. So for me, it's a scalp until that low. My stop is going to be the 13.5. So just took out the 1-to-1. I'm going to look for the low of the day here on SpaceX. Just respect the range that's been in there. Silver doesn't look like it's holding trend. Remember, Rocket Lab they had their own news. Okay, they're strong today. Rocket Lab is actually breaking out a little bit better than SpaceX. So I thought maybe they would be heading down as well. So Rocket Lab on their own news looking strong as the market starts to pull back. Yeah, SpaceX, I'll go for 1 reload there, but I wanted to also look at DRAM. Did it get high enough? Oh, not even close. DRAM's at the low. This never broke VWAP? You gotta be kidding me. So that market bounce didn't even get DRAM past 55. So still a little bit of weakness here in the memory chip names. I guess they're still selling the news.
We picked up a little bit here, right? We picked up a little bit, not on SpaceX, sorry, on the TQs down in this area. We're still waiting for, there it is, did we get it? We're still waiting for 41s. It just bounced off of us there. This could turn out to be a loser. We'll go red on TQs if this does come back in too hard right here, but we're still waiting. There we go. We get the 41 bid now, so you can see my prices completely changed. Now we're at 65.45, so a couple dip buy opportunities here. I said we're going to drop out. Just got to make sure that's orders in there. It still is 65.30, so if we drop down into 65.30, we can be gone out of this one like real quick, man. And if we do get a little bit of a bump, which we are, let's take some out. We just took some 52s right there. Remember, our big load there was 41s. So we're trying to only give ourselves about 11 to 12 cents there on the downside if we stop out at that level. So we'll see if we get some more outs at 1-to-1, which would be right into the 50s there if we can get it. But here comes a move lower right now. Not great for the overall market, taking out the day's low. So we will stop out if this does break 30s, which it looks like. There it is, which is about to be.
NVIDIA's tanking.
Yeah. ASML's tanking right here. There is some stuff about China.
Yeah, there's some China news
coming through here with. Yeah, it's just that their machines are, starting to kick into action right there, which is ASML's problem, and that's down 4%, so a nasty one here. Sharif says he owns 2 names, ASML and Apple, so this is not a great move there for ASML. Let's go find out more from Adara.
I mentioned that this morning. I know Sean mentioned it this morning as well here with ASML, but let's talk about it again here as the stock continues to decline. Very likely we'll see this drink happening now as well in about 17 minutes. So ASML dropping here, the information reporting that ASML, I guess, could be facing some competition now in China. China apparently now looking to reduce their reliance on ASML, so a state-backed Chinese firm has begun mass-producing domestic DUV lithography machines. Now, apparently, again, output is very, very low. They're still in the works, so it's not anything massive, but that's the deal here with ASML. Back to you.
Yeah, like you got to be concerned with the reference I made last time with China and ASML was like the old Nortel one. It's like you can be leading all you want, and then all of a sudden, China decides, hey, let's make this cheaper for ourselves and come up with our own, and their own might be a little bit of copying, might be a little bit cheating. In this particular case, they're looking for an alternative way to do what their high lithography machines are able to pull off. I just pulled up ASML in Amsterdam, which primary listing, so that's my bad. The percentage and all is going to be the exact same. Oh, it isn't the same thing. So 4% here to the downside. No, do not like that at all. You're going to see NVIDIA taking it on the chin, though. This is what's really leading the NASDAQ lower. It's NVIDIA down now at 202.
Oh, really?
Yeah, the thing about NVIDIA in the 200 level is it was a huge hold a couple of weeks ago through the 200. Like, look at the false break and then the recovery through $200. But look at this 15-minute candle. That is like a death candle over there on NVIDIA. It's down 2% in what was looking like a strong day for some of the chip names. So watch out for that 200. It did break it last time. It got to like 190, I think 198 or just slightly underneath that. So there could be another defense, but remember, it broke the 200 pretty decently before it caught any kind of a bid. Intel right back into the lows. So it's trying to put in that double bottom. Didn't find my way into that, but at least, well, in what is the most logical thing ever, the market goes lower and breaks the lows, and silver is holding this trend break. So I'm going to follow the rules, and I'm going to be long this one above VWAP and give it to the prior wick here, which is 53.18. So yeah, the market trying to give it up, I'd say on the face of this NVIDIA move, really. Like, NVIDIA started the cascade downside. ASML obviously not helping, but my goodness, NVIDIA getting smoked.
Yeah, not great there. I mean, this is the problem, is I've said this already, Kimi and everything that's being developed over there in China is going to be a much more affordable platform than anything we have here right now. And if Kimi's actually, thank you, Rob, so much, if Kimi's actually working, to the extent that apparently it is, you could say see you later to Gemini and OpenAI for all the sort of the base case uses here. It's just going to cost way too much. And I already told you the story. The $200 Anthropic plan, if maximized, winds up costing Anthropic and Claude, that department, over $6,000 just in token fees alone. So I do think that, potentially there does not need to be a push. If these models are being built in China on the back of Huawei chips and on the back of Alibaba's new TPUs and whatnot, I think there is a definite worry spot there for NVIDIA shareholders and everybody just to worry about it. I don't know if it's, somebody to say, oh my God, I need to dump my position. But if we're in early innings with AI, I'm afraid that China is already catching up. And as Neil said, about to take it all out and see you later.
It's what they do.
Yeah, I would be.
It's what they do.
I would honestly, I don't own ASML, and like I said, man, this is a Sharif thing, but I think that this is not even a horrible time to sell. I mean, sure, you've missed the complete top of $2,000, but being down at 1670 here, I think it's only going to get worse as this story becomes more populated.
You're looking at a company that has not had to have competition.
Yeah.
That's the point. They've never had to truly compete. And that's a gigantic uncertainty for them. So it's not to say, I'm not saying that they're dead, but if you want to stay in the space, there's Lam, which would be a different technology company in the chip space, and there's AMAT, a little bit different, but those are companies that are used to competing and having to deal with all this. So yeah, I mean, the Nasdaq's still taking it on the chin here, with NVIDIA heading lower, and again, maybe 200 holds. But that's a pretty large maybe. The new position is silver on this. I mean, now it's a trend break, but it just double tapped the prior bar and didn't break. So I want to play this to the HOD. SpaceX continues to just be a trend trade, because this 111. Who was it with the 111? It was who was saying 111.11 in our chat?
Oh, that was Lindenmeyer.
Lindenmeyer, that's who it is. Lindenmeyer has been going on about the fact that 111 is going to be the bottom. Well, it's held a couple of times now, and today it already bounced once at 111.5. Might be putting in a bit of a trend break here at 112. So I'm going to tighten the stop. If I think that this is a temporary low, for some reason this isn't even falling as much as the market. All of a sudden, market's making fresh lows. I'm still bidding. I'm bidding at the half, even though that's not the LOD. But I'll probably just trail this one. If it closes above 112 on this 3-minute, then that's a good exit point. We have a super chat from.
Oh, good.
It's Shafi. It's Shafi.
Oh, Shafi.
Well, first of all, it's in Canadian dollars, so Canada. Thank you very much. Any thoughts on Lucid for a swing trade or hold long term? Price pretty low, and I like that high volume doji on the daily. Or is it over for them? Remember, a lot of what was going on with Lucid was that bankruptcy story that they refuted. So I think there was a squeeze after the fact, right? Like this is just because of that bankruptcy story. It's not technical it wasn't like an earnings reversal, and a bunch of people might have just gotten trapped on this sucker at those lows, and then it squoze for a few days, and it feels like it's on the back end of that. To me. So maybe the levels that it was at before, 550, I guess could be pretty good for Lucid, because if it was a Fugazi story, then it should be trying to trade above that level. But I'm staying away from this sucker, because to me, like, someone just got squoze a bit, and you're just sort of chasing the after move here with them.
Man, we are good look there with Lucid. I mean, what a move there for Lucid. We saw Rivian getting hit a little bit there as well. We'll wait to see what winds up happening with all of those names, as the markets are pretty tipsy-turvy as far as all that is concerned. We did enter into a short now, so let's take advantage of that with the market. And we did our sort of what's up to easy peasy, man. We did our little Katina Man flip-flop right into there as we wind up taking exactly what we wanted to do, and that was reverse this position into the short. As I'm sitting here talking about how this whole China story is going to be a huge problem. So I'm going to go short the overall NASDAQ right now and just ask questions later, take the short in right now, and just give it a little bit of a look here as we try to breathe a little easier in that story. And again, I don't know exactly what this story is going to bring, but I'm going to try to go short now just for that reason, okay? So that's what I'm trying to think about now, is the short in the market. I am going to stop out if we take out the 25 period moving average. We're not going to try to say that this is the right play. We're just going to try to play what we see right now. So short into there, we just took advantage of it a little bit to the downside, trying to hold on in case there is a little bit of a bigger move. But I could see some choppiness, obviously, in this market, as right now we are near the lows of the NASDAQ. And now here comes trying to get right back upside. So this is why, taking profit is always part of the game when the profit's there. So now we'll wait. I'm going to stop out if we take this level. So at 60, let's just put it in 65, 60 right now. That makes sense to me. I sort of wanted to give it a little bit of room up to the 25 period moving average. So that's kind of what I'm thinking about. We just got short our average price here, 35. So we covered some 19s. We covered some more in the teens. So that gave us that 1-to-1 temporarily. Doesn't mean that it's going to work out for us moving forward. But right now, just chugged that coffee a little bit too quick right there. 65.40s is where we're at right now. So we're slightly out of the position on this trade, but just trying to see if NVIDIA wants to bounce, right? I mean, and the good thing about the market here is we believe, if you believe in your stock, then you can find good spots. 201, we had seen that already sort of happen there on NVIDIA, come back into 200 and hold a couple times. So it looks like it's trying to do that right now. So yeah, I'm a little worried that the market's trying to hold, but it is NASDAQ time to shine again for temporarily. And we'll see if the move is higher or lower. But here it goes. See that? It just cracked a little bit lower. I'm going to put another bid here in the low 20s and then put another where you have a bid at 11s. So we'll see if we can catch some drifts down. But this market seems to be pretty back and forth. And I think a lot of it, too, is strength with Google, right? So we did buy some of this on the first day. So we bought some at 320 there, and now we're back up to 328. So at least it's moving around a little bit here where we can support it. But so far, so good here on the Google long as we wait to see what NASDAQ is going to do. My biggest and only position right now of the day. These are more shares on here than we had on the long. So, hey, man, we're about to see if we can take this name southbound, or if we get stopped out at 65.60 here for the market. But that's what I'm trying to do now.
Well, I can tell you SpaceX
is a good one.
It didn't hold that low after all. So SpaceX is now at an all-time...
Oh, shoot, we should have...
Almost all-time low?
More.
You know what? It might not have actually made an all-time low. It looks like it's holding on to the all-time low by an absolute thread. But I played it to the low of the day from the volume weighted average price. SLV as the market turns. We got one take profit on this trend break, but I think you lose the bid here. If you lose the bid, then really that's a very weak trend break, and I should be looking for the reversal. Bitcoin is the other place. Oh, that just already did it. Bitcoin just made a bit of a temporary top, relatively strong, but looks like that one's starting to come back in. And I don't think we're going to get a shot at Intel short anywhere near where we were looking at. It's got to really change the tone here. Like there's a false break of the high, and there's a trend down. So the next place to look is VWAP, which sits at 93. So I'll try to join this one short, but I was thinking a lot higher here on Intel. I know a lot of you are looking at that, like those small cappers, that EDBL. Great pre-market for EDBL. It just halted down a second time here. I just realized I don't have my scanner up, so I'll have to get that up, my halt scanner. Second halt down.
I don't have it halting. Oh, 946.
Yeah, it's halted. I see the tap at 550. So volatility halt for EDBL. Downside, tap is saying $5.50. All my screens just went off there, Fabian, for a split second. I don't know what you're doing there. But so EDBL halted to the downside.
All right, Fabian will get that all figured out. But yeah, good look there. I'm starting to get a little bit more out. We just got bounced off of 65.11. That was our bid there for TQs. So we'll have to wait to see if it winds up coming back in and filling us up. And then we'll try to hold the rest and see if we can have a bigger day here on the NASDAQ as the market is moving lower, 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 lower. BIOT halted. Doesn't look like there's much going on there. This is here's one from last week, ADVB. We had this one halting around and jumping a little bit last week. So there's a nice move higher for ADVB. Again, good moves last week. We'll see if that one winds up holding. YYAI, 100,000 shares today, and that has halted as well. So yeah, let's have a quick little look just at the broader market. I mean, we've been talking very much tech names here, but let's just go see if there's anything else rallying. We did see a big move there in financials earlier today, as we indicated. Yes, there it goes. Let's go. Money's coming in right now. Unfortunately, the market gets new lows right there, as we just shorting this TQ trade has turned out to be quite a profitable switch up over there. Okay, new position. We got to watch out for this. I don't know if I want this position in. It's Apple. Good little takedown there at 334. We'll talk about this in a second. But good move down there. That just came in real quick, man. I don't even know if that was something that we had wanted, but he'll take the long. And we talked about 334 and giving it to 335.50s. So, sorry, 333.50. But I'm already short the market, so I'm going to take out a little bit here and then take out a little bit more on the market as well. So I don't necessarily want to be in both Apple long and market short. But here we go, man. The Apple long is starting to print out. So we'll offer some more there at 36. We got it. So it's a 40-cent win here. Look, we had the bid there from that full time when we missed it back there to the upside. So here it comes right back in. So it's a good look for us on this Apple long. It's also a great look for us on this market short. I don't remember the last time we actually saw the Apple trade sort of pop the way it is. Meanwhile, the market is tanking, but there goes Apple right now upside. Here goes the market downside. So we're going to be quite nice right now. We've got a day and a half of a goal here, and we just sort of started, so it's been so far so good. It's the TQ's reversal that has meant everything to my day. We were red. And we talked about being red on this one as it fell back in, and we said, okay, well, we're going to go red on this, and we reversed into the short, so that's a monster. And here it is, man, $1. We go clubbing on Apple. Sometimes it's like bank error in your favor. We panicked out of this one real quick, thinking it was not him, but it is him. And there goes Apple right now, straight up to the upside. So SpaceX all-time low, great short over there. I know you just covered it, but that's a great short. And then we also have Apple right now that just goes clubbing right there. That's $1 on Apple, 50 cents here on the TQs. Man, this has been a very, very productive Monday. We're glad we're here with you. The short in the NASDAQ and the long in Apple. Oh boy, we've got it cooking here early.
Yeah, great one over there. And thank you, Nick Dove, for the super chat. I don't know Cora very well, but thank you for the super chat. It's your pick for the next 6 months for a move to 24, either on data or a takeover path for a 5x over the next year. Good luck today. Obviously, buying anything for a takeout is a little bit difficult, but playing, if you know your time range,
getting like Thai food for takeout.
Well, you mean like a buyout?
Oh, yeah. Buyout. Okay.
You mean for a buyout, obviously. Unfortunately for me, you can't reverse with a single order. Here, you've got to get out of a long position and then try the reverse. So I didn't actually get filled on the SLV reversal here. Just leave the order on the off chance that we're able to get in. But this is absolutely flushing. SpaceX is about to break $110.
Ooh,
that's pretty nasty. DRAM, and all of the memory names are absolutely flushing, DRAM included. So when I see, Bitcoin's about to lose VWAP. I didn't pay for BM&R shorts here today, but I'm going to, because that's only now breaking trend. So I wanted to find something that fit the thesis, but hasn't completely fallen apart and can join the party. So I'm going to quickly pay for locates on BM&R because in this reversal, I would have taken Bitcoin short if it had popped higher than it did, but it did not. Do we have free locates? I should always check first. No, we don't. I knew we didn't. We'll probably pay less than 1 cent per share for these as this is about to break that flag. So remember, everybody, everyone got excited for the market gapping up and oil being down. Yeah, it doesn't matter. The market has been a sell for quite some time.
Oh, that's for sure. I mean, we actually mentioned, and we'll do the old Barry Horowitz and tap ourselves on the shoulder here because we had talked about the sell happening early, and that's exactly what happened. I mean, I didn't think we'd get to, I even said, I don't think we're going to get to red today. That was going to be a wrong call because boy, oh boy, are we getting there real quick. And we're just going to take advantage of this move and just start to cover, man. We are at 2 times our daily goal right there and turned red, right? We turned red early and then we just flattened it out, went short. And again, don't get stuck. As Neil said, sometimes you wish you double reversed an order or whatever you did. We actually took a little bit of time before, getting into the short. So we didn't let like our FOMO of the long being wrong there hit us. We breathe, we take a couple breaths, we find this name and we short it again. We talked about this move, right? Our stop was always 30 cents. So there's a 30-cent stop for $1 win. So it's a 3-to-1 right there. And we actually have a decent percentage still on board here as we're trying to make new lows in the NASDAQ. So one more out here at 40, why not? You take that out and you get it, and then you go long on the strong name, and then that's another win right there for our good friend on AAPL, as right now that one's rocking higher. So man, what a day this is turning out to be. We will go over many different names when we get back here. I want to do like a little bit of a sector watch as well, but for right now, we do have Adara back at the desk. Let's see what she's up to.
Very happy to be back with you all, but the market not having too good of a morning, as Sean mentioned. S&P 500 right now, maybe trying to bottom out at least temporarily. Looks like we could be getting our first green 15-minute candle of the day after 2 sharply red 15-minute candles, but the candle is young. We still have roughly 14 minutes to go. Let's take a look at the NASDAQ, looking almost identical here to the S&P 500. And in the case of NASDAQ, actually much worse. Looks like we almost entirely closed this gap to the upside. A lot of these gaps up in the market had to do with a decline in oil, USO dropping pretty sharply here. The U.S. pausing, sounds like here, strikes against Iran after 2 straight weeks of nightly strikes. Could be getting some kind of talks between the U.S. and Iran, though Iran has actually denied this. Take a look here at Microsoft. You've got MSFT, Apple, Amazon, and Meta in focus. All 4 of those Mag 7 companies are going to be reporting earnings here within the next week. So you've got Wednesday and Thursday 4 earnings for these Mag 7 names. Keep an eye on these names. You also have ASML. ASML leading some of the other chip names, including NVIDIA, to the downside. Long story short, the information reporting that ASML could be facing some competition with China trying to make their own domestic DUV lithography machines. So stay posted. We'll keep you guys posted if we hear anything else, and keep an eye on these chip names today. Also keep an eye on the show. You can hit the like, hit the subscribe, and stick with us all day as we send you back over to Sean and Neil.
Yeah, I just turned over to Joe there, and because I was talking to Neil about it, we were talking to you guys about it. I'm like, I can't believe what's happening here. Apple's now $250 in the money. Like, I really wish that we had, believed in that a little bit more instead of panicking out of it. And what I mean by panicking out of it is like I couldn't, when it came in, I was only thinking short, right? And so when that sort of came through, I was like, we don't necessarily want to lose what we've made here on the short by taking a stab at Apple there. But I think this just goes to show you like the patience pays. And that's actually what I just tweeted out here not too long ago. And we had mentioned Apple earlier, and it was right into there, 331 long, but that never hit. But the idea that we talked about was keep playing the momentum into earnings there. So we were very, very patient, and we just tweeted this out. That was a couple minutes ago when Apple was only at 335. It's now at 337. Apple's all the way up here right now. But that was, patience paying there with Apple. We take that long at 334. And again, it's not even a name that I can be like, I was that confident in because we did exit out of it. But there it goes, wow, right back up to highs as the market looking to bleed. And I do have an out here at 70 to get out of 25% of what we have left here. But it's a nice downside play there. And we do have to remind everybody that you can also trade like this if you have access with Trade the pool. Markets have been extremely active lately, and for traders, this kind of environment creates great opportunities, more setups, yes, and more momentum. But to take advantage of these conditions, you need two things: discipline and access to capital. That's where Trade the Pool comes in. Instead of being limited by the size of your own account, traders can access, wow, this is getting even better, firm capital. That's where Trade the Pool comes in right now. You can no more fear of blowing up your personal account, no more moving your stop loss too early. This is getting to be crazy. You now can call limited risk trading with Trade the Pool. Take advantage of this volatility in today's markets without risking your own capital. It's tradethepool.com. It's one word. Please scan that QR code that you see on your screen right there. But there it is, man. There's the market now turning red, or just ticked red. Let's see if we can hold green for now. Positive by just a hair. And your boys got that short. We've got $2 in over here on a name that we love, Apple. Neil had the short there in SpaceX, as I think that's still bleeding lower, right?
Still
yeah, still one.
Well, every low is
110 could be interesting. You know, there's no doubt about that one. We're almost at 3x here, our day, so it's been a really strong start to Monday. Will the market hold these levels is the interesting thing here. So we're starting to cover a little bit. Remember, 64.70 will be a top there for me to get out. I was trying to use this little 2-bar thing here and just wait to see what happens on the 2-minute chart. So trying to cover up that last 2-minute bar would be 64.30 there. I bumped it up here into 70, into this level, but maybe we could lower it to, you know, maybe even getting a little bit out on a 50 fill. But we've taken a lot out on the way down. So let's just wait to see what winds up happening. We can hold on a little bit to our Apple. But hey, man, it's been a good day so far, and glad that everybody's here. Make sure you do hit the like, hit the subscribe everywhere that you're following us. Make sure you do that. Let them know that you found the best station now to watch your morning market moves.
Willis Addison, thank you for the super chat there, for sure. Thank you. Put it up there. Apple is on roids. Send it, market maker.
That is for sure.
Well, remember, it did this on Friday.
Exactly.
Like, it was ridiculous on Friday to the upside in the face of what was a weak market. But it is death to all of memory right now, unfortunately. DRAM.
That's because of China.
It was up 4 or 5%, and now it's -1. I don't have the China button, but I'm telling you, that is the story. China. That is what's absolutely tanking things here. No question about it. All right, I might get my opportunity here in SLV if it's going to try to bounce. Look, it already broke trend, took it above VWAP. The second it gets to VWAP, I wanted to be short. But if we just end up consolidating here, which it looks like we are, then the trend is telling you, all right, take first shot at the southbound trade in here on SLV. So I would have liked it to go all the way into the volume weighted average price. Can't reverse from a long position on a single order, so I kind of had to punch twice there and did miss. So we're going to take this short into this prior wick high, which is just above the 53. There's not a lot of strength out there, and I know a lot of times when the market is tanking, I'll tell you, hey, just look at a small cap if you want to find some. But unfortunately for the small cap traders, that EDBL opened after the halt and is continuing to make fresh lows. So it's giving up almost the entirety of the move here. Now only 65% to the upside and down at $5. So unfortunately for them, it has not looked good. We're still short BM&R, looking for the volume weighted average price. Silver we just jumped into, and SpaceX is double tapped 110. I don't want to fade it down here, not off an obvious psychological level like 110. Let it false break the low, try to bounce, and then short the pop. There hasn't really been a pop in SpaceX yet. I think it catches a bid somewhere, and the first green candle looks like an opportunity, I think, to maybe re-engage the short on that bad boy. But yeah, Nasdaq's on the verge of going into the red. It's only a matter of time before that happens. No NVIDIA bounce, no DRAM bounce, no market bounce.
Yeah, guys, the Nasdaq just did turn red, and we just made another post up there. Briefly turns red, but looks like it's back to green zone. And just before we went over to speak to Adara there, I was in the midst of telling you, like, you know, this is why we always mention, like always mention about diversity and having diversity. Yeah, diversity as well, but also diversification in your portfolio. You know,
shout out to Wu-Tang.
It's just, yeah, shout out to Wu-Tang. He's got to manage those bonds. getting on there. But yeah, diversify your portfolio with those bonds. But yeah, AMAT, we talked about, ASML is not even in here, but a big hit today for some of the industrials and some of the manufacturing names, including GE Vernova, which was actually cruising in the pre-market, right? So were many of these names. This is not to pick on any of these. I mean, Marvell, a lot of these names were upside, and I'm not even sure where they are now. But what's been working, we really like some J&J, right? We put that in our portfolio a while ago, and we actually made it one of our calls moving forward for the next 6 months. Really like some J&J. We've already got a shit ton of Eli Lilly and AbbVie in the account, so that's all working out real well, right? Today, energy, like the space, nothing wrong with it. I mean, it's actually nice to see that you're only down this percentage points here, considering that oil was down 6. We could have a quick look to see what oil is doing again, but we like XOM and some CVX there today. Market trying to rebound a bit here, which is nice. We are going to stop out of a little bit more of our shares as we start to rebound up, and we can talk about that in a minute, which we've already done. Palantir up 4, so there is strength, right? I mean, if you look at these technology service names, if you're not in DRAM, remember we are talking about the memory getting real whacked. Wow, Apple is now 250 in the money and taking out day's high right now, 337. Oracle 5% up, that's sweet. IBM, nice. They had some news there with Circle today, so that's real good. I don't know if Netflix is ever going to get out of its own way, but it's back up to $70 there. CrowdStrike. Nice to see ServiceNow going. Microsoft, good one. Microsoft we've got in our account as well, and Google. We've got all these names right there. So that's trying to bounce upside a little bit. Manufacturing, finance. Other than that, not much else to really talk about here today. There's the industrials. We did have a quick look over there. These are different. This is more standard fare here. Waste management. And I believe we have, okay, that's Halliburton over there. I don't know what they're doing in that space. Maybe that's not even Halliburton. Consumer non-durables, we saw an upgrade from Coke. I think was on the board there today as well. Coke earnings coming later on this week. Philip Morris. But yeah, here's just a little bit of an overall look. Part of the problem, pretty much all the problem. And we sold some AMD last week right at this price and again at 540. So we're done pretty well here, raising some capital in AMD. So I'm really proud of that trade, although it didn't look that great against us a little while ago. AMD downside as the NASDAQ, Neil, just took out day's low as we talked about it, potentially rallying back upside while it just took down the lows again. So I'm going to put out another bid here at 03 and take that. And yeah, let's just spin it, man. As the market gets into the gates of hell, we are really enjoying ourselves today trading to the short side of the NASDAQ and trading to the long side of Apple. So far, so good here. I'm going to take another piece out of Apple, and we'll throw it back over to Neil. But yeah, it's been a good one. And just thanks everybody in the chat today. I know there's been a busy market, and we're trading some of these names, and we're trying to show you some halting names and whatnot. But that EDBL, Neil, hasn't even... Okay,
there's no bid.
Yeah, I was going to say it opened back up, but there hasn't been much of a bid in this name, and not halting, not giving us that juice. But oh gosh, man, it's bleeding to the downside there. It's a good thing that we still got a little piece on here, about 20%. I still love that SpaceX short, and I'm interested to see where that one settles.
Huge bottoming tail candle on SpaceX. I was looking for the false break of 110 and then a possible short opportunity, but that's a huge reversal candle. I did take a trend break. I'll get to BM&R and SLV because the shorts are obviously working. But whoops. There was a trend break here in Intel. First green candle, took the shot. We got the stop at not the low of the day. It's the prior bar. So I'm going to let it bounce off of 90.20 or so for my out, and then I want to play this into the volume weighted average price. The goal here is VWAP on Intel. If it goes further than that, fantastic. We were able to did not get the low of the day bid there on SLV after that trend break. And so we got the curl, didn't really even get that last bid, but I want to play again. Play it to the low, scalp some out, and then if we break this support here, look toward the gap fill at 52.5. So scalp in here and then hold if it breaks down into 52.5. BM&R is trying to get into VWAP, but SpaceX, I'm telling you, yeah, that actually, I'm glad we didn't short this because that looks like an actual reversal to the long side on SpaceX. That's looking really strong here off that 110 hold. You wanted to see a false break and then it come back down and take it a second time. They didn't. They're just buying it up in front of the 110 here on SPCX. Heavy all-time low candle on that bad boy. So I'm guessing you can call it a capitulation bottom, but maybe every $5 is just going to be a spot where they try to defend it on SpaceX for better or for worse. It's been for worse for a while.
Oh, yes. Yeah, Marissa's messaging me. Yeah, 3650. Yeah, 3650. Okay, I got to change my sticky note. Apparently, I had written down on here. Marissa helps me put it up there on Instagram. She says I wrote down the wrong price for IBIT. 3650. It's supposed to be. What do I have on here? 3850. Yes, she is right once again. What a surprise. Yeah, so there's a look
That's a little
on
bit higher.
IBIT there. Yeah, long 3650 on IBIT, not 3850. But shout out to my wife for pointing that out to me. Okay, so that would be that. All right, so we're gonna watch out. It doesn't matter now as IBIT is currently rocking and rolling to the downside. I'm gonna cancel and find out how much. I mean, this is really starting to be special now. I mean, we just got it. Oh, we didn't. Sorry, I'm bidding 62s. This is really starting to get pretty nasty to the downside here as China has invaded. I said that last week too. Has invaded this RAM side of things. EDBL.NQ. With CXMT just came to market now is a huge holding over there in China. We did see ASML, they're coming after their machinery as well. So EDBL, we're gonna try 100 shares. We're gonna see how much this costs to get short. And a big shout out thank you to Luis for joining us here in the chat. He was there earlier. It's come way better now. Now it's only $4 to short edible. So meaning it's only 5 cents right now for EDBL. So which was 30 cents back at the beginning of the day. Now, Luis, if you're looking, there it is. Nice downside play there for EDBL. Only 5 cents worth now here if you're trading with us at Real Trading. You could put in your request to go short, and definitely worth it, I would say. I mean, anytime you could, 5 cents, I mean, come on. Don't be shy, don't be a ruin or anything like that. If you want to look at this, pay the 5 cents, man. It's pretty cheap. Even if you pay it for 500 shares.
Then if it bounces again,
it's 25 bucks.
Because it'll go up again if it bounces that price.
Yeah, so it's just, look, if it's not your style, it's not really mine nor Neil's, but we're still looking for opportunities in this space. So that's why I wanted to call it up, and it's only 5 cents right now. So I think
I don't like those short.
Yeah, that's the thing. So we'll just wait for it. But just want to give you that update. I wasn't sure myself. So there is the update on EDBL. Now much more affordable if you are here at Real Trading. And if you are looking, I don't know where the book is. We do have the Real Trading book. Well, here it is right here. By Daniel Schleffer. You can go check this one out right there. Still 99 cents until August 10th on Amazon. Amazon. Their Audible books right there. You can go grab it right now for just what's it called? Kindle? Is that what it is? On Amazon there for $1. Talks about the rise of the machines and how humans do still have obviously a very important part: idea generation, liquidity.
It's a very good read, and I mean certainly I'd say at all levels, because it does a very good job of breaking down some market fundamentals for anyone that's interested. So I read it on my on the vacation to London. Just very quick, we're gonna get to that super chat, but we took our shot at Intel. We'll say it's gonna be a fail for INTC. There was a trend break. There's the prior bar low. Not letting it break 90 on me. Just don't want it to even happen. I'm gonna allow myself basically just that prior bar. Same thing with SLV, like more of a flat trade there because we got the low and then a pretty tight stop on that. We have Chain Reactor, made some money on QBTS. That was a nice little run. Remember, D-Wave had their own news today. There was that AT&T partnership, expansion of the partnership. I didn't recall seeing any financial details, but we didn't get a chance to do too many technicals on this. It's right. Our daily chart is kind of jacked up on QBTS because it's only showing today. So if you show it here, it's this 18 break that's so key. As long as it holds on to 18, that's a monster level there for QBTS. And I think it did a very good job of it. I still don't know why we don't have data for this for today. It's not like it went to the NASDAQ.
It must have.
No, it was. I thought it went to the NASDAQ a while. Maybe it did.
It must have.
I could be wrong. But yeah, we don't have any data in our charts before, because whenever they switch, we don't get that update. Unfortunately, it doesn't go back and then show you. Same thing with like Facebook and Meta and the same deal. Like it's like the stock doesn't exist. But QBTS, I like the 18 level. Candidly, I own shares of that stock, so not to talk on my own book, but I'm not buying at these levels either. I think that stock is like a shot, play, hold. If it goes, it goes. But understand that could be worth zero. It's kind of like SMR. Easily could be worth a big fat zero, which is what I will give the BM on our trade. We shorted it, but once it broke 18, If I'm taking a trend break, it's the prior bar high, not the high of the day. Looks like the high of the day is held, so I will jump back in and see if it can hold again. But I had my stop at the prior bar, hence why would you get out there? Yeah, because I play with the prior bar exit point. I'm going to jump in here, maybe give it to the 18, because as the market still goes, you're at a resistance spot here. So as far as I'm concerned, I don't see a reason why we should be holding up so well in BMNR. Although Tom Lee's got to be happy.
This is, he must be. I have no idea what's going on here with Apple, guys, but now it's 350 in the money, and really leading the way here for me is Apple. But I mean, the bigger trade P&L wise, and I've, right here, I'm just telling you, I made 4x, maybe 5x on this short than we did on Apple, right? Apple was just a first half a unit take. This was 3 or 4 units. As we were very, pretty confident there. And it's funny because we didn't even get our last short that we wanted there on the TQs, as this one's near the lows. All right, Adara, it's 10:20. Let's go find out what you're all about over there.
We're doing the small cap recap, but I also want to talk about this. BKR on watch. Baker here has reported earnings this morning. As you guys can see, gap up. Decent volume, about 3 million shares traded on the day. So for a name like this, not too bad here. We also just got some comments from the conference call for the earnings report saying that the Iran conflict impact is expected on certain projects, though supply chains are likely to be offset by strength elsewhere. So kind of a mixed look here coming from BKR during their earnings call. Regardless, lots of strength here for the stock. Let's take a look at VTAK, Catheter Precision. As you guys can see, a lot of highs and lows here for VTAK this morning. This name has rallied in the past. You've got a $1.06 million market cap, 1.21 million share float, and a 47.5% short float. So very significant short float. EDBL, this name has really fallen from grace here, but this catalyst is certainly worth noting, so let's talk about it again. Edible Garden expanding their fresh cut herb distribution with Walmart across the Mid-Atlantic. You also have here a $3.1 million market cap and a 630,000 share float. Last but not least, ENTX and Terra Bio in focus, announcing the pricing of their oversubscribed $275 million private placement. This name has a $170.5 million market cap and a 40 million share float. So less significant float and market cap here. Again, update here with their private placement. Back to you.
Thank you very much there, Adara. It's already 10:20. That's where we're just looking at those small caps. It's crazy. Time does fly. Throw up that super chat if we can. Andre, I'm not on the right page for it because we got one. I haven't looked at Alphabet, but there's West Palm Beach Trade saying thank you for the Alphabet trade there.
Never a problem. Never a problem. Thank you for watching, more importantly.
What up, West Palm Beach?
There, Mr. West
Can't
Palm.
tell where you're from.
I think maybe West Palm Beach. Yeah. But look, I mean, obviously you're talking about, and I just said this, last week I was sitting here and I just went long at 320 on this stock. I mean, the minute that we missed on earnings there, and we dropped through this 200 period moving average, we could have had a better price, obviously 316, 317 there, but I'm not going to crowd for spilled milk. This was always going to be quite the large holding. And I mean, all we did was sell AMD at an average price of 520 or so and put it into Google. So you can clearly see selling AMD at 520 and you could see what this has done, right? We were sort of wondering if we made a mistake when we got some out at 495 and it ripped right back up to the north side there. But, all is well now as we've sort of, purposely raised some capital to do these moves, right? And it's just I wanted to get shorter in the AI race and longer in Google. And I do want to get into some Intel. And we did mention that a trade, I mean, I'm already in Intel, but we've obviously sold a decent percentage of this as well. If I don't like AMD, I mean, you can imagine what my thing here when Intel is. But still looking to get some Intel long. But that was a great break. We talked about sort of the pre-market break and that low break there from Friday. And there it is, man, now breaking through $92 and looks like that even wants to get lower now is Intel down 3.5%. Looking for some buy spots there. So if West Palm Beach, if you're looking, I will be buying some Intel and I'll let you know when. But we still do have a little bit of a drop down. Obviously, the 200 period is going to be a spot that I'm going to look at. So, that is a possibility there as well. I'm most excited for this week. Not most excited. I already talked about how Apple has now just Google's probably my biggest holding now just because of that ad, but definitely looking at some SoFi because this has been one that, we've struggled with recently, trying to find out where SoFi belongs in the portfolio. And it's had a real rough day, rough ride, I should say, in SoFi. So looking to see if we can correct some wrongs here with some SoFi trades into this next quarter. So SoFi right here, not doing the best and looking to see if they can come up with a number. And that number, of course, would be on, I think it was Thursday or Wednesday before market for SoFi. So yeah, looking to see if we can get some love in SoFi at that time. But yeah, that's what I'm trying to do right here. And just making sure that we're chill on this position. And it did have a nice move up to 1750, still up 3%. So maybe another name to look at here, SoFi, trying to give me some ways there. But yeah, that's going to be one there. All right, OpenAI's Altman.
Well, we already know this. I mean, they're reviewing new models with senior officials. Yeah, well, do all that review and figure out why you're hacking everybody. They didn't, like how long it took them for that, even realize that they had made that hack. So again, I actually don't think, and we were talking about this earlier, at this point, you're just not going to see that IPO this year. That's what the logic is telling you. Market sentiment's one part of it, for sure. What has happened to SpaceX has got to be a big part of it as well. So we could see Anthropic. We probably don't see them. There is one IPO this week. And shout out to the viewers for reminding us of this one. It's not C-Square. It was
Circle.
Shoot, no, not Circle. Dang it. No, I don't see it on the board anymore. Let me just refresh it. No, where are you? There's Jersey Mike's. There it is. I had to scroll up for some reason all the way top there. Yeah, Jersey Mike's is coming at the end of the month here. So Thursday, we're going to get Jersey Mike's. Maybe something non-tech is the way to go, and it'll have a little bit of a better extension. The long off the open is one thing, but you will want to see some of these IPOs actually do something the day after, and the day after that, and not just fall all over themselves, continuing to die. The M&R finally pulls back into VWAP, but we did get stopped out at that prior bar high. It doesn't break the high of the day we move the stop to, so we'll probably just scalp this inside, look for a break of the volume weighted average price, zoom it out, 17.25 to 17.3 looks like a bit of a zone if it loses that volume weighted average price. SLV pretty much doing the same thing. If you're looking at what's going on overall in crypto, that's back at the lows, which is one of the reasons I think BMR can come back all the way in here. But until DRAM catches some kind of a bid, it is really these memory names that are getting smoked. 3% from gapped up to now down and breaking the LOD. Yeah, yikes is the only way to think about it. Tesla, we like Tesla for a short at 327. Obviously, this has no chance to get there. But there's always the other side of the play for Tesla. The low right now says 306 from Friday, but that 300 psychological level could be a place to look for some kind of a bounce play on Tesla. Remember, their earnings, not the best. Like, you can say all you want about Alphabet's earnings being good, but Tesla had those dropping margins, which the market didn't like whatsoever. And it's been selling off ever since. So this was actually a fundamental reason to see this stock fall.
Yeah, Tesla's a name that really I haven't even thought about since their earnings call. I'm not impressed with my holdings over there, but we'll just let it float around. I mean, we do know that we've ridden Tesla for a very long time, so the profits are there, but they've been disappearing. We will hit the siren up and around because we're getting lighter and lighter, man. We just covered some more down there at 63.12s. I think it's a good time to do a roll call. I just asked everybody how their day's going. We have a lot of positivity there in the chat for how today's treating many of you, and I guess you must have ridden that short. And it's always nice when things start to trend, right? Like in Apple, we talked about that one was one of our number one ideas on there, as was the Google longs. We've already gotten some nice thank yous for all that. But hey, let's go here. What's up, Bob Loblaw? We talked about that. What's up to Bob Loblaw on there as well, the owner of Loblaw's. Micron right there, good one for DJ there. Mixmaster J, we want to shout out everybody that we also see on TikTok as well. Blicky Spears, thank you. You're always there and always providing us with some great content as well. Rudy's there, Electrical Trades. Here's your chance, man. Anybody on TikTok, write it in there. I gotta find you right now. What's up to Sam? What's up to Jay Bronson? Welcome to have you back there. It's Jay Bronson, my guy over there. Joe says shablamo over there for you on that one. Chasing Zero. Cryptonomics is here as well. Big Wick Energy. We love that energy around here. Marcus as well. Easy peasy. There you are, easy peasy. Shout out to you. Thank you so much for your contributions to the stream as well. But by the way, man, the NASDAQ, as we do this, is really starting to tank down through. Now, shout out to everybody that's there. Algo Assassin, Future Eddie, man. Maybe you can, if you can see the future, please let me know right there. And the one, the only 8883 says, hey. So thank you so much. And we do have this consolidated feed just to show everybody, if you zoom back out of that right now, I'll just show everybody what it looks like on my screen right there. Andre, yeah. So we're looking at this right here and making sure that we're able to see everybody as we go along. Not just everybody from YouTube, everybody around the world, no matter where you are with us. But the bleed is on, and that is the NASDAQ just continues to get nastier and nastier as we're now 250 in the money. And this one, if you're talking about trading handles here, again, this is the TQs, not necessarily the market. That's a short that we started at 937. So if you go back over here and you just look at like the NASDAQ at 937, where were we, man? We were right up here. That's 28,600. You're now down to 28,122. So this is a 450 handle move straight to the downside right there on the NASDAQ with really no bouncing in sight. So hopefully some of you guys have this, as it looks like the NASDAQ is really starting to give it up, and we've done quite well, man. We're holding on to a little bit left on Apple just to see where this goes, 5% left there, and the TQs, yeah, now we're getting less. We're in about 5% of the TQs as well. So, you know, not looking great there on that side, but so far so good as we run the gauntlet to the short side. And all it took was a little bit of patience, man. Have the ability to flip it up. And we're glad that you guys are with us now. We're glad that there's some green traders out there. And hey, man, if you're not green, don't worry about it. It's still early. It's 10:30, and it doesn't matter. One day is one day. We'll be back here tomorrow. And the midday show's about to pick up here as well. This YA just keeps on halting. Nothing going on there. And unfortunately, Edible, one name that we thought
it's dead
could be a halter, still is not.
Well, it did halt twice.
Yeah.
It just halted in the wrong direction. The other one that's a bit of a dog is actually, it's kids. Now, we didn't mention this one. Well, it was already losing VWAP and pulling back. That's why it didn't look as good as Edible. Let's be real for a second. But their CEO of this penny stock basically came out and said, we have cash on hand 3x the market cap. Sent the stock up, came right back underneath VWAP and right back into where it started. This could be another potential like dead cat bounce if there is a fundamental story. So like 40 to 42 if it gets all the way to the bottom. I think there could be a little something there. And also people are throwing some other ones in there like ENTX as well. But like the bleed is starting to extend to like even things that were strong. That said, I'm going to stick with like 17.25 to 17.3 is going to be the out for BMR, but we just continue to flush lower. Tesla gone. We already talked about DRAM a little bit there. One name that we have not really gone over as much since the open, lost the $200 level, now at $199, is NVIDIA. The thing about NVIDIA is this is good value. It bounced off the 200 period before. That sits at 100, I don't think, maybe we get there, maybe we don't. It's about 194 to 94.5. So if that sees the 200 period today or tomorrow, I think NVIDIA is a buy there. You can't tell me that as cheap as these guys have gotten. Like just look at Intel's quarter. Like Intel, we called Intel a good quarter. These guys, their CPU growth, which is what bread and butter is for Intel, was significantly better than theirs, and they come at a cheaper multiple. So ultimately, this stock gets down about $4 more, and you're getting into a level that it's held precipitously, which is at 200 SMA on NVIDIA. Maybe we get there today, maybe we get there tomorrow, but I think it's a buy there.
All right, let's see here first. Dip buying on some NVIDIA, I don't mind that idea at all. Yeah, TQs continue to go down, and I just tweeted out as well that I guess it wasn't a horrible idea to sell some AMD last week. That's down 7% right here. Wait till they report, and we see what kind of goods they're talking about. AMD, downside, forever downside. No, just joking. It's been a great stock, obviously, AMD. I think there could get a little bit of a bounce in Amazon here. At these levels, it's just made a new low, well, tried to make a new low actually into that level of 233, and we stopped completely that, almost on a dime twice at 233. I mean, that's 233.20s, but, comes right in early, bounces back up $2, doesn't get there. Now with NASDAQ pressure, I mean, this NASDAQ has completely flipped itself on its head, right? I mean, so we don't really need to worry about Amazon going downside too much further from here, I don't think. Down right now, still up, but down on the move, and giving us a good buy zone there at 233 for AMZN. Yeah, man, and you guys had that there. Yeah, you're welcome. I mean, for the TQQ trade, you guys in the chat there. I mean, it's been, like I said, it's been a day maker there for me. I'm going to stop out of Apple if we take out, I mean, I was looking at this 50 period, sorry, this 25 period moving average rate into there, but, we were lucky enough to get, I mean, it was, look, we were sitting there, obviously getting the low wick of the day there on Apple is pretty lucky, but it was just a matter of sitting there at 33. We're at 33.05, I believe there, or 334.05. We caught it, was really surprised by it, wasn't sure I liked it at the time. I mean, the NASDAQ was bleeding down, but Apple still remains pretty strong. So let's use this as our stop out right there. Remember, this stop was 30 cents to give us $3. That's 10 to 1 right there. We got to be happy when we make trades like that. And I'm going to cancel my stop and go to 336. Just use this. Actually, let's just use 50s. 336, because we don't have very much left. 336.49. We'll give this one about of a buck downside there if it does wind up bleeding. I mean, all that's going to happen is this position is just maturing up into, for me, it might be the trade of the week and it's only Monday. Like, this has been a big one here. It's a big P&L name for me as it just continues to go downside here. Too bad. Not too bad, but we got a lot out there as we broke lower, but it's been a really good hold into some of these lows. So far, actually so good here as we wait to see, potential moves lower here in the NASDAQ. And yeah, as we mentioned, to each their own. You never knew which way to go early, I feel like. And Google started us off with such a nice run there. Now it's pulling way back, right? So Google, Amazon, strong names that I think have runways higher might be the names to buy if there's a rebound here in the NASDAQ. We're already long Apple. So you still got the short BMR. And I know you rode that SpaceX nicely to the downside there. And we'll have to look at IBIT. It's coming right back into 64.6 again.
Well, we got to look at SpaceX too, according to Cheese in a Chair, because he just got off the phone with the janitor at SpaceX. Okay, what's the janitor saying? He says he wants his Ferrari ASAP, but he has to wait until August 6th.
Yeah, he does.
Right. Well, August 6th is going to be a very important day where I don't know what they're going to tell us that makes us feel better about the stock, but the good news for SpaceX is probably how much it's bled going into earnings. It's where you've come from more than sometimes what the report is going to be, because what the heck are they supposed to report to us? Right. So like at this point, they're at 109. You follow this trend, I still think they're at 80. SpaceX. Like all roads are leading to something with an 8 handle on it before we get to those earnings. And at that point, like you've almost got cut in half from the 150 level. So, maybe it's got a little bit of a pep in its step after, especially the lockup too. Like sell the news here might be buy on SpaceX.
We actually, let's go. Pound the sirens again, my guys. There it goes right now. It is your sticky note trade number 2 here. IBIT long 36.50. So there it goes. Okay, we got it now. Oh, you got the money dropping over there as well. There we go. We got the I got money there. I get money from 50 coming through there. Thanks, Fabian, for doing that. But there's IBIT. There's the bid. There's the offer. It just came right in. I like that one, Fabian. That was a good one. But IBIT right now kicking it just a little bit higher. I don't know if 50 cents involved in Bitcoin or not, but we are right here. And we'll take a little bit out there at 62s, and then we'll wait to see if it goes a little higher. Remember our stop on this, man? I'm going to give this one 10 cents off of the posted level of 50s. So this may fall out. I want to take advantage of it. It's a level that we wrote down, so we're going to definitely hit that. We'll see if it gets going up to the upside right there. And then, this one's the I get money one, because this TQ's just hit the lows there again at $62. And the long-term account is not getting any money, but this is definitely bleeding out right now for us on the market, and that is the NASDAQ. What is ES even doing right now? ES is like, hey man, we're in a completely different world altogether. ES only down 0.2 right now as the NASDAQ just absolutely bleeding all over itself, brought to you by the likes of Lip Bhutan and Intel down another 4 and change right there, right, as that gets lower. Brought to you by Lisa Su and AMD. Brought to you by Jensen and NVIDIA. I mean, this is down 8%. Wow, man, that was great. I was feeling bad about that AMD sell. And there's NVIDIA down 4% there as well. Let alone, Neil, we haven't even looked at ARM or any of these other names.
Well,
probably getting crushed.
You know exactly where ARM is going to be. It's just not as far down as I would have expected given this bloodbath. It's red, obviously, but only 2.5% down for ARM. I can't figure a reason why, like Marvell's 5, Intel's 5, SMCI's 4. It's not as bad as NVIDIA, but think of it this way. It's already pulled back so far. I think that's the story. If something has already been dumped super hard, maybe it's got a little bit less room to go. But if you want to know why there's some strength in the ES, there's some interesting names that are up top that are strong today. Obviously, you can talk about Microsoft and Apple, Alphabet, but the IGV, Palantir.
Yeah.
Palantir is actually, well, I don't want to be jinxing it. This is usually that time of day. If I point out something relatively strong, then I'm jinxing it. Palantir only just lost VWAP after breaking out this morning. So if we see chips down, it's usually meant that there is some get up in some of the software names. And that's kind of what you're seeing. Like the IGV chart is identical to Palantir's chart. So I want to respect these names. Could have a nice little bounce play here. Maybe Palantir is probably a better opportunity than IGV in general. Maybe not as strong, but you like a bull flag and then break this trend. The IGV is kind of holding VWAP a little bit better. But I think these turn into we sold back in, break it back out to the upside here. Realistically, they're also making some higher lows on the daily chart as well. The only thing I'm in right now is now with a trailing stop, and that's going to be BM&R. So it got almost to the target, which was at 30 level, like right in here. That's the low from, I believe, Wednesday. And if it breaks this consolidation up, I'm out. Otherwise, hold it for a little bit more of a jaunt to the downside. But yeah, look at those software names. They're the other place you're going to find a little bit of buying.
All right. We try to find a little bit of buying there in IBIT. It does give us our 50 fill. So we're taking some more outs here at 57 and 58 on the way back to the upside here as we wait to see if we do get a little bit of love back up. Remember, our stop was always going to be 10 cents. So if this breaks 40, we're going to get out. So if we can actually just start to cash out a little bit on this, I think that would be worth it because the market seems to be falling down here. We'll take another fill right there so we get that one as well up there at 59. So we are getting less and less. I'm actually already out of half of this trade already for IBIT. So it'd be a good one. We'll just put it back into our account right now. And wow, this market is now 350. This trade is almost 1,000 handles now, 1,000 NASDAQ points in the money as we have just gone from up 1.5% right here all the way to the downside, and the bleeding is continuing, man. And I don't know when it's going to stop, as we had said, most of the bellwethers here not holding up. So yeah, not good. Every bounce, man, met by more selling in the space. So yeah, happy to be here with you guys today. It's been a real good one. Yeah, 200 MA. Yeah, good call there, Salvador. We do have to go back to Dara, so we'll talk to her in a couple seconds. But yeah, this is the name that's interesting me the most right here. But hey, man, we're 20 minutes away from getting to the gym. I'm not going to sit here and take anything. I'm now at right now, where's my money storm right there? We're at 3x our day right now. So it's been a good day so far. It's a good hour of trading, needless to say here, for the account. So, and the market is still going lower, by the way, which I should take another take out here. And this is what we're trying to do, man. Hold these plays for longer. And I think we did a pretty good job here today with the NASDAQ as we go over to the desk with Adara.
I think if you look at this board here versus the market, it becomes increasingly clear that this market is so reliant on tech that if we have a little bit of pullback in aspects of tech, the entire NASDAQ will crumble. Now, S&P 500 relatively flat, but NASDAQ down 1%. And as you can see here, there are areas of tech that are actually quite strong, specifically technology services. I do not see a single red name here. Sorry, there's one here, this AKAM, Akami, pulling back. Everything else, though, pretty strong here in tech services, with Oracle up 5%, CRM up nearly 6%, same with Adobe, same with Synopsys. Oh, sorry, this is Accenture. Synopsys, though, also up 4.5%. So if you were one of those tech names that got hit pretty hard during the SaaSmageddon, you might be doing okay today. You also will be doing okay today if you're retail trade. health technology, consumer services, commercial services, finance, consumer non-durables. Now, the areas that are struggling a lot are the semiconductor and memory plays. You've got an electronic tech here, NVIDIA down 4%, Micron down 7%, Dell down 5.5%, AMD down 9%, Intel, SanDisk, Western Digital, STX, anything that is memory related or chip related, very likely getting hit today. Producer manufacturing also struggling here with Caterpillar, LRCX, GEV, and AMAT sharply to the downside. Energy minerals red. We know that oil pulling back here as the U.S. and Iran, according to some sources, apparently trying to negotiate. According to Iran, they're not doing that. Regardless, oil pulling back. Transportation also weaker today. Back to you.
Thank you, Adair. And well, it might be the worst day for the market momentum is a good one for Netflix. I suppose that's the way it's going to go. We always talk about this as sometimes it only ever catches a bid when everything else is dying. But you look at that trend, and I get a little bit skeptical. Like at some point, you put up or shut up. That flat bottom break on Netflix is now 30 cents away from that prior low. So this one is probably set up. It's about 71.20, 71 quarters or so. If the market eventually catches a bid, I think some of these strong names might reverse. So there's one that gives you a little bit of a resistance spot for it. SpaceX is 108 now. Might see 105 in here today. Like the bleed for this, ignore the 50 period, that's not real. The bleed for this is just getting absolutely nasty. Every $5 psychologically on SpaceX just feels like a potential bounce zone. And we said there have not been many green candles to try to get a bounce off of. The next one will be the first opportunity to do so at this point. And Grenfell, will Tesla hit 300 today? That's the only place psychologically that I would even think about along. Because I think 280 is the spot here on Tesla. Like start thinking, forget about we've already lost this. 280 is right in here where it was holding the higher lows from July. So that's the level that I'm looking at for Tesla. Seemingly, it's the last spot where there was consecutive buying. Like, it wasn't just one wick bottom. There were buyers down in the 280s for a couple of months. Last time we were there in July, about a year ago. So yeah, it feels like that's where we're headed to.
Yeah, and just FYI to everybody, the Qs, we're starting to cover a little bit more. I'm getting flat on this, and we have half of our IBIT position. Hopefully this won't fall out and become a loser, but it looks like it's falling down. I am not reloading it. I mean, we talked about getting out. We actually had some more opportunities to get out again in the high 50s, so we're going to do that. And we just did, bless you, we just did cover some more rate down into there as well. So yeah, so far so good. There was another name. You just mentioned something there. Oh, ASML halted downside over there in Europe. It's down 10% there, I guess. I just heard in my ear that ASML had halted. So I guess it's halted over in Europe right now, but there it goes to the downside, down 7% today. One of ASML's worst days that I can remember here, and it's not on a good story, man. I think it's going to get worse. I just heard into my ear that ASML was halted on the downside. So I don't know, maybe it didn't. But there it is right now, ASML right now, 1,600 coming right for you. Yeah, it's not like it's that bad. I mean, we have seen many of these names where we look over and it's like you're just back to June lows. And so ASML is just one of those. I just think it's one of those names that we're not really used to seeing getting hurt that bad. But today, the story there, of course, in China. And Adair, if you want to relay that story as well, competitor there in China building similar machines, I believe?
Yeah, so basically a Chinese firm, in order to help reduce China's reliance on ASML, they're apparently starting mass production of their first UV lithography machines. Now, apparently, output, as I was seeing described, is, quote, tiny. The source is also the information, which we know has sometimes not been viewed as the most accurate, though I think some of those issues have gone away over the last couple of months. Haven't heard too much more about that inaccuracy issue, but either way, that's coming from the information earlier today.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I'm not, I'm not too worried about it. I'm not a shareholder. I'm worried. We've seen this before, right? I mean, with the release of DeepSeek, with the release of Kimi over there in the last couple of weeks, and that's been a big talk there as Huawei and some of the China names start to really pick up a little bit of steam. I don't, like I said, I've already sold the positions I want to sell. And other than that, man, we'll try to pick up some Marvell. Like, I'm not afraid. I don't think we all need to be like too afraid of China. It's just they are a big player, and they've always been, and especially when it comes down to technology. And we do have President Xi coming end of August. I believe that story was one that was reported last week. So it could be. It's definitely not beginning of August because that's next week. So coming through, we'll see if there's some sort of a deal that's reached there and some more positive talk on tariffs and whatnot. I think we can all benefit from that and hearing some positivity coming from President Trump about some China deals. So I took advantage of that, and we just mentioned getting out of our queues. So, we had done that. We'll take another piece right now. Let's get the rest out here on a 63 break. We've really followed this 25 period all the way down. So it looks like we're going to break it now, but we already have enough outs there. So let's go 63, and that will be the end of that one, and we'll wrap up that trade right there alone. So it's going to be a really good one there. We start off the week pretty hot. It's only 10:48. Once again, man, we never got the what's for lunch, so we'll have to skip that segment until that starts to come back through. But yeah, we'll cancel the TQs. You just saw me put it out there. 63.01 as we'll go to the gym, and we'll come back and see where this is. But that's what we're doing now. And then we just got another fill on IBIT. It came right back up to 57. So just trying to get some out. I don't have the confidence in this IBIT trade to hold it for too far. So we're going to get out some 58s. Then I have some topside 64 and 67. And after that, if we can get back up into VWAP, then we'll take the rest out there in the 80s. But yeah, just 3 for 3. Apple was a banger, obviously, to the upside there. This is a big one. The Qs, which is TQs, but the shorting of the NASDAQ there was a big one. And then we'll just wait to see with IBIT. But we should be able to play with house money now. So it should be a good day overall. Just 3 names over here.
Yeah, and by the way, I don't know what's going on with IBIT, but I just trailed out of sneeze. I just trailed out of BMNR as it finally broke back above. It's not the first green candle, but it's the first one to completely engulf and break back out the prior. So we're out. It's underneath VWAP, which is fine. We'll take another shot at it. But DRAM for the lows just made another trend break. We tried on Intel when it did a trend break, and then DRAM did this heavy trend. So this is from basically the opening range, which is about 10 o'clock. There's that trend down. I tried to snag it here through 60s, didn't, got 89s, left the 60 bid in just to try to get swept up, and we're looking for almost halfway to VWAP and then the volume weighted average price. So there's like 3, including these 2 green candles from that drop, like one here, and then the first bounce on this heavy bottom here on DRAM. Whether you're looking at Micron, whether you're looking at SK Hynix, they've all done basically the same little bottom in here. We're going to go back up to the desk. We've got Adara and Money Talks.
Oh, good.
Money Talks. But are we listening? Let's take a look here at the US dollar. This is the 3rd straight green day for the DXY. Though it's interesting, these highs are actually getting slightly lower each of these 3 days. We actually opened here around 101.3 for the DXY, then dropped all the way down to 101.1, bouncing up here to 101.5 around where we're currently trading. Now, this US dollar, we've obviously been making higher highs and higher lows if we zoom out here, starting with January 27th, that low we had there. So about 6 months here of a gradual uptrend on the DXY. But even right now here, if you go in just like a tighter time frame, over the last month or so, starting with this high we made in June, specifically June 24th, we pull back, now we're trying to bounce. So let's see if we can break that high from June 24th. The next level to break would then be this high we made last May of 2025, that around 102. Looks like we're trying to curl potentially higher on the DXY, some technical levels to keep an eye on. Let's take a look here at the CME FedWatch tool, because things are getting really interesting when it comes to the rate decision that we could be getting on Wednesday, July 29th, with the FOMC meeting. Sean and Neil were both saying at this point you've got about, 2/3 chance that we'll get rates held, 1/3 chance that we'll get a hike. That is remaining the case today. Almost 40% now chance, 38% or so, that we'll get a hike. But if you go to probabilities, we're also still seeing the chance that we get 2 hikes throughout 2026. So the first hike still expected to come through in September of 2026, then the December meeting set to potentially give us our 2nd hike of the year. After that, rates expected to be held steady for the time being. But as we know, some big economic data coming out later this week. I believe we're going to get PCE, I think, on Friday. So that's certainly going to be Thursday. That's going to be one to watch. That also, though, does come after the July right decision one day after. So interesting look here, lots of data to keep an eye on as we head into the back half of the year. Back to you.
Sharif just came in and was like, what the hell's going on with this Apple entry? This was just, we just sat there at 334, man. I mean, I talked about the 200 period moving average. Shout out to Salvador as well. Thanks, Adara, for doing such good work back there, by the way. We talked about it right here. And I see Sia in the building. Glad to have her back again, of course, today. After filling in for Adara quite nicely last week. I want to say thank you to Sia for that. But there's 325, good hold, and the 200 period. Again, it wasn't, you know, you would have lost on this if you took the 200 period moving average, but maybe a break back through on a bid there, well spotted. And then I bid as well. We talked about getting out at 58, so we did it. And there it goes, man. Just a little while left. And I have something bad to tell you, Sharif. Unfortunately, well, nothing really happened that bad. But Edible is not the stock that we would hope that someone would have eaten up today.
Well, unfortunately. No, the problem is they did, and then they just stopped buying.
Yeah,
that's the real problem.
They got real high. Now they're just stone cold chilling.
Yeah, they're looking for some munchies.
Edible is looking. It's just relaxing right now. It's had maybe too many edibles.
Yes. That stock is about as exciting as Disclosure Day. That was a disappointing movie.
Oh, I don't even know what that is.
Yeah, the nephew wanted to watch a movie instead.
What is Disclosure Day? Oh, that's the name of the movie?
It's a Spielberg film.
Oh, okay.
No, it's. I'm not saying Spielberg's lost his magic, but it's like it was a rehash of like a bunch of other Spielberg. Like if you've seen Encounters of the Fourth Kind, it was that plus like Super 8, plus like just a couple of he's done this type of a theme so many times, and it was basically the same thing again. So it was like, it's entertaining. And it's probably better if you haven't seen some of his other space-related, alien-related films, but. Yeah, disappointing. I'm much more interested in eventually catching that obsession, which I think I'm gonna just watch that myself. My wife hates horror films. I want to give that one a shot. So look, we DRAM. There was the trend break. There's the line where it wicked, so I put a trailing stop when it wicked that line. Why is there a line there? Because this is the bottom. Here is resistance on DRAM right there at 52, and then this bottoming tail wick at 51.5. That's why I was saying 51.5 was the spot. Just looking at it on the 15-minute, because if you don't break out and hold above here, then this is still like it's just like a false bounce overall. So it can be continuation over this, or potentially even continuation back into the southbound side of the trade. We only have about 5 minutes to go here, so I want to go over quickly show you Rocket Labs, which is catching a bit of a trend break in its own right. Remember, they had their own story here where they had a contract. So it already broke the trend, so there's no entry for me there. But if it holds 65 in the next 3-minute bar, then I would take a shot at this, giving it to the prior stop, hold some into the volume weighted average price. There, Drew Farrell saying KIDZ. That one was dead. Maybe 70, maybe 40 pennies. Oh shoot, it isn't dead anymore. Yeah, KIDZ, catching a bit of a bid. This could be your small capper. So forget about Edible. This one's actually going. 66 million volume. CEO came out and basically was telling you that they've got enough cash on hand that's 3x their market cap, which for a penny stock, that's probably enough to get it squeezing, and seems like it's got a secondary push here as the market found a bit of a bid, and at least this small capper is doing something. See, the one you write off for dead, and it's not dead just yet. If it doesn't break the low, there's only one place to go.
I know you're not a big matcha guy, but this weekend Tim Hortons released matcha. So I want to tell that to Adara because she's a matcha.
I already got one, Sean.
So did I.
I don't mind it. I actually was funny. I was talking to someone who works at Tim's in Winnipeg, and she was giving me a whole bunch of insider info. She
okay, I wanted to know about it.
The vanilla matcha cold foam, and that was actually really good. That's what I went with. But,
okay, yeah, I just went with the normal matcha. It wasn't the greatest, but I don't know if it was unsweet or I don't know what it was. I gotta find out all the. I like my stuff unsweetened if I can get it unsweetened, or at least maybe half sweet. But I'm gonna have to go take that advice. So vanilla matcha, okay. Is that the cold foam you mentioned there, or that's?
Apparently, it's an unflavored cold foam. If you just get the vanilla matcha, I think that's naturally how it comes. But yeah, I got it with almond milk. It was good. Shout out to the person who gave me that tip.
Okay, good. Shout out to that person. There, Winnipeg doing a bunch of things. All right, we just punched out, so that's it, man. The hot dog gun is now, watch out, man. Glizzy's coming right in the face right there as we get it going again on the TQQs. Oh, and here's one we have for you too, Sharif. Let's see if this works. We got a little 50. Yeah, it happened. Fabian doing all the best right there. So I don't know if we run New York or not, but this is NASDAQ right here. It's a nice move lower. And then we're trying to get out. We just got out some more IBIT. So we didn't say we would get a little bit of this on IBIT right there as well to the top right there. Well, we got to mess with Joey Options over there. He's got the Stone Cold, which is such a great hit. The Stone Cold.
It's iconic.
Right there. So there it is anyways. There we go. You have multiple breaks there. So shout out. But we're having a great time around here.
Flow.
But we're just trying to get IBIT out. So if IBIT does break below 40s, we're out of that one. So we'll hold that. We only have a third left at this position. And there's only 2 minutes left in the day. So NASDAQ battling back. I mean, we were down 1%. Great battle back there for the NASDAQ. Definitely respecting that move. And the ES green. So we have market green. Out of all this negativity today, the market has turned green, the overall market. That is your ES S&P 500 right there. So the NASDAQ still trying to go lower, but the ES definitely saying hold my beer there and doing all the heavy lifting for the general market there. So yeah, great time to be short, great time to be long off the lows. So yeah, that's it. No positions over here except for this IBIT right now.
Yeah, this DRAM really can't get past this 51.5. It's just stalling out. It seems like that'll be the next thing, but if it can't go, like there's Micron, that's a great bounce off the lows, but if it just makes another turn, right-hand turn to the downside, you hit first resistance, and if you don't go any further, then you got to respect it. Apparently, KIDZ is breaking out. Is it the high that I have the high at 65? It broke out here at 55. Buy the dip, maybe into the volume weighted average price. 65 goes. If 65 goes on this stock, this is the gap fill. Because 65 is that huge top. Go back, when in doubt, zoom out. 65 is what it lost on that massive day right in the afternoon. And if it breaks out above that, then you can get a potential squeeze. So yeah, look for something at that 65, maybe 66 level for a break to the upside. Well, we might not know what lunch is. Someone in the chat said we should lie to them and just tell them that we're having like pork and beans and like toast. If they ever gave us baked beans and toast, meatloaf.
Sharif, these guys already found it.
The meatloaf. We want it. Who doesn't know that reference? Joe doesn't know the reference to. Really? Do you know that? Wow. Okay. Do you even you know who said it, Joe?
He doesn't know the reference.
Some people sometimes you might have seen the meme somewhere. Obviously, it's a fantastic movie, and if you've never ever had Mom's Meatloaf, then you know you want to make sure it's Will Ferrell's Mom's Meatloaf.
Yeah, it's from Old School, I believe.
No, that one's Wedding Crashers. That one. Yeah.
See, so I missed it, but would have got.
But you know Will Ferrell. That's the thing. At least you know Will Ferrell.
We were actually
still gotta watch The Hawk.
Last night we made homemade meatballs, so similar to a meatloaf, but we put it in ball format.
Meatballs, meatloaf.
That was really tasty there last night.
Meatballs are obviously better.
Shout out to the wife, but it's okay. Good day. It's 11:01. Thanks to Derek. Glad to have you back. We're going to be joined by Sia momentarily as well. Thank you to Fabian, because without Fabian, then we wouldn't have got all this money today. So we want to thank Fabian for that one. We want to thank Andre as well over there. Big shout out to One and Only. He's here today as well. Thanks, Brendo. Ramin is here. Tiffany, everybody that's part of this great team. Shout out to Sharif as well. He'll be back coming out very, very soon to a stream near you. And so will Joe. So we have a big show coming your way in just a matter of moments. But hey, it's Meatloaf. It's coming out, to a plate near you. Well, hopefully the meatloaf will be okay. Maybe it has a little bit of sauce on it, Neil.
I don't trust these guys for the meatloaf, man.
I don't know what to tell you.
I don't really.
Hopefully the meatloaf is good. See ya, everybody. We're back at 2 p.m. We'll chat then.
Put some hot sauce on.
Ciao.
I just want to be free. Oh, man. Greetings and salutations, beautiful people. Welcome to the Midday Show.
Guess who it is?
This guy right there. This guy. Yep, him. That's your boy, Joey Options.
What's up?
I'm Sharif, and it is a beautiful day in the great city of Toronto.
All right.
The humidity is a little elevated, my liking, but the weather is pretty good, Joey. I gotta tell you, ever since I dropped a little bit of weight here, man, I get a little bit less hot. I'm gonna say I kind of like that.
That's good, man.
Yeah. So I can complain a little bit less about the work. Let's say hello to everybody though, huh? Chronic. We got Chronics in the house.
What's up?
Canada, he says. We got Travman. He is him. Yannick. Christian. We got Jesse Hernandez.
No, he's not.
Is back in the chat.
No,
oh my day, singing. You know I'm gonna sing, Mr. Hernandez.
No, it is. He's not back.
He's there, man. Miko. I told you he messaged me last week, bro. We're happy he's back. Arcane.
God.
Kirk D. Los Palos. John Zuver. We got Jody.
What's up, Jody?
We got Panuru, Jinvesting, your owner, Travman, Scott, El Jefe. I love it. El Jeffy. El Jefe. Hangry Wife. We got Human, Kirk D. Cryptonomics, Tisha.
Oh.
We got Tisha. We got Genius Man 14. Wrist up, he says. Who else? Raheel, Anwar. We got Snowman 11. T, what's up? We got Quantico YouTube. Galadriel. Benton. Let's go, Vinny. Benton, lie to me. Tell me this is the real deal, man. Vinicius frickin' Jr. may not extend his contract with Real Madrid.
Yeah.
And word around the pitch is he's headed to Arsenal, to North London. Can't be more excited for that. Tech Lion, Chunky, Greg Moore, Joey. Everybody's in the house.
All right, yeah, I hope everyone had a fantastic week, and it was a beautiful one here in this city, and hopefully likewise wherever you may be residing. But VinFast continues to expand beyond vehicle sales. This week, VinFast India partnered with Refrain Finance to support EV financing access, while Green SM launched all-electric ride-hailing in Kazakhstan with VinFast VF6 vehicles together. These moves highlight VinFast's broader mobility ecosystem strategy. You can find them on the NASDAQ under ticker VFS. All right, guys, enough is enough. Let's get into some of this trading. We took a short here. We'll just break this down. A quick short on NVDL. Boom, that would have been nice to hold it all the way through to the low of the day, but we did not. So that is not necessarily the case that we were in, but very important. Oh my God, man! Oh man, why? It's Monday, Adam. We can't have pizza on a Monday.
I'm like, it's so early, bro. You're already printing. You see your friend over here, Katina, man? He's sending more pizza, brother.
Okay, all right, Friday. So yeah, appreciate that, man. Pizza all up on its way, but brother, we can't have any pizza today.
He promised us last week.
It's just straight to the gym. I know he promised us, but this guy's sending us pizza once a week. This he's a real one, that's for sure. We'll hit the stone cold for you.
He talks a lot of smack, but I do like him. Well, he was smack talking my concert.
But see, the thing is, though, I guess you can talk smack, but then after proceed to send pizza, and then it
makes everything a little bit better. Well said, Joey.
Right? By all means. All right, guys. So let's see what we had going on here. A little scalp on NVDL. Boy, oh boy, did we get ourselves into a mess here early.
Bro?
I mean, we were up bigly and then we were down, and I'm like, oh no, I'm laughing about it. Shreve's like, why are you laughing? It's like, I can't help but do that, right? That's just how insane this game can be at some times. But here it is. Right out of the gate, we take a loss, but then I doubled up the position. Boom, off to the races we go. And then at that point, we were up, all right? And then again, we take a little bit more off. Still not having the ability to catch the bottom here. I'll do a transaction just so we can, so you guys can see my current position. But I wish I held on to a little bit more size through this move. But again, we tried, and this one I put on my largest position, doesn't work off the lows. I'm like, all right, flip game, not so strong. Get out immediately for a small scalp, and then I re-enter once again. So we're about like 4 or 5 trades deep here on the triple Qs. But finally, this one at 61.87. That's our average price finally working out for us. Man, oh man, Tank City here in NVDA. Guess what?
What?
I'm going to buy some more. And I was saying to Sharif, be cautious because I think the breakdown hasn't even really started in AMD. Look where we're hovering around, right? 484. I do believe there's going to be some more downside in this bad boy. And then we also last week went over multiple bull traps, okay? This is going to be one of them here in NVDA, and we're going to go through even more once Sharif has gone through his list here momentarily. But first things first, you can see the support levels really starting to give way here in the NASDAQ. I'm totally cool with it. Why? Because I'm just going to buy some more out.
Yeah, there you go.
I'm happy about sitting on a little bit of cash. But hey, man, we talked about this for quite some time. We just go on these fast and furious moves on the way up. And then guess what? SanDisk has been cut in half pretty much since its peak. So guys, be patient. Don't chase these moves because you're going to be able to get some half decent prices.
I love it, man. Assassino, I've got a suggestion here from a viewer. It reads as follows. His name is Lyndon Meyer. Talk to Andre. You guys got to try Brazilian feijoada. Help me out, Assassino.
Feijoada.
I can't. Why am I can't hear?
Feijoada.
Yeah, because of the fantastic change again in the settings. Okay, we got to talk to production team. One more time, Assassino. Feijoada, thank you. Feijoada. Okay, Assassino, what is that? If you don't. Very typical Brazilian dish. Beans. Pork and beans. Protein and carbohydrates. I love it. And then you're going to get a fair share of fiber there, Joey, too.
Okay.
Shout out. Thank you very much, Lyndon Meyer. We shall do that. Andre is in the chat. No, he isn't.
Oh, maybe we should get him in the chat. That'd be good. But he's busy, isn't he?
Yeah, he is.
That's
man.
probably
He's
a
on
bad
the ones
idea.
and twos, my guy. El Papa Smurf, Sharif, Joe, just work harder at the gym to get beans off. All right, buddy. Adam, ETA, guys, 11:23.
Ram got it covered.
TTV, you know the drill. Ram, is she here? We love you.
All right.
But there may or may not be a pizza at the door at 11:23. She may or may not come back with it.
That's
in
fair.
other words, she's going home with the pizza in hand. Love it.
Fabian went home with it.
Shout out to my man, USA Put. He's up 70% on his USA Put. But let's get right down to work, Joey, shall we?
You can,
There's a lot moving here. So we're in kids. Topping tail candle through 68. It broke through the pre-market high, which is at 755. The pre-market high was 65.59. The official day high now is 68. I feel there could be support at 60. I defend into 60. We're already long 65. We got a couple of profit takers. Nothing to write home about. We're looking for a bigger squeeze. But there's a lot more going on. As you can see, top right of your screen, the rocket ship known as ASAN. We can call this ASEAN just because the ASEAN conference was going on last week, so that's still in the back of my mind. 782 high, showing 75s now. Nary a glance at the 10 EMA on the 5, which will always be the solid green line on my charts. I like this around 2/3. Let's see if it makes its way down there. Then we're looking at some inverse leveraged ETFs. You're going to see the likes of SNDQ, right? That's not technically a small cap gapper, but we're going to keep it on watch nonetheless. Genie, GENI, bottom right of your screen, 740 high, coming back down now to 7.25. I do like this 715 to 720 area. 715, the top end of the initial range, also overlapping with the volume weighted average price. Let's see if it holds up there. And then CORD, CORD. This is a holdover from Friday, as you'll be able to tell by the left side of the screen. It's doing far less volume today. It's also not up that much, about 3% and change. But guess what? This is still putting in multiple day higher lows and higher highs. And for 2 New York cents and Nick Dubb, actually Nick Dubb, not 2 New York. Nick's been asking me a lot more, hey, can you suggest a small cap gapper to swing overnight? And by the way, the amount of people that I met at the BlossomCon, viewers, first of all, there was a lot of you guys that were there, and I was super happy to meet all of you. But what really struck me was the amount of you guys that are holding these small cap gappers overnight as swings. I personally have never done that, and I was really, really surprised by the amount of you guys that are actually doing that. I always asked everybody I met, what do you trade? And, you know, I would say about 35% was large caps. And then I would say about 50% were saying small caps, but almost like 80% of them were saying that they were holding them overnight for a multi-day run, something I have never done.
Oh, really?
So I was really surprised by that.
Okay.
In any event, CORD, CORD, having a lot of trouble with $9 here at the moment, despite the fact it has a 922 high. Look how many candles reject right here in the high 8s. I'm talking about 898, 897. but it's got some higher lows, so could break through 9. Keep your eye out on that. I'm also looking at some others. BIYA looks like it might have had its best trade behind it here with a 460 high. It does look like there's all sorts of resistance at the $0.5. Volume weighted average price just a little bit below the $0.5, okay? So it's still on a downtrend. Keep your eye on this. LVWR, this is a good one here, but it is breaking down below the volume weighted average price, and it's starting to scream to me here, flat bottom break through 250. If you can find locates on this one, this might not be a bad idea to set up short. And if Luis is in the house, I'd love to know his opinion about what he thinks about a 250 flat top break. LVWR, the ticker I'm speaking about here. I see kids dropping. I'm going to be looking to defend into 55 into the volume weighted average price. And then last but not least, ENTX, up big. We're talking about 81.5%. It is about, 50 pennies off the high, showing 3 1/4. High of the day is 4 1/5. It's got a lot of resistance, as Assassino, at $4, despite 420 being the high. But it is doing a very similar pattern here. Higher lows. Area low is the low of the day at 277. And then you have another double bottom here at 3 1/4. And now you have a higher low at 350. So higher low, higher low, higher low. All the while, that $4 area ends up being a staunchy area of resistance that we're going to keep a very close eye on. ENTX. We're going to pause for a second. We're sending you up to see it with news.
Yes, keep an eye out on USO here. That's down more than 7% on the day. We have a couple comments coming in from U.S. President Donald Trump saying that we are having deep talks with Iran. If they're not successful, we will return to powerful military action. And we are having more comments coming in saying that the window of time for achieving a breakthrough with Tehran currently remains short. This is from Israel's Channel 12 interview. We also have Trump explaining that he had granted the request of the mediators who asked him to provide an opportunity for certain said talks. And recent comments a couple seconds ago saying, I paused strikes on Friday because countries mediating between the U.S. and Iran and other nations in the Middle East asked him to give him another chance to negotiate. USO continues to fall on the day.
I'm pretty sure he used that one before.
What's that?
That excuse. He did.
Yeah.
He's like, the Qataris asked him or whatever, and that was the whole thing. All right. So watching here, a bit of a recovery, Mr. Options Man, off the volume weighted average price on KIDZ, back to break even on this one. Looking for another attempt at the high of the day break. We get up to 68. You know where I'm waiting. Where's Ozan at? We're going to wait at 69. Obviously, we're going to look to wet the beak along the way, my man. What are you looking at? What is the situation?
Yeah, Gorev, I've seen you in the Bud Monster. No, none of that, my sir. Good sir, but no, Gorev, man, we should be up significantly more. I mean, we are negative on the day, but I mean, it's been a pretty good month, to be honest with you, with the exception of Friday and then here today. I mean, if this was the case after this little scalp, even though it doesn't look, doesn't look like much, it's the sizing that matters, right? So, I mean, you grab 30 cents or so off of that level, and then boom, that's it. It was like, okay, day made, but then it was like, all right, let's see if we can find ourselves another bottom. And then after you take a couple more attempts, and I didn't size correctly because I was just like, oh, you know what? Let's see, let's try it one more time. Even though if you look from a bigger picture, it's a structural breakdown, right? Like NVDA, same thing. Let's actually do that right now, considering I'm just sitting in the NASDAQ long. 61.87 is our price. We ran up to 63.40s. Now, I'm going to look for any form of continuation within the longs, but I do believe we might turtle shell and just curl right back over. But there's multiple examples that we can actually go through right now and just kind of compare some of these bull traps because it happened on multiple underlyings, all right? We're going to kick things off. Bang. This name's already already displayed here, right? So $1,258. This is what I was saying to Sharif and everyone else. We have Sandus down 47%. But here's a prime example of where we thought a name was going to bounce off of those lows. 149, 150, right? Right where SpaceX opens up at, it traps a bunch of individuals, and then from 170, you're down 36%. 36% from that level. Here, you want to go through another example? No problem. And we did this on IBIT, where you believe that it's like, okay, we're going to find ourselves some form of recovery. Even though it's prolonged, it's really important to follow the volume profile, but it's still within this trend. So you take this move higher, like, all right, I do believe we're going to have the ability to break and head lower. And then now it's the exact same narrative. We'll go through a couple more here momentarily, but this is just a breath in the underlying. And at this pace, I believe we're going to be able to set ourselves up pretty nice in the middle of this structure. And if it gets even uglier than what we're expecting, watch that 160 level to break on NVDA.
Joey, I just got to remind everybody a quick one here. That Trader TV Live members on YouTube get mine, Sharif's, daily morning research note every single trading day that I am here. We are speaking about the big market stories. We're talking about the key technical levels, the trade plans, how to get in, how to get out, what to look for, what prices are important, as well as the catalysts, what major news headlines you need to be looking out for. It comes with a swing setup as well as an intraday setup, and exactly what we're kind of watching into the open. All the macros, all the technicals that you need. It is only $4.99 a month, and you also get members-only videos. You get members-only posts, custom emojis, and loyalty badges. Hit the join button below this video to become a member. Shout out to the great folks who have signed.
I want to cover
already. Absolutely. Joe,
one more thing here. So Sean and I were briefly just discussing. It's like, man, what's going on with the Nasdaq and what Apple's doing? Man. I think there's multiple tailwinds for Apple right now. You have $100 billion in share buybacks, and then also the fact that these guys aren't CapEx heavy. I think that has a massive influence on why this specific stock, both of them combined, is going completely opposite of the market. While we're breaking through key structure, but yet we're printing all-time highs. I told you 340 is going to be absolutely nothing here for Apple when the company is really starting to take control of their shares and dwindle the complete float. Even though it's 3 or 4%, whatever it may be, that's a substantial amount. Sharif.
Joey, Bovin gets me pumped up, man. Anytime anything breaks out, I know Bovin's in it. And like usually I'm in it too. There goes kids into 67 pennies. Here comes 68. There goes 68 Assassino. And guess what? 69 is in the freaking house. 69.75. We got 59s on this bad boy. Guess where I'm going to wait, Joey? We're going to wait at 71s. And then, believe it or not, we may or may not wait at 74. It's a rumor. Don't believe me.
Ooh.
No. Seriously, here we go again on KIDZ. I'm thinking $0.75 now. I don't expect it to be in a straight line. If it is, fantastic. If it's not, I'm looking to defend key technical areas in the same way that I added into the volume weighted average price. We're going to keep a close eye on this. 68 pennies acting as key resistance. I should tell you, I've picked up shorts thanks to the Neil on LVWR. We may or may not be going short a small cap today. I'm liking the look of this one's jib here for a flat bottom break. Let's pack the patience. Everybody's yelling about DFNS. We're going to take a look at that as soon as we get back from SIA.
NVDA falling a little bit over here, a couple of minutes coming in. This news, NVIDIA has made a multi-billion-dollar investment in Ilya Sutskever's safe super intelligence. He's one of a computer science geek. NVIDIA has made a multi-billion-dollar investment in Ilya Sutskever's safe super intelligence coming from the information. NVIDIA is dropping over 4.5%, trading around $197.5 at the moment.
Ilya Sutskever is obviously very big time. If you're in the AI space, you know exactly who he is. He's like one of the biggest of the big right now. But shout out to him. Here we go. And he has a very checkered relationship with Altman. Are you surprised? Somebody has a checkered relationship with Altman. Oh my goodness.
I was honestly going to say something. You were talking about big time. I told you the situation. I told you what we were looking for moments ago, and it's just like that. Listen, I need the. I think that's a little bit too egotistic.
What happened, Joey?
Egotistic though, Sharif. I want the Conor McGregor surprise, the king is back. Yeah. I was surprised. Just like that. Can we pull up the screen here, please? And thank you. After a couple of missteps earlier, it's just like, all right, man. What else are we even gonna do here if we're not gonna try? Bang! We just we just add a lot of shares right here, and then we got that big time pop. We go from green to red, back to green.
To green.
You guessed
I was gonna say orange.
Oh,
but,
orange.
You know,
that's all right, man. We like orange.
My bad.
I like orange. C+, only real Canadian. Oh, I shouldn't even say that. I was gonna say only certain people know C+.
I'm with you on
OGs,
that. C+.
Yeah, C+.
What is that? Well, the other one, something.
Crush?
Yeah, Crush. That's the one I'm thinking about, Joey. And you know what else I'm thinking about? I don't want to say the name, but so I'm going to say the ticker, KIDZ, lest you think something different of what I'm doing. KIDZ is Rip City. Rip City. 71.34, we got 59s, and now, like a psycho, we're shorting LVWR. I like the look of this one's jib, possibly down into 2. We're starting with a small position because I don't short all that often. So we want to work into it. No big deal here. 70 penny resistance, big boy resistance here on KIDZ, despite the fact that we've been up to 71.34. There is somebody continuing to sell in and around the 70 area. So it's preventing us, of course, from ascending. We've taken out, I want to say, about half the position so far. So no, a little bit more, pardon me. A little bit more than half the position. In fact, yeah, I would say about 2/3 of the position, pardon me. So we're looking for 74 next, Mr. Options, and then we're going to look for 77s on this one. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to keep a close eye here on LVWR. And I'm thinking I'm going to be shorting likely into 275.3.
Sorry, Ram Pizza's here. Someone Pizza is here as Adam James. I just wanted to say that. She's there? She's got it? All right. Cool.
Yeah. Well, bro, come on. Ram? She all over that.
I can't do a pizza review, though, today.
You're not going to do it?
Should I do it?
Why not?
Carbs? Well, I mean, it is Monday. Thing? I don't typically go crazy. Like I'm truly appreciating. No, you know what? I will because it's Adam James, and I appreciate. Someone said I'm unappreciative of what's going on. I think I'm a very thankful individual, to be honest with you.
Yeah, he doesn't ask for much around here.
Yeah, I don't ask for much, even though I do need the surprise, the king is back thing, and that will be good after that point. But no, seriously, thank you very much for that, guys. I think the whole team is extremely grateful. I know the whole team is extremely grateful for that stuff. So yeah,
there's no question really about it, man.
We're gonna have to get out break even here as the market is gonna continue to bleed. But I mean, we just flipped the day around just like that. So bing, bang,
Apple all-time highs.
Apple all-time highs. Do you think the share buy? I think
Apple's gonna tank on earnings. You want the truth? I think it drops big on earnings.
Which
is fine with me, baby.
No,
absolutely
you're gonna
fine
just
with
buy
me.
Some more.
Yeah, and I haven't bought in a really long time.
No, so. my question to you is being the point that I made not too long ago, just in the fact of how much the combination between that investors are moving from a flight or from the individuals, the hyperscalers who are spending all of this money to Apple, who isn't necessarily doing that. But then you also have the corporation buying back a mass amount of the shares, 100 billion.
But let's be honest, it's not all sunshine. Unreal movement here. 75.62 on KIDZ.
Bang.
No, I exited my entire position. Oh. But it's okay. I took it out at a key technical level at around at 3/4. So I'm happy about that. That was a mistake on my part there. But I want to say it's not all sunshine and rainbows. We know that they are facing higher component costs. Higher component costs eat into margins if they're unable to pass it off to the consumer. Now, if they do pass it off to the consumer, does the consumer continue to buy?
So
that's my concern there.
No, I think there's going to be a couple of things that come in. Like my first question is how many bips are we talking about from a margin compression standpoint?
A decent amount, Joey.
A good amount. We went over the conversation, the fact that memory storage is about 13% of total iPhone cost to assemble them from start to finish was 13%. That was going to be increased, obviously.
It bumped from $50 cost to $250.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. It increased. So before memory storage went through the roof, it was 13%, around 13% of total cost. Now we already had a pretty big growth cycle in iPhone sales with the 17. Now, I wouldn't be surprised the combination between the increase in pricing and the majority of people already upgrading their phones that you will see a slight decline in sales, but I don't think it's going to be too much of a hindrance.
Okay. Well, I hope so, bro. I mean, I'm not going to be happy. Oh, my Lanta.
Oh, whoa.
Oh, my Lanta. Look, did you open them already, Ram? So you got my Lanta. Don't worry about it. So we got meatballs here. We got olives, and we have onions. So it's beautiful, and obviously a little extra cheese there.
Oh man,
so this is beautiful.
The crust is done. Yeah.
Guys, you have no idea. Sharif reviewing the pizza is so funny to me right now because he never does like junk food, so I've never seen you like do this kind of thing.
This one's kind of similar, Sia.
That one's
This has got jalapenos. It's got, I think, what is that? Is that that's bacon, and then that's salami. And I'm assuming that's again
salami, bro. That's ham.
Ham?
Yeah.
You got ham there. and then that's salami. The darker one and the lighter one, right?
chicken.
You got a couple of those.
I don't know if that's salami. Do you put
In any
salami
event,
on?
man, whatever it is, it's some sort of meat. And then you have, again, the onions.
Oh, you got the jalapenos on there?
You got the
as well, too.
jalapenos
Yeah,
on
man,
there,
wow.
Joey. And then last but not least,
What is
let's
this
go over here. Oh! Straight
crazy.
pepperoni pizza.
That's all
That's
right,
how I like
man.
my pizzas, man. Let's
That's
just keep them
I'm
simple.
gonna have to review that.
You're
bad
gonna have
boy.
to review it. Well, we're not too far away from lunch right now. Guys.
Yeah,
It's
man.
only like half an hour. I'm okay for now. Thank you.
No, I'm good right now. Thank you.
It's
Yeah.
beautiful. Adam James, freaking abroad, bro. No, I am not Muslim, FXJ. I am Coptic Christian. About a minority in Egypt. About 15 to 20% of Egyptians fall into that. So that's what I am there. So, you know, it's all good for me. I can, you know, indulge, please. Joey, what are you looking at,
Yeah,
man?
same thing, man. I'm thinking about getting in a potential reload here. I mean, why not, right? Like we already battled back. We've been on a roller coaster today within the overall market. But the issue being is I don't want to think too much about it. There might be a shelf potentially forming here. And with that being said, it can break and we can see some more downside. What I will be doing is going against the largest, I don't think it is anymore. Apple definitely surpassing NVDA from a market cap standpoint on today's session. Excuse me, down to 196.90. I'm going to be buying more. Full disclosure, the position that I've been building for the past couple of months now, my average is around 208 now, 208, which isn't obviously the great, but anytime it's like, okay, I was buying JPM, so I offload a little JPM, and I wouldn't suggest doing this as sending good money after bad. Like JPM hit all-time highs, I'm pretty sure, here today, and I offloaded about 30% of my position, and then I just bought some more NVDA down here around $200, and now it's $4 south of that, so good times over there. But in all seriousness, JPM, once again, running into a 359 all-time high, and then we have just a structural breakdown in a lot of these tech names in this AI build-out. So that's something that we most definitely want to be patient with and keep our eyes on. Too fast, too furious. All right, like this was Tokyo Drift over here, 100%. And that's why I said, I'm like, there's zero chance that I'm going to be chasing this move all the way up here. If you ask me, this leg from where we're currently sitting at right now is just overdone. I can understand this, but without any form of aggressive pullback back into previous structure, for me, I don't like it. And that's why I didn't buy any of these memory storage names, all right? Like the Micron, SanDisk, Seagate, Western Digital. Like, look at Western Digital. SanDisk getting hit the heaviest. What does this mean for the Kospi? Man, Don, where you at, brother? Did you buy those puts? Because if the Kospi's just getting absolutely destroyed, that was such a great play. And shout out to the individual who was buying USO puts. I think that could be a good time now to buy some OTMs. Potentially, but you want to wait for the momentum to slightly pick up. But here's the cost right here, down 30%. Like that would $6,300. This is why South Korea isn't. This is why South Korea isn't allowing any more leveraged products. Because now you have, when you're down 30%, if it's you're done, right? Like you're
over.
The leveraged products are down 90%. So it's just, again, so many accounts getting blown up. I would love to, maybe I'll do a little bit of research on that, how many margin, I don't know if they have the same regulations as what we have over here, but there's a lot of people losing a lot of money using these leveraged products in South Korea. I have actually a pretty cool story. I don't know how cool it is. Anyways, I used to go to summer camp. And I told you guys a lot of the stories anyways. And we would have a week, Korean week, which was a lot, where all the kids from Korea would come over and they would get to experience the northern side of Canada, of Ontario, and we would do canoe trips with them and everything. But I'll get more into that momentarily because me looking at the Kospi last night was actually pretty cool.
Sorry, I wasn't concentrating. I want to hear about the story from the Panhandle.
Yeah. Okay, so as a kid, I used to go to summer camp up in northern Ontario. And a specific week, we would have kids come over from Korea. And they would come and do all the activities with us, skateboarding, canoeing, watering, right? Yeah. But this one particular year, and I didn't understand this as a kid, is that there was a group of them. They would all hang out together, but there was this one individual who they always avoided, right? This one particular year.
He came with them, though.
He came with them, but there was this one kid they actually particularly avoided, and me just always being curious, I'm
Wondering.
like, why is this the case throughout the whole week? So it turns out that one kid, all the other kids were from South Korea, and he was from North Korea, right?
How did he get out?
Don't ask me. But I just remember this story like it was yesterday. So they didn't hang out with him because he was from North Korea. Yeah, but as a kid, I didn't know the difference or anything along those lines. Yeah, very interesting stuff. Yeah. Very interesting stuff, man. So
very interesting.
Yeah.
Well, you know, I mean, make bullying great again. I don't know.
No, it's not even no. That's what
I get
it was.
your point, though.
That's what it was,
I get
though.
your point.
Right? Like
Clearly,
it was, as children, you didn't understand because we were all preteens.
Well, they have different cultures, from
Very
my
much
understanding,
different-
right? Like they have
cultures.
different accents. Like they've been separated for a long
But
time.
it was just like, hey, you stayed away
That's
from.
interesting.
Yeah, very.
I want to know how that kid got out, because it's not easy to get out.
It's not
man.
easy to get out, man.
My understanding.
Yeah.
You missed the entry on kids at 65 touch. I was thinking about it, Bubba, and I didn't miss it. I was watching it here. I think kids might see $1, guys. Okay, 75, 62. Here comes 75 again. We know that there's a big seller at 75. The squeeze is going to be pretty aggressive here, I think, through 75, maybe into mid 80s. I don't think a straight line. In fact, I'm pretty sure not a straight line to $1. So you will have opportunities to set up on this one. Trade it carefully. It can turn in a minute. We've done 130 million shares on KIDZ. There's a good spread here, like in a good way, not wide. So that can kind of help you get in and get out without getting too much in the cut up business. But what I want to do right now, Buvin, maybe set up towards 70 with a stop through 65. So we're going to take about maybe a quarter of the position initially took, so that we don't give back some here, especially punching in at highs. So there it goes. We're looking for a move above 75. So here's what I'm going to do, Joey. I do like these liquidity testers, right? To test the liquidity above a key technical level to see if we're able to move through that level, right? Just so I can kind of get a gander about what kind of actual selling there is above a key technical level. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm putting it a little bit above 75 right now. High day, 75.62. Let's see how this cookie crumbles. I'm also building my short position into LVWR. I like the look of this one's jib. I like the lower highs. I like the flat bottom into 250, but I don't have to be super quick with it. I know how the shorts set up because I watch them for the longs, right? I'm looking for the opposite thing. So that's all I'm doing right now. We're looking for the opposite on LVWR. Let's set up appropriately here, get in at the right price with the right size, and hopefully we'll get a nice 250 break on this one. And while I wait for that, you needn't wait any longer for the Euro close. We're going to send you up to Adara and Juan.
The European markets are closed for the day, and one stock in particular had quite the session. Here to talk all about it is Juan.
Thank you so much, Adara. Hope everyone had a lovely weekend. So, European shares advancing as oil prices dropping sharply. Most of the investors welcoming that US-Iran military pause. If you take a look at the stocks, Euro 600 up by more than 0.4%. A lot of aggressive utility margin relief, as well as some rebounding industrial components. Now, Germany leading the region with a rise in about 1.42%. Travel stocks leading the gains. Lower fuel costs, of course, supporting their margins. Lufthansa jumping about 3%. And also chipmaker Infineon were up by 0.9%. That's after news of a stock market debut from Chinese semiconductor firm CXMT. So that helped Infineon raise their prices. In France, we got some luxury stocks spearheading, of course, the advance with Louis Vuitton gaining about 1.2% ahead of course, their first half earnings report. And on the downside, unfortunately, is Total Energies. They fell by about 2.4% because of crude oil prices tumbling down. Over the UK, easing geopolitical tensions pretty much pushed oil sectors down to the downside. We got Shell falling by about 1.5%. BP also down by about 3.5%. But on the other hand, AstraZeneca were added by about 1.7% after reporting second quarter earnings above expectations, as well as reaffirming their full year guidance. So the main story, of course, in Europe, we got that Middle East strike pause. That's triggering that commodity deflation, European equities surging, of course. After that, we got Brent crude falling below $90 a barrel, which is a great sign, as well as WTI also falling to about $83 a barrel. That also in turn put down European natural gases. So that slid by about 8.4% overnight. And this utility price, reviving that of energy-intensive sectors such as glass, chemical, as well as heavy engineering, which was previously bottlenecked throughout the whole month. But other than that, for the week, we've got a lot of news happening in Europe. We've got markets, of course, preparing for major corporate updates from Louis Vuitton, Michelin, AstraZeneca, as well as interest rate decisions coming from US Fed, as well as the Bank of England to look out forward to in this week.
Keep an eye on ASML tomorrow, likely in Europe as well for day 2 after that big decline on that report from the information. So there's a lot to look at tomorrow, but there's also going to be a lot to look at this desk at 3:30 p.m. when one will tell us about what happened in the Asian markets. In the meantime, we'll send you back to the guys.
Pizza review.
Perfect. Yeah, we got a $10 super or $100 super chat coming up here momentarily. But I have I have to do our boy Adam James a favor, guys. I'm all out of the Nasdaq trade. Sharif's still in a couple of here, but you ordered shorts
like a psycho.
All right, man. That's how it's done. Nasdaq heading towards the low, man. 196 and still bleeding. Watch out. AMD could have some bad days. But here it is. One bite. Everybody knows the rule. This is the onion, jalapeno, bacon, and ham pizza here, guys. So one bite. Ham. But it's ham and bacon, not salami. yeah, salami. I don't know. I've never seen that. Anyways, all right, one bite.
You never seen salami on a pizza?
No, I never. Actually, maybe I have it. Yeah, it's crazy. Real Italian over there. But one bite, everybody knows the rules.
About. And what do you got, Joey? People want to know, bro.
Damn. I could sing.
You burned the lip there a little bit?
No, man, I could sing off of that pizza. That was it was great stuff, man. I have to give it I like the flavor, the cheese, everything is great. It's going 8-3.
It's 8-3?
8-3, man. On
That's crazy talk, bro. What kind of madness is that?
That's 8-3. But yeah, you have anything? I'm gonna wait to reload here on the TQs. Sharif.
Yes, sir.
We have the, what currency is that? The DKK again?
Danish kroner.
Danish kroner. I have so much respect for you guys. Thanks for making this show possible. I'm curious about your backgrounds and how you ended here. Can you tell a story and spread some motivation? Much love.
Yeah, man. Well, I work with my old man, right? We have a pharmacy medical clinic business that we run, him and I together. It's a family business. That's kind of what I do, and that's leaves me some time to do other things, right? So that's kind of I've had 2 jobs going on for the last 5 years now, and that's where I come from. How about you? Sorry, I didn't mean to set you up. I didn't know you were taking a bite, brother. I do apologize. Get him, Joey. Okay, so I'll go on here as Joey munches down. KIDZ 75.62 high. It's really setting up here for an accumulation through 75. It's about building up in the right position. So I've gotten little entries here and there. I don't mind defending in a 65, as Bovin astutely pointed out. There is a 65 buyer that was there last time, in the same way that, of course, there is a 75 seller. So let's see how this cookie crumbles. We're going to build a position nice and slowly and try to take this one into the dollar should it allow me, right? And then I'm also doing the same thing over here with LVWR. I'm building the position slowly. It's got support at 250. I realize that. I stop out through 3, right? But I want to build a position into the area high. Depending on how many shares I get will really determine where I'm looking for profitability here. But I'm thinking if 250 fails are good, there could be a good chance that we drop into 2. I'm trying to build a position slowly on this one because it is not my forte to short these small cap gappers, but Neil was kind enough to set me up with some of those. And by the way, for everybody on Real Trading, you guys, you're going to get a very, very good amount of shares for a very, very good price. Let me just tell you that. Let me tell you something, right? Real Trading does it live. That's kind of what they do around here, Joey. There goes KIDZ right back into 75. We're looking for a flat top break here, Bovin. So keep me updated as to what you see. This is zigging and zagging. It's failing right back into 67. This could be big trouble here. Let's see if it fails 65.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you very much for that. Now, guys, there could be a good opportunity for a rebound here in this name. That's what I'm going to be keeping my eyes out on. Just to answer your question, 5 years ago now, which is, a crazy amount of time, I worked for a telecommunications company here in the beautiful city of Toronto. And then I had a bunch of friends during COVID who were getting into the investing world. I did so, and then just me being me, one step led to another, and I just had to take it to a different level. And then I was like, all right, day trading. Let's see if we can get that going. And sure enough, I've been fortunate enough to find myself sitting in this specific seat here. So yeah, couldn't be more thankful for that. What I want to be thankful for here, though, Sharif, is hopefully catching the bottom on NVDA. It's such a dangerous play, but I don't want to follow the momentum all the way down there. There are some 5-minute signals on the NASDAQ that maybe can get us going. And I mean, it's been working for us, but don't forget, man, we've had some pretty iffy plays over here. This was a long, and then I got out, and then we're flipping short. Something that I highly don't suggest. And then sure enough, here it is. We grab off those lows, and it was the exact same signal that I was looking for here for this rebound for us to really add some shares. And then sure enough, we were fortunate enough to get going on here with this potential trade. So $62 holding up relatively well. NVDL is still, the risk to reward is actually pretty good considering the low would put us around 28.17. But it's just the momentum is so weak. And I talked about the trap that I believe has been set, which I believe is such an absurd thing to say, but it's the nature of the beast, right? Like, it's exactly what happens is that, okay, you have everyone believing, yeah, the PE is great. And I understand that because think about it. Google was trading at like 23 times for quite some time before it decided to go parabolic.
Breakdown on LWVR.
Then maybe
LVWR.
this is just what it needs, right? Like this is an accumulation phase that didn't last very long, if you ask me. All right. So I do believe that we're going to be able to get the middle of the range, 180, 170, maybe even south of that, Sharif.
Boom. Boom. All right. We're looking for more boom to the downside here. We just got some below 40. What do we have now? We have 65. It's not even that great, man. I have a couple of the entry points I didn't even add there. I had to manually add here because it wasn't allowing me to add for whatever reason. There was a defender at 75. Anyway, 250 showing up again, yet with another lower high. Looking for a breakdown. I want more. I'm thinking 2.25 on this, but ideally it's going to be 2. Now, you may get a big spike up. I'm thinking right into that 1050 high, which is about 292, right? Think about this, right? You're looking for 250 here. The longs are also seeing 250 as support. They might punch in. The shorts, like myself, who are short from 2 3/4, they're seeing that 250 area support. So they're wetting the beak, and there it goes again, south of 250. Give me my money, man. Let's go. Crap, Joey. We're screwing up here. There we go. Nice. On LVWR, I'm looking for 2.25 on this one. Let's see exactly where it ends up moseying down. Let's put a liquidity tester options, man. Okay. We're going to do that at 45, and then we're going to do one at 39 to see if anybody's buying here at the 10 penny level. So good luck here on LVWR. We're looking for a little bit more. What's the situation here on KIDZ? There goes KIDZ, right back into 73. It's holding that 10 EMA. But it is not rocketing up above 74. That has me concerned. So I'm going to put some profit takers there in the mid-70s to account for that resistance at 75. So I'm a little bit worried about that 75 penny seller on KIDZ putting up a damper on everybody's long party here. So if that seller on KIDZ wouldn't mind moseying on over and to start selling LVWR, I greatly appreciate that. Shout out to my man, Chain Reactor. Man, Rocket Lab was such a bad investment. Brother, I wouldn't use the word investment because I don't think it's been long enough. How long have you been in Rocket Labs? I'd love to know. Because you know how these things are, man. They're going to take a minute and a half to really get going. But I do see your point. You are at a key technical level here on RKLB. This is the weekly chart. There's a lot of support between 55 to 60. I would say 65 to 60, actually. There's a lot of interactions with that level. I hope you print, of course, but we know, to just be quite honest with you, I did take NASA as one of my new picks short, NASA short, just because it would be a trade. I didn't categorize it as an investment, though. I think that there's enough space demand to go around for there to be more than one winner. But it will require a long-winded kind of patience over there. But to build on your point, it's 60% off the high. We're talking about RKLB. So Yeah, you probably don't want to hear that it's not a bad investment, especially if you're at the top. But yeah, there's really not much I can do about that, right? I happen to like the space sector. I think it's going to be a multi-year secular bull cycle, but it will be, wrought, I think, with volatility, and that's just part and parcel of the whole space trade. So anyway, LVWR, we're going to wet the beak here a little bit more. Nicely in the money on this one, but we're not in the money anymore on KIDZ. But I am looking at defending into 65. So let's see how this cookie crumbles. We're putting in some lower highs here, Bovin. Bovin, I think we're headed back to 60 here. We're going to probably be headed back to 60. If that's the case, I'll stop out and I'll set up at 60 because I don't want to be DCing into an oblivion on a small cap gapper. I just won't do it. We did it last week a couple of times, and it ended up being me being red on those days. So I don't want to go through that again. Let's stick to the plan. Let's stick to the rules, Mr. Options. We're going to stop out. We'll see if we can get some more if it fails.
Yeah, I like that, man. Just stick to the rules there. Let's see if we get any more of a bounce here on NVDA. I mean, we were up to 28.50. We turned things around, but I'm being slightly greedy on this one. You can see we have been rejecting this prior structure, so hopefully it just doesn't break down once again. I mean, we already at the lows, roughly around 4%. You're down 5% today. Holy cow, yeah, that's crazy, man, the volatility. And you know what I've noticed over the past couple of sessions is that the volatility, even to the long side, you pop all the way up to 214, I believe it was, and then you sell off to 207. And I mean, the average true range most definitely expanding in this name. If we can break this resistance zone, then I think we can take that next step, and then 28.70 is going to be that level. So we're going to try to diamond hands this one here. It's funny, I was just going through, just watching my basic videos there from Sharif's favorite channel, CN, BS, and our guy Danny Ives.
He was on this morning.
Yeah, was he? Okay.
So Morgan Brennan.
Was he? Yeah. I mean, he's Yorkville Ives now. Anyways. But yeah, it's funny because the headline on the one video, the thumbnail was investors getting impatient with Tesla. But it's like, haven't you been waiting this whole time to pretty much get to the point where you're at now? He's going to start production in robotics, and he's going to start full-on production at the Texas Gigafactory in Cybercap. So, I mean, if you've waited X amount of years since COVID or whatever it may be up until this point, I think it's a little bit too early and too soon to just kind of throw in the hat and say, yeah, we're done with this company, because he also believes there's an 80% chance that the companies are going to merge by the end of 27. SpaceX and Tesla, that is. So yeah, I agree with on the fact, like, I disagree on the fact that it's like, okay, you're getting impatient because you've waited this whole amount of time for this specific. Now that it's actually happening, you're going to throw in the hat. I don't think that's the right thing to do. We can pull up the technicals on this. What I did is during the tariff tantrum, we were on a nice little run within this name. And then I actually sold right around the lows, right? I told you guys, gave back a bunch of unrealized gains, and I sold right after lows, and then off to the races it goes. So am I upset at the fact that we're pretty much back at the levels from March of 2025? Absolutely not. If you zoom out even more, it gets even uglier. Like, this is how much you've missed. You've missed nothing pretty much. October 25th of 2021, we're at those levels. So if you felt that you've missed out on the Tesla train, I don't think that's necessarily the case. There's a lot going, but one thing that I will wait before I ever buy back into this stock is I want to see actual production and deliveries and how the Optimus is going to perform. I'm going to say this now. I think Optimus Gen 1 is not going to perform how we're expecting. I think the outperformance is going to come from Cybercap.
All right, man. We shall find out.
Yes, sir.
Very interesting development over the weekend. Elon Musk, true to what he said he was going to do, he's actually making X and S, the design, open source like he did with Roadster. So going to be super cool. I want to see if there's going to be people that are able to replicate the design kind of like in their own garage, some hobbyists. That would be kind of cool to see. Obviously, it might be a little bit tougher with the moldings and stuff like that. But yeah, he's going to make all those designs now that they're kind of defunct. Open source should be interesting to see if anybody comes up with their own designs there. I did actually see back in the day a custom garage that was taking Model S's, the sedan, and converting them into a 2-door convertible. Who's seen this before? I'm gonna try to find a picture now. So I thought that was awfully cool, and especially if you have the actual designs and you don't have to freestyle, you can make it even more customizable. So should be an interesting there. Shout out to Bovin, who's looking at PLAG. He's yelling about, boom, Bovin, what is this, bro? It popped up to 98, but then it dropped back down, Bovin. PLAG, let's put it on the side chart. Up there, 98, 94 is the high of the day on that monster. Good look, but it just dropped by like 12 pennies. So yeah, we'll keep an eye out on it. PLAG, it's on the Amex. It's about 31, 28% in Greensville right now. So KIDZ continues to put in lower lows. Sorry, same low, but putting in lower highs. I don't like this look. I just got to tell you, I don't like it at all. We're not breaking trend. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to stop at a KIDZ here, man, which is probably not, the greatest idea because we didn't lose 65, but it does feel like it's going to lose 65 momentarily. If it does, I'm looking at 60. And the reason I'm looking at 60 is that's where VWAP is. So I'm at a KIDZ there, but we're still holding the short position quite successfully here on LVWR. It is still defending that $0.50 area. We haven't gotten anything at 40. I've been putting, liquidity testers there, and the low, from what I see, the low of this area is 245. So now we know for a fact that there is a big buyer of note at $2.45. So I'm not going to touch this one or add to it until it either pops up into about 75 or it breaks down through 40. Shout out to Nick Dubb. Sharif, I believe a lot of software is oversold. Path is very undervalued, and I'm debating buying along in TTD into earnings. Thoughts? Well, there is that whole adage that you don't really want to hold something new into earnings, but your methodology could be a little bit different. Let's look at Trade Desk on the daily. So, clearly it's seen better days, right? This is a very, very bad chart. And, we were just into area highs here at about $141. This is post-election, post-24 election when President Trump was elected. So from there to the current price action, we're down about 87%. Yeah, so that is, real destruction. Let's flip to the weekly to see if there are any areas of support we need to concern ourselves with. And sadly, we haven't been at these levels on Trade Desk since, you guessed it, the March 2020 area low, COVID. So let's remove this candle here because it's distorting the price action. There you go. So you're able to see we are at March 2020 lows on the desk, the Trade Desk. And we're not talking about our trade desks over here. They're immune. But look at this, Joey. Look at this, $140 post-President Trump election, trading at 1763 area low today. That's a tough one. So look, Nick, the technicals are not yelling sell. They're not. We don't have an uptrend yet, Nick, but hey, man, you see value in that? Have at it. Have at it. It's just not for me, brother. But thank you for pointing that out. What else do we have over here, man? There was someone calling things out. Yeah, I didn't see it. I thought I saw something. In any event, Joey, still holding the short. What are you looking at?
Yeah,
man?
Same thing, man. I'm waiting to see if this trade is going to work out for us here. Now, considering I was using my Frex gateway, don't forget, guys, it's actually relatively expensive, especially the more you buy and the more you use it. It can become costly. Instead of me posting up at the lower end of the range, now we're just waiting to see if there's going to be an additional leg lower here. We're not going to give this too many attempts. Now, I was bringing up the example of what I believe could be going on here with Apple. So what you have is the share buyback program, right? So they're removing inventory off of the market. And what I believe is happening here in Tesla is complete offloading, right? So a lot of people are just being, hey, man, we're not seeing what we like, and we haven't been for quite some time. And then it's just unfortunate that you take this hefty dive down once again. Now, we are talking about a $300 level potentially holding here. I think that's going to most definitely be in the works relatively soon. Can find some rebound. And one thing that I was just thinking, actually, as I was walking back is, let's not forget, let's pull up the cues here. Was it 2022? Yeah, that's when I first started. 2022 is 25. It was more of a grinding bear market, right? Like it took a while for things to really break down, and then eventually it found a base. So yeah, right at the start of 22, all the way to the downside, bravely messaging me, yeah, we're gonna have to the tune where you drop 33%. So I mean, aside from the tariff tantrum where things happen relatively quick in the span of a month or two or so, so February all the way down to April, so 3 months. It may take a little bit longer to get the prices than what we're expecting. So just be cautious and don't rush. Don't go full size right out of the gate and just slowly build on the way down. I think that's going to be a good opportunity for you. But yeah, Bravely, we're going to get to some of your questions momentarily.
Get it, Bravely.
What we do, yeah, there it is. Sharif, we're right back towards the high end of this resistance zone. I want to see how we react here. Now, we want the momentum to pick up, and we don't want the rejection to be too aggressive. If it is, that will tell me that sellers, aside from what we're seeing from the primary trend, are in complete control of even this secondary trend. There we go. That's the breakthrough. That's the breakdown that we're looooking for, my brother.
Get it, Joey.
So yeah, so let's see, man. We're going to continuously hold on to this, see if we can. There it is.
Oh
my.
Lanta.
Days. This is a days event over here. So if we take a little bit off there,
bro.
25% off of that one. So yeah, not too bad of a
Joey.
look there, man. 28.60 off of those lows here in NVDL. Man, oh man. Some days I could tell you it's like, it feels like, yeah, all right, we're rocking and rolling. And then the other day, like Friday, I'm like, what is even happening here? But yeah, NVDL and NVDA is still down almost they are down 4.5%. This is going to be down double. That's why you do not own these leveraged products, because you will lose your money. It's inevitable. I tell that to everyone in the chat. If we take an additional leg higher, then we're going to take some more off.
All right, man. We're still watching LVWR here. Continue to put in lower highs, but there continues to be a buyer at 245. I think we've been below it. Let me double check that statement. No. All the candles since the 1140 candle has defended 245. So there is certainly a buyer of note here that continues to defend 245. Does that mean that this trade is the wrong one? I don't think so. I think that the trend is still intact of lower lows and lower highs. Moreover, you're below VWAP. And I will view this as an opportunity to add more in if I like what I see. The area specifically I'm targeting is the high 260s, low 270s, because that we were looking at 275 where VWAP is, right? And then we have that 1140 candle, which has a 274 high. I would say to you, that's the local area high, right? So why does that matter, 274, 275? Because if you're going to put a resting order to get more short, then you've got to put it at a strategic level where you know it's going to fill, right? Because you know that there was a 274 seller last time because that's the area high. So if you put it at 275, it may not fill. So you kind of take the good with the bad here and you put it a little bit lower, get a worse cost base possibly, but you secure the fill. And I'm quite happy with my exit here on KIDZ. As I mentioned, I felt this one was going to lose 65. It certainly did. Now with an area low of around 63 and change, I'm thinking 60 here. But I'm not going to have a dip trade. We're going to wait to see if it does come into 60 and then turn back around. We could have a discussion for a long here on KIDZ. There's some others to go through ENTX, but we're going to pause for a second. We're going to send it up to Sia with happening now, and then Neil is going to have his lesson of the day.
Let's take a look at the three major averages before we jump right into what's happening now. Right now, SPY currently down 0.21%. You have the triple Qs down very close to 1% on the day. The Dow is currently up 0.14% and followed by a bonus IWM that's up 0.14% on the day. Let's take a look at SpaceX to start with. SpaceX, SPCE currently down over 3% on the day. Shares are now off 50% from their all-time highs today, currently trading around the 111 mark. There were around 109 earlier in the day, which is more than 50% below its high of $225.64 that it had hit shortly after its IPO on June 12th. SpaceX is now traded below its IPO price of $135 for the last 8 sessions. Stock now pacing for its 10th negative session. We're also going to take a look at Tesla. Yes, Elon dominated happening now today, but that's okay. Tesla is currently down 1.3%. You have Deutsche Bank that had cut its price target on Tesla after its earnings. Tesla's lack of progress on its robotaxi and humanoid robot products is what is dampening its outlook for the company's shares. It's coming from a statement according to Deutsche Bank. The bank has also reiterated its buy rating on the stock in today's note as well, but it has also cut the price target for the same to $420 from $465. This represents a 34% gain from Friday's close. So Tesla shares are currently down 1.3%. Like I said, SpaceX down over 3%. Market kind of in the red right now. But we're going to pause before sending it back to the guys and send it to Neil for his lesson of the day.
Thank you there, Sia. Look, the lesson of the day brought to you by this delicious pizza, which I haven't had yet, but what? No, I'll have at the end. I'll give you a bit of a taste. So it looks pretty delicious. It's probably better than the meatloaf that we got, which I didn't exactly think the meatloaf was going to be a gigantic hit, but it is what it is, and there were some good vegetables to go with it. No, today I want to talk about like a pattern recognition thing, and you see Sharif on like that live wire, and it reminded me of something that I got back to, which I'll end with, which was sort of obvious, but thankfully there were enough, let's just say, examples of this pattern to be able to then go hunt for it. And all it really is look for something. You know, I have a quote that's like, if it doesn't break the low, there's only one place it can go, right? So if something holds on to the bottom, obviously it's going to go, it can't do worse than give you some kind of a bounce for long. But it works the same way if something makes a fresh high early in the pre-market. And this is especially true of those small cappers. Now, we all were excited about Edible because of what it was doing in the pre-market, looking super strong. But it is worth noting that when you got to the open, it did one of the most, it's about as violent of a reversal as you can get. All that said, if the first thing it does is fail to make a fresh high off of the open, put in a lower one, and then break support, you can have that trend down. But what's really going on here? It's the false break or that failure at the high on exuberance that just sets up a reversal trend. And it's one of the reasons that you'll see Luis talk about that setup all the time, where there's your false break at the open, it makes a top, then you get a lower high, and all of a sudden you're trending back, even if you're still up. This is live wire after the open market. Now, the one thing that I always say that I love is the setup where it gives you the false break of the high, but it's just at a prior resistance level. I'm not saying it's free money, but if you can find a situation where a stock is not only failing at the open, like doing a false break of the high, putting an obvious lower high in, but it's also doing so at resistance, that's every good as buying a dip on a strong stock. And I was reminded of this when it's like, what am I even thinking about? Last week, I think every single day at the end of last week, like Lucid just ended up being my best short. Every day. You know, it was cascade down on Wednesday, it was pop and fade on Thursday, and it was pop and fade again, failed the prior high on Friday. And then what does it do this morning? Well, I'm paying attention to other things, and there's some other good stuff out there to be traded. But Lucid goes right in, fails the high break, and then puts in a lower high, and then from then on, it just turned into a short. It's the pattern. Like, just look at what it did on Friday and look at what it did today. Fails the same high break, puts in a lower high, and then just starts dying on VWAP once, twice, thrice. Puts in a high, fails above 650, puts in a lower high, and then just VWAP, VWAP, VWAP. Now imagine if you're paying close attention to only that pattern. That's all you need in the day. Now imagine you're a small cap trader that is simply looking for that one reversal pattern where it fails the high, puts in a lower high, maybe it loses VWAP, or you're just playing off that lower high. That's all you need. You only really ever need just one good pattern, one good trade that you're looking for. And you know what? If you're a short-only small cap trader on gappers, there is nothing wrong with that. As long as you recognize that there might be some days that nothing sets up for you, or nothing sets up till 11 o'clock, or maybe you have 2 or 3 really good setups and you've got to take them all. You really just have to look at what is the pattern that I'm trying to observe here. If it does it, great. If you want to trade it in both directions, if it's making higher highs and higher lows, fantastic, do that too. Like I would give you the example of kids. Like kids would be the example of the trade where hey, it does exactly the same thing that the shorters would be looking for. By the time it gets to the open, this is 9:30. Like it's already doing the move to the downside. Right? So if you're someone that's waiting for a long, and maybe you had to wait until 11 o'clock, or maybe you took your shot multiple times, 1, 2, you had 3 shorts in this, and the last one lost. That's another thing that you've got to be able to understand. Like I wanted to show an example where this didn't work, but if you are trading that strategy, then maybe you like pre-market, you're short here. Maybe you like the open, you're short there. But you're probably short here too. And ultimately, that's probably a losing trade. And I think one thing that when you're pattern trading or you have a specific style or strategy is the idea is you're supposed to take every positive expectancy. That's the reason why I was mad at myself over the Lucid. Because if you're looking for a pattern and you get it, you're supposed to hit it every single time. So you got to have it here and ideally there, and then you got to have it here, and then again there. And if it works 4 times out of 6, great. If it works 3 times out of 6, great. If it works 2 times out of 6, as long as it works overall, you're supposed to take the shots when the pattern sets up. And that's one of the reasons why I know Sharif is gravitating towards even to looking at some of those shorts. Because realistically, if you observe something that is true in the market and has a positive expectancy for you, one thing that I am sure about is it is going to adjust. It is not going to get easy over time as more people look at it. So you've got to take advantage of it while it's working. If a pattern is there, if it's there for 3 or 4 days, you better hit it for those 3 or 4 days because it might slow down. And that's very, very important. So I'm mad at myself because Lucid was, again, like free money and really should have had it. And that's why you should know what your core strategies are. Just what is the setup I'm looking for? What's the number one thing that I want to see happen before I execute a trade? And then, regardless of whether you're up or down, did you see it? Did you do it? I can't tell you how many times I've had, oh, this was a good day trading today. I'm up, the P&L is looking great, but it's like, oh my goodness, I missed an A+ setup. I'll grade myself an F if I ever miss an A+ setup. I don't care what your day is. If you see a pattern that's really good and you don't take the trade that you know is there for you, then you've made a bit of a mistake. And that's the part of the analysis, or the part of grading yourself, or the part of journaling that I think a lot of people miss. Is it's not just about whether, oh, I had a good day, I had a bad day with the trades that you made. Did you take advantage of your best available setups? Did you trade the lowest hanging fruit in terms of what it is that you're looking for? So that's what you should judge yourself by. And I want to give a big shout out. I'll have the pepperoni slice first. So, as per usual, it was delicious. As per usual, I want to give a big shout out to all of our viewers for sure, but man, you can't keep sending us pizza like this because it's too delicious. Thank you guys so much. Your lesson of the day, look for pattern recognition, and if the pattern is we put on a good show and we get some pizza at lunch, then I'm fixing to pack on a few pounds at this rate. So thank you very much, guys. Send you guys back to the midday. This is delicious. Enjoy.
Do you have some pizza?
Joseph, hold on. We got to tell Randy something here.
Yeah, pizza.
Randy, VinFast continues to expand beyond vehicle sales. Did you know that? Okay. This week, VinFast India, Randy, they partnered with Shriram Finance to support EV financing access. And then Green SM, they launched an all-electric ride-hailing service in Kazakhstan, and they're using VinFast VF6 vehicles. Together, these moves are highlighting VinFast's broader mobility ecosystem strategy. Randy, if you're interested, you can find them trading on the NASDAQ under ticker VFS. There's my man.
Bro, yeah, I think he
There's
took
my
you
man.
serious there, man. I think he was like,
Yeah, I think
no,
anytime
I think
we're speaking cars,
yeah, that's the best.
he's hyper focused.
Hyper focused.
Shout out to my
Randy
man,
was looking
Randy.
for the pizza, but here we go.
What do you got,
I
Joey?
can't see now that that 50 cents I get money is Sean's, so we can't steal that one there. You have to come up with your own. I think there.
I'm kind of jealous.
This
I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, we hey man, there's even more fire tracks.
Get it,
We're
Joey.
ready to rock and roll with this. No, but in all seriousness, a nice little grab off the lows, guys. I mean, we've took a couple attempts. What's the NASDAQ up to? It did find a base and now starting to recover. But this bounce off the low, we could have got a little bit better of a price, but that's not necessarily the case that we're sitting in right now. What's up, Denise? So we're fortunate enough to get this move all the way up here, and now I'm sitting on about 10% of my position. Now, the optimal goal would be to head in towards the volume-weighted average price. That might be a little bit of a stretch here considering this buy program that we have going on, but yeah, small scalp to the short side in NVDL, and then we're fortunate enough to catch the lows. You just had to be patient enough. I mean, what time is it? 11:42. About 2 hours and 10 minutes after the open. And I mean, you can get chopped up in between, just like we did for a bit on the Nasdaq. I was telling Sharif, it's been a roller coaster of a Monday. And I'm all right with that. Highest point of the day, and then we end up giving the majority of it back to the brink of like, uh-oh, what's going on here? But we are fortunate enough to catch this move, reloaded it up here, and then that just put us right back into a solid position to hammer that NVDA trade, and we're thankful for that.
Well said, Joey. Well said. There we go. We're back into KIDZ here. We're looking for a move back up into about 70. We're below the 10 EMA though, Bovin. So this sometimes acts as a local area of resistance, and you can see the seller at 64, ironically enough, right where the 10 EMA is. Now, I was trying to get 60s here. I was very alive to it. I fumbled on the keys for some reason, and then it without me. So we're in at a less than advantageous price, but I'm looking for a big move up, and if it loses 60, then I'm out. It's really that simple, okay? Now, I want to bring a couple of other names to your attention here that I've said, I did mention at the top, but I've said very little about subsequent. ENTX. My days is this one handling 390 in a very, very kind of bearish way. I mean, look at this. You didn't have any closing prints with the exception of one above 390. That's a 1045 candle. That is the only candle on the 5-minute chart to close above 390. So we were making the point earlier that it was a flat top break brewing through 4. Okay, possibly that was correct at the time. Now, you got to be really alive to the fact that we're unable to make it into 4. And that is because short sellers are getting a bit more aggressive. So we have to be alive to that so that we're not, you know, trying to take the breakout here at incorrect levels. So I continue to like this area defend, especially at VWAP 3 1/3, 3 1/2, in between there. But I'm also very much displeased with the 390 seller that keeps showing up here. BIYA, kind of a similar look, but not exactly. It's got higher lows, but by the same token, it's got lower highs. It's above VWAP rather than below. And, you know, it's got a lot of resistance at 4. It hasn't been above 4 since about 10:55, so over an hour and 15 minutes ago. So I'd like a move above 4. Otherwise, I don't get involved with BIYA. But yeah, that's what I'm watching now. We're involved again in KIDZ, and we're still holding the short here on whatchamacallit, LVWR. And the deal is, LVWR, we did pretty good because that 45 seller ended up getting clipped to the tune of 238. So that we do have the low of the day on that. Not the low of the day, sorry, the local area low. The low of the day technically is 155. But that was done very early on the breakout. So LVWR is still in focus for me. Last but not least here, I want to mention CORD. CORD. Multi-day play. We had this one on Friday, as you can kind of, as you can kind of see there. I had a nice breakout there, bull flag, found support at around 12 o'clock. Then it started putting in an upward channel. It didn't end up turning into a second bull flag, which some of them do. Today, we have yet another bull flag. I would say probably bull pennant because of the compression that's happening here. Lower highs, but higher lows. $9 here to 905 seems like the kind of the midpoint of the range. So be alive to that. But I could be interested here on CORD in the same way that I could be interested in a long on BIYA, in the same way that I can be interested on a long on ENTX, but it's got to set up the right way. Yeah, so that's all I've got for now. Bovin, Bovin had a couple of other ones there. DFNS halted. Thank you, Bovin, for that. Let's bring in What are we going to do here, Joey? Who are we going to take off? We're going to take off Asan. DFNS. Thanks, guys. And Golf Fishing says as well, oh my days, what is this? DFNS halted to the upside, $8.21. Rip through that $7 VWAP area. Oh my God. And now we're halted at 821. Funny enough, thing is though, we're not even at the day high. Now we're at the official day high of 821 because that's subsequent to 930. But you take a look at the price action from 4 a.m. We got up to 865 on that 4 a.m. candle. Then 405, we got to 828. So we still might have some bag holders and some upward resistance because I got to tell you that 4 a.m. candle was pretty liquid. About almost 300,000 shares traded hands there. And then the 405 candle, about 142,000. So you got some good volume there, guys. So be on the lookout. I'm definitely interested in this once it does resume. So let's load it up on the, we're going to take ENTX here. No, we're going to leave ENTX alone. Let's focus on DFNS. DFNS, let's load this up. So here we are. This is a NASDAQ name. That's good. So we can see exactly what the tap is while we're halted. And the tap right now, Mr. Options Man, showing 824. Halt price, 821. Halt time, 12:14:48. Current time, 12:17:09. Okay? So we've got another, I want to say, so the earliest time we will open is 12:19:48. Got about another 2.5 minutes on this bad boy before it opens up. So definitely interested on this. For show, bro, 43 says FIEE. Say less. Yeah, so someone did point this out to me. So it's up big, right? Like it's up 172%, right? It's halted again at 764, but the volume is absolute crap. 814,000 is where we're trading on this one. Let's put it up on the side chart. FIEE. Let's see exactly. So we're still halted. Yeah, I got it. But just give me a sec to analyze this. I will go, I promise. FIEE. Let's throw this one up and see what kind of technicals we have on this monster here. So we do have a couple of halts, right? You had a longer halt around 6.5. Kind of an undiscernible trend. You have lower highs, but you have higher lows. VWAP here, not really acting as any area of support and resistance. It's just cutting through the middle of the price action. So I'd be very alert to that and not use it as any area of support. You do have higher lows, as I mentioned, so 650 area support. And then here on the last red candle, $7 area support. FIE, not my favorite, but it's up big on the day, so I will keep it up on here should it break out. Let's pause for a second, talk some more small caps. We'll see ya in the small cap recap.
The IWM is currently up 0.27% right now. Let's take a look at 3 individual tickers. GSHD. You have Goosehead Insurance that's up over 6% on the day. As late of Friday, it received an analyst note of maintained as sector performed by RBC Capital. You have LVWR, that is Livewire, up 71% over on the day. Q2 revenue has risen 55%, and the company has seen a growth in unit sales. This was reported before the weekend late Friday. You have ZVRA as well. Zevra Therapeutics just maintained at buy by Canaccord Genuity. The ticker is up almost 1.5% on the day.
All right, good stuff. Thank you very much for that. Thank you very much. So here it is, 6201. It gets a pop up here, all the way back up into 63, a little bit north of that, and then it's starting to come right back in. Now, I mentioned the fact that we have to be cautious in cases this is just a breath within some of these names, right? So you have this pullback, you have the relief rally, but now you're headed right back towards the low of the day in a lot of these names. What did I just do? Anyways, we'll figure that out here momentarily. But aside from that, oh man, what a disaster. But here, so what I'm going to do is I'll head over to what we have here on NVDL. And I don't believe I'm going to look for the reload on this. Could I be absolutely wrong? And with that being said, the fact that I don't want to could be a good opportunity for us to do exactly that. I have to put this back here. There we go. So what I'm looking at here, guys, is we can see the weakness within the NASDAQ. So let's head over to our memory storage names and see what's going on. Now, this isn't anything different that we haven't seen over the past couple of weeks. Look how much stronger these down days are compared to what we're seeing in the up days. So what I'm getting at here pretty much is the fact that how do we have the ability to identify bull traps? Well, the volume can tell you a lot, but also the strength within the recovery days. Now, it can get you here, absolutely. But hindsight being 2020, as you look back, this trend has been fully intact and hasn't been breached. So what I'm going to be looking for is where are we going to bottom out? I think this would be overkill, but the market has no issue with overkill, whether it be to the long side or to the top side. That would be a 68% pullback. I don't think that's necessarily going to be the narrative. But what I want us to see here in some of these names and within this specific space is basing started to form. And then eventually it'll start to curl over because they weigh so much significantly more from a market cap standpoint now collectively than what they did. They have a larger influence within the NASDAQ itself. All right. So when you have SK Hynix down 9.9%, DRAM, STX, Seagate here, Western Digital, SanDisk, Micron, all down single digits or double digits, mid-single or double digits, it's going to weigh a lot here on the NASDAQ, and that's exactly what we're seeing. It doesn't help that NVDA is down 5% either, and I mentioned, I believe this is just the start of the pullback that we're going to get here in AMD, sorry. We're down 17%. I'm going to be looking for a little bit more. I wouldn't be surprised if we do fall into that 25 to 30% range, just considering this shelf that we're forming is kind of prolonging the pullback. So you have a bunch of individuals who are looking to either swing trade them or day trade it, getting trapped within this range, thinking that you're going to make that additional leg higher. Now, can we? Absolutely. I just don't think that's the narrative right now. You want more of a healthy price action because you fall into the exact same narrative in which I was referring to before. Down 47% in SanDisk. If you have more of an ebb and flow within the underlying asset, it gives you back. So it's like, okay, you climb 5%, you come back 3, you climb another, you come back 2.5, instead of just going parabolic to the tune of multiple hundreds %. And then now you're just stuck looking like, what's going on? You were so strong a couple of weeks ago, and now you can't even find any form of a recovery. I like to see more of a clean ebb and flow within some of my price action. We didn't get that in the memory names. It was parabolic, and then now some people are unfortunately starting to pay that price.
All right, DFNS. Wow, what a show that was. Breakout. We got all the way into the high of the day, 940. We had like 890, 887 at the best, but it failed, so I had to stop out for the last remaining amount. What a move down. 940 high. Funny enough, it's still holding trend. So prior bar low, which is the candle that opened. God, this thing again, man. DFNS. So prior bar low on DFNS is 841. Okay. So let's see if it holds prior bar low. I'm going to go long here. Let's go 837, 820. Okay. So what do we got? We got 69, Joey. Okay. That's good. That's a very good sign. So we're putting some in the 80s. Let's go ahead and put some in the 90s. Seller here at 85, guys. Watch out for the flush. Seller at 85. Let's put a liquidity tester just below 9, then a little bit higher than 9. Let's see what we get on this one. Oh, God, I put 13. That's not good. So continuing to watch. I don't want a loss of prior bar low, and I'm seeing a seller in the mid-80s preventing us from ascending here. So that's the situation. We lose prior bar low. I stop out. There it goes, ramping back into 890s. Let's see if we can get a little bit higher here. Looking for 9. What a fail. Back down. Buyer at 70. It's going to lose trend here. Right into the 60s we go. Low 60s. No, low 60s. So it doesn't look like it will hold trend. Oh, right back into the 70s we go. So, wow, this is a lot of resistance in the high 80s. I figured, we were going to at least get to 10 here, given, the price action into 940. But not in a straight line anyway. We still got 69s on, showing some seller here at 80s. Okay, well, what the beak there? How many shares we have left on this? We're still good. So yeah, I want to see a move back above 9. It doesn't look like it's readily apparent whether that's going to happen or not. So yeah, we're just going to stick with the same plan. Let's see if we stop out. There it goes, right back into 9, taking out all my orders. Nice. All right, looking for more, Mr. Option Man. Let's put 25s on. And then we're going to put
something stepping in.
Go ahead, Joey.
Yeah, something stepping into the market
Stepping
here.
in.
Big time spike there, guys. The volume following it as well. We'll get to that. We'll get that to you momentarily. I have to pull up our chart here.
Pull up.
Yeah, so 1 minute time frame. You get into the nitty gritty and the detail. There is clearly a catalyst stepping in here as we find some form of a recovery. We've seen that reflected here in NVDA and in the NASDAQ. So we're only moments away until we're going to send it probably over to the desk to see exactly what that is. Now, what could be some other names that have been affected by this? Let's pull up AMD and see if the volume is reflecting there. Yeah, bang. We'll head over to the SPY. This isn't a volume spike out of nowhere. Unless someone just got absolutely rinsed and they're like, okay, you're gone. But you can see it's across the board on a bunch of different names. We'll head over to Micron. You see the memory storage.
Is it pumping or going down?
We're going up. Volume's going up. Yeah, we're going up. SNDK probably going to be the same thing. You can see the volume start to kick in here, guys. So, yeah.
All right, Trump.
Trump, moments away. Do you have something?
Yeah. Should we send it to the desk?
I didn't get anything in my ear about that.
Yeah, let's send it to the desk.
Okay, I'm seeing comments from President Trump. Quote, from President Trump, quote, Iran wants to meet and we're meeting. There's a chance we can make a deal with Iran. So again, President Trump saying once again that Iran wants a meeting and there's a chance that they could make a deal here. Apparently, Iran has used surrogates to request a deal. Now, what's interesting here is Iran actually said earlier today that they were not interested in negotiating. They haven't been negotiating, and there is no path towards that 10-day pause of hostilities that was being reported between the countries. If I get anything else, I'll let you know. Back to you.
Love like the visceral reaction in the chat when President Trump says anything. You guys always make me chuckle. It's so entertaining. What else?
He was here to save the day, man.
Oh, I'm not commenting on it one way or another. I'm just commenting on our audience's reaction.
Yeah. No, I'm saying like market getting destroyed. Truth, good timing, and then bang, just like that.
Get it?
We're right back. I mean, we're not fully recovered, but it moved right into towards the volume-weighted average price. Just be cautious of these pumps, guys. If we're really weak, then you'll see the opposite side of the participants step in and push price back down again. So keep your eyes on it. I was thinking about a reload, but I'm like, you know what? There's no point in me really doing that, to be honest with you. So we'll just allow this to rock and roll. If we do head back into VWAP, then we'll be sitting in a good position. Let's send it back to the desk.
So President Trump is gaggling with the press, I guess, in Air Force One, and that's where these comments are coming from because they were not on Truth Social. Currently listening to other comments that he's making. I just want to let you guys know here as well, he's going to be speaking a couple times this afternoon. And it's going to be really at the tail end of the midday and then into the afternoon show. 1:55 p.m., he'll be on camera viewing a drag race and vehicle demonstration. Then he'll be participating in a tour and gift ceremony starting at 2:10 p.m. At 2:50 p.m., he'll be delivering remarks. I believe they're supposed to be on the economy. If I get more details, I'll let you know. Here are some more comments that he's been making to the press. He said that, again, Iran wants to meet and they are meeting. He also says that the U.S. has a lot of ammunition, but he'd like to have even more. Back to you.
There you go. A lot of Patriot missiles being built, he says. Yeah, I guess that's part of the ammunition. I'd like to have more ammunition, to be honest, he said. Haven't talked to Saudi Arabia about the accords, which is interesting there because he was trying to tie the nuclear deal to the Abraham Accords the other week there, which is interesting. It is, I think, sort of a strategic opportunity for the Middle East to take advantage of American sort of interest in letting them have or helping support a nuclear, clean nuclear technology. Because you look at some of the water situation in the Middle East, it's kind of tenuous, man. Desalination probably is going to be the way that they go, I think, into the next part or the second half of this century.
You think so?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And so nuclear energy is super good for that, obviously, because desalination very energy heavy. So I'd like to see exactly how that all works out. Egypt being talked about there, but Saudi Arabia, first and foremost, they're going to be probably going through them. They got the big pockets, you know, juice up the American companies a little bit.
Start pumping, just start taking all the ocean water.
That's what they do, bro. Yeah, desalination. They're already doing that in UAE. Problem is, though, desalinized water, less in minerals. Yeah, so sometimes they have to inject minerals naturally into the desalinized water. Yeah, and then that becomes an issue as well, right? So nuclear is just an advanced steam engine for now. You're absolutely right, James L. That's exactly what it does, baby. But that's all they need, man. That's all they need. Shout out to Can Do. You know about that one, Joey? That's the Canadian design. We're trying to export that, make some money.
Oh yeah.
The CANDU nuclear reactor as well. Yeah, there's a new version of that as well.
All right,
So
we're
that
not
should be
aware of
interesting there, man. Yeah, pumped about this. Stack, maybe back. Watch VWAP break. Let go. Let's get him, my man. Adam James Abroad. Been watching Stack. I had it up on my watch list there just as a holdover from Friday. So I was watching it break out there, and I was like, okay, it took $4. It's above VWAP. Good look, good look. But when you look at the multi-day time frame, I think we're still putting some lower highs at. I'm definitely keeping an eye on that $5 level, but ultimately I'm going to be looking for that 4:05 a.m. break, which is right above that 6.25, 628 area. But STAK was all sorts of strong. Your friend Adam James Abroad was messaging me after I was off on Friday. He's like, Stack, let's go. I'm like, it's still ripping. Go into the chart. It's moving up big. So very pleased, my man was able to print multiple storms on that. Shout out to Adam James Abroad. Let's pause for a second, send it up to the big desk.
Thank you. Let's take a look at the market right now. You have the SPY currently down a very little percent, but it is still towards the red in the day. Let's take a look at the sectors, what's going on right now. Electric tech, you have Apple up 1.3%, NVIDIA sliding further down 4% here. So NVIDIA and a couple other tech giants, you have SPCE and Microsoft, have as of today launched a new artificial intelligence safety initiative that is focused on open models due to the fallout of a cyber attack committed by rogue OpenAI models that we saw last week. So NVIDIA down 4.2%. You have Microsoft up 2.3%. Let's also just take a look at a couple more names before we move on. Electric tech, you have AMD down over 6.5%. MU is down 4%. AVGO, Cisco, TXN flat at the moment. You have RTX up 3.2%, whereas Dell continuing to slide 2.5%. INTC down 1.1%. 1.7%. You have GE up here, 2.2%. Tech services, you have Google, Meta, and Microsoft, Oracle, Palantir, Netflix showing strength in this sector over here, followed by IBM as well. But you have PNW currently trading flat at the moment. I just also want to mention CRM, that's up over almost 6.5% on the day. Finance, you have BRKB, MS, JPM, BAC, we are all down, well, technically flat on the day. Visa and MasterCard are up. Visa is up close to 2%, whereas MasterCard is up over 2%. WFC up 1%. You have here AXP up 2.5% as well. And Robinhood currently almost flattish on the day. It's, however, tilting towards the green, up 0.62%. GS down 1%. Retail trade, you have Amazon flat, but you have Walmart, Costco, Home Depot, and TJX showing strength over here. They're up in the green, followed by CVNA, that's up 5.3% on the day, and CPRT up close to 6% on the day. Health tech seeing a bit of a mixed sentiment, but there is a lot of green in the sector. I will not lie about that. Lilly trading flat at the moment. J&J is up over 1%. ABBV flat. MRK flat. ABT up 2% on the day. But producer manufacturing lagging here a little bit. AMAT is down over 5% on the day, with LRCX also sliding close to 6% on the day. CAT is down 3.5%, over 3.5%, continuing its journey to be down 4% on the day. GEV down 4%. Another name I just want to check in this sector is, LITE also down 6%, 6.5%. Triple M is up 2.5%. Energy minerals, you have a bit of a drag down in the oil sector today. We know USO is also down 7.5%. That's not a bad look over here, but XOM, CVX continuing to slide. XOM down over 1.5%, and CVX as well. Consumer non-durables, KOP, GP, MPEP, all doing good. Not a bad look here. All up above 1%. PG technically trading flat, but tilting towards the green here. Consumer services as well. You have McDonald's up 2%, Disney up 2% as well. BKNG up over 4.5%, and RCL flat on the day. WBD 0.97 to the downside. Health services and communication with non-energy industrial sectors and process industries is a bit of a mixed bag. You're seeing a lot of red, a lot of green, and a lot of gray as well. So flattishness as well over here with utilities as well. And finally, just wanted to take a look at commercial services. I would say the sector is looking pretty good overall. SPGI up over almost 3%. MCO up 3.5% on the day. FICO up also over 4.5%, with FDS leading over 6% up on the day. Let's pause and go to Adara.
I have some headlines to give to you guys. A lot of them are coming from President Trump, who is still, gaggling here with the press aboard Air Force One, I believe is where they currently are here. So he's talking about the Fed. He was asked here about the Fed meeting that is going to be occurring here on Wednesday with that announcement. He said that the costs are going down rapidly. He says Kevin Warsh is, quote, great, but he has a board. So implying that the Federal Reserve Board might not be on the same page as Kevin Warsh. Either way, he believes Fed Chair Warsh will, quote, do the right thing. I know what he wants. He also said that he's recently read strong inflation reports. He believes that prices will fall once the war ends and the Fed should cut rates. So a wild array of comments here on the Fed from President Trump. A couple other headlines here, NVIDIA in focus. This is a headline that I've heard circulate a couple times here in the morning and a little bit after the bell as well, but I'm seeing it again now. Apparently, NVIDIA going to be investing $5 billion in Ilya Sutskever's new AI startup. Ilya Sutskever, of course, formerly of OpenAI. And then last but not least, keep an eye on some of these names in the cybersecurity space, including CrowdStrike. New York Times reporting that Microsoft is unveiling new AI cybersecurity tools. MSFT, let's see if it's reacting to this. Not really. A little bit of a bounce here, I guess, off that 389.4 area. Slightly stronger over the last couple minutes, but either way, keep an eye on some cybersecurity names. Back to you.
Stuff. Thank you very much. All right, guys, so here it is. We're at the point, again, we're only sitting about 5%, 2.5 to 5% of our complete position here now. It failed to put in a new high, and I mentioned it not too long ago. Watch out. You have the volume step into the market, the LLs turn on, but then immediately after, there's no follow through whatsoever. It just pushes price back before that breakout even happened and before the volume even really kicked in. So just be cautious. This could be a potential liquidity grab in order for us to head a little bit lower. You trap a bunch of individuals in higher price points, and then you move price to the southeast, all right? So we're still sitting on a little bit here. I have my eyes on a couple other things. iGrow Fighting, talking about TSLL. Listen, brother, I believe I am an Elon bull. There's without any question, right? Again, I believe in what he has going on is going to be absolutely detrimental to a lot of auto manufacturers. But TSLL is a vehicle that is not something that you want to hold on for the long term. So just to get back to $10, you need a 41% return. All right. So, I mean, it's really, really tough to hold on to these vehicles, because eventually it will reverse split just to stay within the market, right? Especially if you do see an additional 10, 15% more downside in Tesla, then this is just going to be worth a couple of dollars, and it'll be near impossible until it reverse splits for you to get back. So just be cautious when holding these vehicles. Personally, myself, Sharif, Sean, Neil, we use them as intraday vehicles, all right? So other than that, nice moves here on the NASDAQ. We got those scalps. It is continuing to move a little bit higher here, ladies and gentlemen, so that's not too bad. 63.40 is going to be a key pivot for us to break and then to continue to the northeast. A couple good scalps. This was the ad that pretty much saved our day. Okay, so here it is, bang, off to the races it goes. We get all out, and then now we're just sitting in this NVDL trade waiting for the volume weighted average price. I can add a little bit more and just free roll my position, but again, I just don't have that much outstanding right now.
Yep, more comments from President Trump at the moment with respect to China. We'll wait on those. I'm watching, guys, here, KIDZ. It's going to lose trend here. It's below VWAP. I think KIDZ could be a short below 55. But I see the boys getting pumped in the chat, and I know why. Stack is back, and it's halted to the upside. 511 halt. Good look, boys. Good on you, Adam. Good on you, Bovin. Took out that 9 a.m. high, which did reject the volume weighted average price. That was at 478, 474. Now we're halted above 5. The only thing really we're looking at least on the day, is this bad boy here, that 405 candle, which has a 628 high. How about that 4 a.m. candle, 582 high? So we're not quite there. But I do want to bring your attention to the price action on Friday, especially towards the end of the trading day, when this one gapped all the way to 12 and then lost it back into the volume weighted average price into 450. So you got to make sure you're trading this one appropriately and you got the right strategy here, because it does have a tendency to revert. But beautiful look. Still negative on the day, guys, down about 44.8% despite the fact that it's halted to the upside. The volume is starting to pick up, about 7.15 million shares traded on STAK. So trade this one carefully, but keep your eye out on it. It presents a lot of opportunities. All right, so we're still holding here. My short on LVWR is continuing to put in lower highs, so I don't have anything to do other than to watch. But what I want to get into now is ENTX. I'm starting to like ENTX a lot more for a possible $3 break. Now, this one has been fighting with $3 all day, but I have to be willing to give this to $3.40. So what does that mean and why? Well, we got that 390 accumulation. I would say 390 to 4. That's an accumulation flat top break. But we also have support very clearly here at the volume weighted average price. So if I'm going to get in near the highs, I have to be getting in the appropriate amount of shares to allow me to dollar cost average into 340, because that's where the volume weighted average price is. And why am I looking to dollar cost average into there? Well, because it is putting in higher lows. So if my thesis here is an ascending wedge pattern with higher lows and a flat top, then, I've got to make a contingency plan for whether or not I've gotten in at an area high that's still not ready to flat top break. And so that contingency plan has to be basically adding into another higher low area. Like, I don't want to be adding into 333, which is the local area low. I'm thinking 350 to 340, so long as it's a higher low, so it maintains that ascending wedge pattern. So that's what I'm thinking about that. Let's take off something over here. We're going to take off GNI. We're going to put STAK because this one is halted to the upside, and I could be persuaded to get involved with this one because I know the boys are all sorts of pumped. I'm talking about Adam, talking about Bovin, maybe even some others. We did pretty well here. I neglected to mention on DFNS. We took this one all sorts of strong, but then we added and we had to give back some there because it all of a sudden it dropped. So it's got an $8.75 seller as well as a $9 seller. So you're going to contend with some aggressive selling into the 3/4 to the whole dollar here. So be careful with this one, all right? Adam, you want updates on stock? You ask, you get, my man. Let's look at what the tap is. Tap showing 470, Adam. So right now we're slated to open down, all right? The halt price, 511 halt time, 12:38.36 current time, 12:42.10. So the earliest open, 12:43.36. So we got another couple of minutes here before. So that's what I'm keeping my eye on. Adam says it needs to hold 475. It's just marginally below that right now, Adam, at about 470. But the top, of course, could change at any moment. So keep your eye on that. I'll keep you guys apprised on the top. But DFNS in focus, LVWR, ENTX, there's a lot going here, Joey.
All right, man. Let's head over to our watch list, guys, and see how we've been performing on the day with a lot of these names. I mean, we've been talking about some of the mega cap, but Google up 2.4%. So finding somewhat of a bottom here, a temporary bottom, I believe, but a pretty hefty pullback. But hey, man, if there's any name who's already reported, I believe if you want to dip by 23% from the peak to this local low, I think this is putting your money where your mouth is and a good opportunity to get involved with here, considering you're back at February, earlier this year levels. A nice strong run with this name, and now we're probably relatively cheap once again, right? This is where we were trading around 23 times, maybe even less than that. 23 times forward earnings, that is. Now I think this could be a good opportunity to add a little bit more, which exactly I am going to do. Moving forward, Broadcom, have we found a bottom yet? Consolidating. You're still down 22% off the highs, guys, but it's SpaceX down another.
Amen.
Good pizza. Yeah, Randy, Adam James, Randy said your pizza's good as well. So SpaceX cut in half here, guys, down 51%. I do believe we're going to see that $100 marker, which I'm going to be grabbing a little bit more. Nothing substantial. Stacked is open, Shreve. I know you got your eyes on this one. 480 here, trading right now. Let's see what we can get rocking and going. It looks like it might want to get going, but you have to be patient on it. I'll pull up the price action right now. If it breaks, I believe this structure, then you'll have to be more patient just in case there's a VWAP bounce and continuation. But there it is. You also want to keep your eyes on the tape and wait for that next wave of participants to step in. You don't want too much aggressive selling. I better pull it up. Sharif's not in stacked, I don't believe. STAK. Oh, no. Let's see if this thing can get rocking and rolling here for everyone back home. Strong momentum is what we want to look for. I won't be trading this year. I'm going to be keeping my focus on the names that I'm already involved with. That's going to be the NASDAQ and the TQs. But here it is, guys. Clean flushes, and you want to see that volume following it as well, too. So STAK starting to gain some ground here. There it goes. Can we break through that pivot level of $5? We want to see some more waves step in. There it goes. A nice way. Bang. There it is. A nice move up into 532. I'm not even involved with this. I wasn't going to trade it there, straight. But a nice pop up there in this name. But right back down, slamming down 40 cents quicker than you could spell it. So, yeah, man, a tough look here. Let's see if it can hold on to those levels, brother.
All right, man. Here we go. Wow, 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 wow. Bovin, what is happening here? It took out all my orders. I got 875. This could flush. Watch out. We got a lot here on DFNS. Let's give my damn money, man.
Give it, man.
Let's go, bro. Let's go. Above in. We're going to need you to punch, bro. Let's go. All right, 870. We got the high of this one at 9.25. Built up a decent position. We're still holding, but I don't want to take any more out until I see what the hell this deal is with $9, because it's zigging and zagging, you know, a little above 9, a little bit below. Here we go again. There it goes back up into the $0.25 assassino. Boom! Limit freaking up, 966. We got 868. There it goes, Bovin. That is a new high. I don't know why I keep eliciting Bovin. I love it, man. Get it. You know, Bovin, people told me on the weekend that they love when I shout you out. They're like, yo, when you get rowdy and you start calling out Bovin because you're printing. It's hilarious, man. You'd be surprised what people like, man. I had no idea. I thought people found that annoying. But there it is, baby. 966 on the freaking high a day. We're looking for more. I'm still holding here at 66s. Anything below my entry, boom. We out. We're going to keep an eye out on this one. Let's send it up to the big desk.
Keep an eye on Ford, you guys. Ford was already in focus. They got upgraded this morning along with GM, I believe by Jefferies, but they have another catalyst as well now. About 17 minutes ago when we got this spike here all the way up to 1455, Wall Street Journal reported that Ford is joining a bid here for the U.S. Army's next tactical truck contract. This would be the largest military bid from F in multiple decades. Apparently, if this goes through, Ford would be developing 3 prototype vehicles based on their F-Series Super Duty pickups. This would also allow them to join General Motors as the Pentagon seeks to modernize their military vehicles. So keep an eye on Ford. Again, this is just a report for now, but Ford also is going to be on watch this whole week ahead of its earnings report after the bell tomorrow. Back to you.
Thank you very much for that, Adaro. Yeah, look, guys, I always want to take this opportunity to you kind of throw in a little disclaimer here. I trade small caps, right? But that doesn't mean that they're a safe investment vehicle of any sort. They're not even safe intraday, okay? I do it because I've been doing it for a long time, all right? I've only exclusively traded small caps going on, I think, like almost 2.5 years now, pretty close. Before that, I traded them during COVID, so for about 2 years there as well. And by no means would I endorse anybody to start trading small caps if they're a newer trader. I just wouldn't, okay? That's just my opinion. I'm entitled to it. So the point of what I'm trying to say is I'm super quick with how I get in and get out, and I'm red, you know, about 33% of the time because it is hard to do this. So I really don't want anyone thinking that this is something that they should be holding overnight. This is something that is routine. It really isn't. And you saw what happened there. 966, it dropped to 825 as quick as you like. So I just have to mention that, okay? And so make of that what you will. Stack is halted down again. I believe the halt level is 433, halt time 1246.03. TAP is showing 423, so about 10 pennies lower than where we started, okay? Or where we halted, pardon me. But I'm very interested now in getting into ENTX. Do I have this on a trading screen? Kids is breaking out again, Bovin. Here comes into 65. Kids might be back in play, KIDZ, okay? But I'm going to flip over here to ENTX because I'd like to take a bit of a calmer trade. Now that I jinx this one, it's not going to be calm. Just watch. 390 area high, 390-ish area high. It's been above, of course. 396 or so. So I want to build a position here for a possible $4 flat top break. I'm going to pack the patience on this one. I'm going to build a position slowly. Okay, we're in here, and we're going to look to get a little bit more here towards the area lows, options, man. Okay, we're going to put some there, and we're also going to put some a little bit there as well. So let's see if we can pick some up there and see what's going on. So that's what I'm looking for there on, whatchamacallit, ENTX, knowing full well that, you know, this probably doesn't go first time around. So here we go. We're building a position. Nice, nice, nice. So we got a couple of fills there as it comes right back down. So what do we got? We got 82s on this mother you know what now, showing me 82s. So good look. And I'm looking for this to kind of move back up. Byron Hart, absolutely. I can't agree with you anymore. Small caps are for scalping only. Like I wouldn't go ahead and just say only, but you know, for your purposes, for our purposes, I'm gonna say yes for now. Right? But like, as I mentioned, I talked to a lot of you guys at BlossomCon who are holding these things overnight as swings. Not something that I would recommend, but you guys clearly know what you're doing. because some of the stories that I was hearing from you guys, like I cleaned up. This person's telling me 150%. Some other one was telling me 400 something percent. So I couldn't be more pleased for you guys. But I just feel like maybe, you know, as a starting point, that might not be the best thing, right? So Byron Hart, you come up with a good saying on that one. Small caps are for scalping only. Joey, we're in a new position.
I didn't even mean to block you, Byron Hart. So
Did you block him?
Well, I did by accident. I didn't mean to. So
is he blocked permanently?
Well, no. What I did is just
unblock him.
No, I put hide user on this channel.
So can you unhide him?
I don't know how to do that. I talked to.
You're fine. You didn't block him because look.
Okay, now I just can't see him. So okay, all right. As long as you're not blocked. So unfortunately, I won't be able to see any mess. I didn't mean to do that, brother. I apologize. You're in a new position there. ENTX there. Oh, you want that? No problem there. Well, we can fire that up for you. So apologies once again. Let's head over to our trade in NVDL. I mean, guys, we're seeing, it's open.
Joey.
Yeah, it's open. I'm like, what just happened there? There we go. Yeah, it's stacked here now, but it's not stacking up right now. Straight. It looks like we're starting to remove that as a momentum, maybe to the downside, guys. Watch out for a potential break of that $4 marker. If it is, it's over. As Vince Carter once said, it's over. How is that even possible? It's negative 54%?
Yeah, it's down, Joey. It's down.
What?
Yeah, because it was bleeding its own blood earlier.
Oh, man, that's crazy. All right. Oh, yeah, I can see from now. But anyways, I thought it was definitely going to be up to the top side. Now it's over.
Limit down is 374.
Yeah, it's probably going to break down. It did breach through the volume-weighted average price once again, guys. So keep an eye out on this one and just be really cautious. Listen to what Sharif said. He's been doing it for a while. So you have to take every word that he's brought up and take that into consideration. So we'll head back over to NVDL and some of these larger names. We'll run through our watch list once again because I've seen someone mention Meta. I want to take a look at that name. Man, oh man, it's really unfortunate what's going on, but I do have a thesis built on this name. We can talk about it here momentarily once we get back from the desk.
Let's take a look at the money markets at the moment. What's going on? So you have the GBP USD pair, that is a pound, currently down 0.13% at the moment, but it is edged higher against the dollar as of today, as a sharp drop in oil prices has eased worries about energy-driven inflation, also tempered the expectations for further Bank of England tightening ahead of this week's policy meeting. We're going to also take a look at USD INR, that is the United States dollar versus the Indian rupee right now. So it currently closed at 95 per dollar, which is not bad a look because the Indian rupee has registered its best trading day and session in more than 6 weeks as of today. It was on the low, not a bad look over here. So we do also know likely intervention from the central bank is added to the impact of the plunge in oil price, impact of a plunge in oil prices as well. Finally, let's take a look at the DXY. The dollar that opened at 101.426 is currently at 101.428. Sorry, 426 again, to be precise, just dropped down. It's down on the day 0.04%, technically flat, but maintaining almost the same levels from the open at the moment.
Thank you very much for that, Sia. Great information as always.
So, I know you're taking prints over there. Let me touch on Meta here momentarily. So, guys, we talked about the supply zone around that $700 marker, but I want us to bring up the fact that, I understand that the street may not like what Meta is doing, but there's a couple of headwinds in front of this. And then I believe that once they've cooled off, this name can go pretty crazy, in my opinion. We know his AI features suck. Spark's starting to gain a little bit of ground. I understand all of that. He's up there in capital expenditures, but don't forget the antitrust, right? Like there's a lot going on, and many analysts calling this the tobacco moment within social media. There's lawsuits left, right, and center under this name, and we've seen that what I'm referring to is in Google and Apple. Once the judge ruled in their favor, look what happened to both of the names. So I believe that this is an additional headwind within the company itself. And if that cools off, I think we can definitely see some all-time highs. We may have before them, but I just believe there's too much short interest right now in order for this name to continuously climb. Like it's no coincidence that you reject 680 5-6 times now. Like in a $600 name, look how much, like this is obviously program selling.
Oh.
Okay, so you just want to keep an eye out on this. Once that cools down and they have to pay X amount, I understand that states are going to probably start to put a lot of regulation on social media, which is totally fine. There's still a digital ad revenue giant.
Down goes LVWR. I think we're breaching 45 here for maybe the first time. I'm seeing, look at the time in sales. We're seeing 44s for the first time. I hadn't seen 44s come in on the time in sales because that 45 buyer kept defending it. So let's get a liquidity tester here. There we go. Okay, so it did print at 44s. Let's go. Let's go down to about 2.25 here on LVWR. We're short from 66s. We've been awfully patient with this one. So let's see what kind of cookie will crumble here. Bovin astutely pointing out that DFNS continues to range. It has, I would say, a couple of ranges here. First and foremost, you have that 50 penny range. 8.5 as support, 9 generally as resistance. But it does tend to open up. And the opening up takes it down to 8 up to 9.5. So $1.50 worth of range. I've scalped this one out positively. I don't want to overstay my welcome on this one because I feel like it's like the recipe to get clipped and give back. But my spidey sense tells me this thing has a 966 high a day. There is a good possibility that this bad boy smashes into 10 bucks, maybe even more. Shout out to Farm Trader. DFNS, I'm in. I hope you print up storms, Farm Trader. I really do, brother. With or without me, man. I hope you're printing up storms on your side. I love to see everybody trading small caps wisely, you know, and using the right risk management skills. But that's what I'm going to keep my eye on here. DFNS, we're going to keep an eye out on that. Now, I have another trade here, and we're looking for ENTX to at least test 4. So we built up the position, a couple of beak wetters here. I felt like, you know, I got the low end of the range in about 3 3/4, but we're not getting that aggressive test of 4 quite yet. The best print I have is something in and around 393, and that was on the candle at 1245. So I'm looking for an ascending wedge pattern here to break out. Now I'm seeing the ascending wedge pattern, you know, in many areas. So generally, this 5-minute looks like an ascending wedge. Area low, area low, area low. All the while, it's that 390 flat top. But I'm also seeing the ascending wedge pattern take place over here. I'm talking about the 1205 bar onwards. Higher lows with that 390, let's say mid 390s, flat top break. So let's see what ENTX has to offer here, guys. I'd love to get a proper fill on this one. SNDQ, you got to be on watch for this one. Obviously, it's not a small cap gapper. This is an inverse leveraged SanDisk ETF, but it is trending to the high side. 42 bucks, good liquidity on this one for anybody who wants to trade that kind of name. So that's what I'm involved in right now. I saw the big price spike up there on DFNS into 9.5, but there it goes, dropping right back into 9. Stack, I see Stack is going to hold down here or something, 350. Price action is stagnant on Stack. That usually means it's in a whole perimeter, 346. It's bleeding its own blood. Be careful with this one, guys, okay? And down goes LVWR. Mr. Options, man, into another area low. It took out the 45 seller. The blood is in the street. I don't normally short small cap gappers, but I felt good about this one today. We saw the setup. We punched in. Luis frickin' Barbado, I think, would be proud. And he did message me, so I have to send it to you right now because we got to do something.
Yeah, you guys could have a little conversation. All right, guys. So yeah, I mean, once it breaks this level, I did add right at this base. There's a support level there, but if the Nasdaq doesn't get any form of a bounce and we continue to move a little bit lower, what I did is I just added what this original position was, and then looking for some form of a rebound. It doesn't look like we're gonna get it. I mean, we've been up, we've been hella down, and then now we're not going to be playing that game around with this overall market. With an hour left in the show, that'll be the it for me for trading after this specific one, and we'll walk away. There it is, right? It's hit that low. It broke through that support. We'll take it for what it is, and I mean, hit a lot of fees here today as I'm looking at my at my blotter here. So yeah, that's it. A nice bounce off the lows here. We had that nice position. Look at that hold all the way through to another support system. Looking for the reload right here, and it just doesn't want to bounce. Now, who was I talking with? I just believe there's going to be more short-term downside within NVDA. And I mentioned this a while ago, guys. I just pray that it's for everyone, for shareholders, for a lot of individuals' sake, that it doesn't turn into another Microsoft. I don't think that's necessarily going to be the case, but you never know. Especially if you have individuals like Michael Burry who decide to short this name and some more short interest. But I'm not seeing that displayed on the options chain, which would give us a good picture and have the ability to identify where some of these larger participants are hiding. Now, 210, 215, we might struggle to break and hold $200 here on the week, guys, considering it is the largest amount on this week's expiration cycle. 170 is where there's the most amount of, short side puts here, guys. So a lot of gamma exposure at this specific zone. And like I was saying, I think at some point we can definitely see those levels in which I'll be buying the most amount I can possibly buy. It's just like throw the kitchen sink at it. In my opinion, at this, don't listen to not financial advice. This is what I will be doing, is that if NVDA goes down to $170, I will be throwing the kitchen sink at this bad boy in this level just to drastically bring my average as close as I possibly can to this zone. All right, so that's what I'm going to be looking at. We haven't seen this amount of open interest on the put side of things in quite some time. Now, we can head over to another expiration cycle just to confirm for ourselves, like, hey, we're not seeing anything else other than that. Now, you can see how much smaller the size is with a name that's usually top 4 or 5 in volume traded on options within options activity, I should say. So we'll keep an eye out on this specific level. Hey, man, you get that magnet effect and anything can happen. 220 is not in the picture, I don't believe, for this week. And you can see just the concentration as we get north of the current strike price in which we're trading at right now. It's just a lot of overhead. And then you have the base that can potentially be established over here. Now, if we go look at another name like Apple, completely different, right? Not that much overhead resistance. You can see we're only in the single digits here. A couple thousand there, a couple thousand there. Nothing going on, man. A lot of positive going on for AAPL right now. Not necessarily the case with NVDA, and I'm okay with that. How is the AMD doing? We'll see how we'll see how the options chain looks out on this bad boy. Getting expensive, so you can see that the liquidity is starting to dry up via options, guys. Not that much open interest makes it a little bit more difficult to read the chain. Now, NASDAQ will pull up that bad boy and see what we have on the triple Qs.
What do you got,
for
Joey?
this week? We'll see, man. We're waiting for this bad boy to load up, and this can be a massive teller on where the larger participants are hiding out. Here it is, 684. Our guy Trapman for real. He is, I believe, you bought more SPY calls. Let's see if that works out for you, brother. But we're at 195 now here on NVDA, and we're about to put in a new low of the day on the NAS. That's why we get out when we're supposed to, just to save face. You give a little bit back, but nothing substantial, as the market and some of these larger capitalization names are continuously bleeding their own blood. Here's ARM. Sharif, ARM down 42% off the highs, just like that.
Time to buy or no?
I don't know yet, man. Hey, if you want to start small, then you can start small. Robinhood, a name that had the inability to break that $120 marker, now down to $94. Now, this name I'm going to be just eliminating it. I just bought it to see what was, to see Wagwan with it, which is crazy. Yeah, Wagwan. What's up, Katina, man? How is the gym? Good, bang. There it is. 20% off the highs, but I'll just be offloading it. Why? Because I want to buy some more of this.
Okay.
Yeah, Google, Alphabet Company, down 20% off of the highs. I like it.
All right, guys, let's not forget Luis Barbado for everybody who wants to trade these small cap gappers. Day trading, and Luis leading the way. They've got the small cap theory course, guys. You get 16 hours of online live classes from 12 hours to 15 hours, or the time, I guess. That's Monday to Friday. It's 3 hours focused every day. It ends in August. It starts end of August to beginning of September, so reserve your spot now. Maximum size per class is 6 to 8 people. So very, very limited. You're going to learn the theory of the market and the concepts, strategies and setups, statistics. So you're going to get some quant there, and probabilities, tools and scanners, the psychology and the mindset behind everything. This is a small cap theory course. It's being led here by the OG, Luis Barbato, and Mark, I don't know how to say his last, Bacardit. Luis has got over 20 years of day trading experience. He's a coach in trading for traders. He's also the founder of A Day Trading, and Mark's got 10 years of day trading experience with U.S. stocks. He's a coach and trainer, and he's also one of the founders as well. So make sure if you're interested in that, there's the website, right? adaytrading.com, the email, the WhatsApp number at the top, and of course, the Trusty X account. Thank you again, Luis, for setting this up. I know that a lot of people are interested when you did mention that again. So thanks for that. There goes DFNS, Joey. 1047 limit up. 1022, 1032, 1043, 1047 limit up. There's a lot of selling. It's a 1044 high a day. There's a buyer at 10. Be careful with this one. It can turn in a heartbeat. But there is a buyer here locally at 10. 10 single digits. He's moving up, Joey, into 10 double digits. There it goes again. Now the buyer is buying in the high teens, low 20s. Wow, there it goes. 1047, now 1064 limit up. That is now the breakout level. Look at the strength right now on DFNS. Let's see if that 10 buyer steps in again, Mr. Options. Let's see, we're buying in the high 20s. Low 20s. There we go, down into 10. That 10 buyer still defending. So nothing really below 10 right now, whether on the 1 or the 5. So continuing to watch that. It does feel like, wow, that 10 buyer is staunchy. It did dip below 10 momentarily into 96, 98, but it keeps getting bought right back up. If you're putting your stop placement right below 10, you're doing yourself a disservice. You got to give it room, especially with a volatile name like this. I'm not saying too much in the way of room, but it's got to be sound enough so that you don't get wicked in and wicked out. But DFNS, all sorts of strong. Very, very happy for everybody who's printing on this one. We're still printing short here on LVWR, and we're still holding the long here on ENTX, which we did get a couple of beak wetters on into the mid-90s. We're still holding here for a $4, though, flat top break. But it's DFNS's world. We're all just living in it right now, baby. Right? Zig and zag, zig and zag. So keep your eye out on this one right now. Which broker am I using, says John Arslan. So couple of answers to that. Ironically enough, anytime you see the black charts, that's my SIM account for Interactive Brokers. That's my personal account. Reason I'm in SIM there, I don't want you to see my account number, okay? And then the white charts, anytime you see this right here, like what you're looking at, this is a proprietary software called P8, and it belongs to the firm that we work for called Real Trading, okay? So they are two separate systems, but we kind of use them interchangingly using them. 1089 limit up, Joseph. This is very strong. This is very strong. 1089 limit up. I feel like we're going to see 11 sooner rather than later. And guys, if we start seeing 11, I'm going to start thinking 15. Okay? So let's keep a close eye on this one. We've taken out some sellers here, Katina, man, north of $10. So could open up here. Could open up. Be careful with this one. Joseph.
All right, man. Good stuff. We're back in this bad boy. Oh, I'm in the... Yeah, that's a great feeling.
Get it, options, man.
Yeah, that's a pretty good feeling, that's for sure. We're in the
I got a
NASDAQ.
feeling.
Yeah, woohoo on
That
this one.
tonight's gonna be.
Yeah, all right, man. We that's the thing, Sharif. We're gonna just get out of this here unscathed. I wanted to get in on NVDL once again here, but I mean, we'll take a little scalp on the NASDAQ here, guys. But that, yeah, definitely not what I was looking at. Some buying pressure starting to step in on the lower end of the range. And you just get into the detail of the 1 minute time frame. Let's see if it can get a sustained bounce. I'm glad that we got out of that one there. So not too bad whatsoever. Bang, NVDA, potential rebound back in towards this prior structure. But if it's really weak and these signals break, I mean, like, what are we talking about? We're down 5%. Is it really weak? Of course it is. But if it's even weaker than what I suspect, you might see some more downside. But I do believe price action will cool down at one point. We are getting closer to that 2 o'clock hour when things do tend to slow down a little bit. But let's try another attempt on this bad boy here. I like where we're sitting, and the risk to reward is most definitely there. All right, so let's keep an eye on it just in case we see on the tape what we're specifically looking for. A nice bounce up there in the NASDAQ. And watch out, guys. This is what I was talking about. I've been talking about it the whole day. Is I do believe there's going to be more downside in AMD. What was I going to type in here? NVDL. Bang. There's that uptick in the NASDAQ. Oh, wow. Okay. Obviously, I mean, hey, I was in the wrong stock. I was in the wrong stock. But it's starting to find somewhat of a rebound here. We'll wait for more of a pullback in this name. But look at this, guys. A high of the day of $208. You're now trading at 195. I mean, is it really what I'm talking about? Is it that far-fetched, especially after today's session? I don't think so. I'm going to be honest with you. I do believe that there's going to be some more downside in this, and I'm okay with that because I'm a flat-out buyer. It's that plain and simple. I'm not going to complicate anything, and you know what? I'll show my cards, man, because, whoa, yeah, that's definitely in the works. We're going to see 85s, Sharif, and then I believe at that point we're going to see 80s. Gets even uglier than expected. We're going to see south of 165 on this bad boy. I could be getting way ahead of myself, and if that's the case, then I'm going to be the giddiest individual at 175, 170. Yeah, man, I told everybody I will throw the kitchen sink at this company here at 170.
Those are pretty heavy, though, eh?
Kitchen sinks?
Yeah.
I'm all right with the weight.
I like it. That's confident. Well, you don't smash 8 muscle ups in a row if you weren't comfortable with that weight.
7.
My bad.
Seven.
I thought, I tend to gravitate to number 8. You just did 8?
Keenan did 8. Yeah.
Muscle ups, Sia.
Muscle ups. How many can you do, Sia?
How many muscle ups can you do, Sia?
I'm training to do it though.
Yeah.
I want to. I can't.
Can I give a suggestion if I'm allowed?
Yeah.
Bands.
Yeah.
Have you seen how they put the bands on the bottom as like an assistive device?
That's how I started doing pull-ups too with the bands, but now I can do like a little with them.
Isn't that awesome? I love progression exercises because they help you do exercises that you can't typically do. I use them all the time.
I feel like I've started focusing more on like body weight than like everything because I want to get more into calisthenics too.
I couldn't agree more with that. I couldn't agree more. And you know what else I could agree more with? There goes DFNS into a high of day of 1144. Y'all thought I didn't see that? You thought I was going to remain calm?
That's crazy.
There we go, Joseph Options. We got 44s on, and the best print we have is at the third of $1. We're looking for the 1144 break. Go, DFNS, go. Bovin, what are you seeing over there, buddy? Because anything below 1050 is going to end the trade for me, my friend. Let me tell you something. We're going to put it down all the way down here. So either we're going to get, let's put 1169, Joseph. Either we're going to get 1169 or we're going to stop out. Eccentric pull-ups, yeah. I should try those. But you know what else has been not pulling up? LVWR, down goes Fraser into $2.30. We got 266 on this mother, you know what? We're looking for a little bit more. Let's keep an eye out on that one. Then we're still, of course, we're holding ENTX here. A couple of pennies in the money, but the flat top break continues to elude me here. Bovin wants $20 like a psycho on DFNS, and more pleased I could not be for Bovin. That's the kind of ambition that I want to see. But Bovin, before we start looking at 20, buddy, how about we get through 1150? How about we get through 15, right? Let's move in waves of 5 here, Joey. Here comes 11 1/4, 11 1/3. We're waiting at 69. It's 1178 limit up right now from what I can see. There's a big $0.25 seller. Let's see if we can get anything on the time and sales at the third. There's the third options, man. Now we're zigging. We're zagging. Here comes the $0.50 options, man. And that's going to be the end of the trade for me. Okay. Into the $0.50 we go. That is the area high, 1144. Go. DFNS, go. Let's see if we can pick some more up, though. Let's see if it comes back into 10, maybe 9.5. We'll add a little bit more. But we are getting a little bit overtime right now, right? Sia's waiting. She's got the news ready, set up to go. And goodness knows we have a lot to talk about today.
Okay.
Nothing but space, says Tisha. Love hearing that. It should be a good one for everyone. Trade this one carefully, of course. Have anything to add before we mosey on up?
No, man. Let's fire it up.
Let's go. Let's send it to Sia.
Let's start with NBC Universal. So NBC Universal's Peacock will now be officially landing on YouTube. All the content, including NBC Sports portfolio on the NFL, as well as NBA Universal films like the Minions franchise, my favorite, and original Peacock and Bravo content, like The Real Housewives and Love Island USA, will all be landing on YouTube Premium subscriptions in the US starting early next year. So YouTube Premium offers a variety of plans that begins at $8.99 a month, whereas you have Peacock Premium currently costing $10.99 per month. So this partnership has been formed after Comcast co-CEO Brian Roberts had reached out to YouTube CEO Neil Mohan about 9 months ago, according to a person who's familiar with the matter, stating this. This had been followed up with a meeting between these executive teams at the Google offices, where the two companies had begun to brainstorm partnerships such as this. So we have during Comcast earnings call with investors, co-CEO Mike Cavanaugh, who will become CEO of NBC Universal Business following this separation, had said that he expects Peacock to remain profitable on an annual basis in the future with some fluctuation between quarters. You have CMCSA up 4% on the day.
Yeah, very interesting look here. Not a company or a segment I know too much about, but nice to see that they're throwing their hat into the ring for sports, because it's really become dominated more by the hyperscalers who have a lot more money than traditional and linear media companies. And we see that we don't even need to see the competition for sports. We see that in the consolidation of linear media. You're seeing, of course, Paramount Skydance tie up with Warner Brothers. You're looking at Comcast, of course, divesting a lot of their cable networks to kind of help the streaming side catch a bid on its own. So I like some of this stuff, but not something that I feel, I'm going to commit a lot of mental capital to, because it's not really something that I understand all that much.
Yeah, that's fair enough, man. I believe we should move on to the next story. We'll talk some NVIDIA and SpaceX.
Let's do that. Let's talk a bit NVIDIA, SpaceX, as well as Microsoft that have launched AI safety initiatives. So NVIDIA and these couple other tech giants have, as of today, launched a new artificial intelligence safety initiative that's focused on open models due to the fallout from a cyber attack that was committed by a rogue OpenAI agent model. Now, last week it had emerged that the target of the attack was a startup called Hugging Face that had been unable to use leading U.S. frontier models to defend itself. You had guardrails that had not been able to distinguish between aggressor as well as defender, and instead it had turned into a self-hosted open-weight Chinese model, which has not been bound by the same restrictions. Sharif and I were also talking about this, I believe, on Friday, a bit off camera. So open models can be downloaded, modified, and self-hosted, in contrast to closed models. That's the key difference over here, including frontier systems that are built by Anthropic as well as OpenAI, which can only be accessed through specific infrastructure. But you had NVIDIA saying in a statement that, quote, the open source secure AI alliance will work to remediate and disclose vulnerabilities using open technologies, and quote, continuing to say that, quote unquote, the recent Hugging Face security incident delivered a clear reminder that cyber defenders need open frontier agentic systems for self-defense. I'm just going to check how NVIDIA is doing at the moment. It's down over 5% on the day.
All right, hot take. I don't believe anything Altman says. I think that he is highly dishonest, and pardon me. Yeah, I was putting it that way because of Joey. I think he kind of orchestrated this entire thing. He claims that he had this new frontier model in a sandbox, and the sandbox prohibits it from gaining access to everything that they've blocked off from it, hence the term sandbox. So this rogue model that is so good that couldn't be controlled by Altman and company broke out because it gained internet access that it was denied vis-a-vis the sandbox, and then decided that the best way that it was going to solve the problem that had been assigned to it by some of the programmers was to break into Hugging Face. It didn't choose any other model. It chose a Hugging Face, the company that Altman has a very, very close and cozy relationship with. What a shock. What a selection by the model. It was so astute. It knew to go to Hugging Face. Nobody else. This is a load of crock. Altman's behind. Anthropic's eating his lunch, and he needs to create a headline to kind of spur up demand for his fledgling model. That's what I think. Altman sucks, and I think OpenAI sucks, and I don't mind seeing them IPO so we can short them.
Yeah, I mean, that's tough to follow up there. Yeah, you get him, Sharif, for sure. I do agree to the point that I do believe this was orchestrated from Sam Altman. Why? Because look what Dario was doing with Mythos. So he's like, oh, okay, yeah, we're going to have this form of fear-mongering, which really helped, obviously, the stock in the company, I should say, in the publicity of Anthropic. Look what happened to some of the SaaS names. You have CrowdStrike, some of the cybersecurity names absolutely tanking, falling 40% on the fact that Mythos found all of these issues. I think Sam Altman was trying to do the exact same thing to try to get the exact same knee-jerk reaction for his company, but it just didn't pan out how he was expecting it. Now, I will say this, Sharif. Sure. I agree with you on the fact that Sam Altman is a sketchy individual. Will this be a name that I would be shorting out of the IPO? I don't think so. Why? Because 1 billion monthly active users, as much as it sucks right now, 1 billion monthly active users, and we're starting to see digital ad revenue on the side of things, which I think would make it a little bit more difficult. And you and I actually had the conversation, how much more would you like OpenAI if Sam Altman was booted from CEO?
I would like it better.
Exactly.
But,
so,
you know,
if it's happened once, I wouldn't be surprised if it happens again.
2 points I want to say to
Absolutely.
that. Altman's already pissed off a lot of the talent.
Everyone.
And we said specifically why Anthropic got so good, because all the PhDs who were disgruntled with Altman all followed Amade over him and his sister to Anthropic. That's point number one. Point number two, I just have to say to you, you're absolutely right. The daily active users, the monthly active users, however you want to quantify it, Joey. But I got to say, don't you think the market's already priced in all these DAOs?
Absolutely. I 100%, man. But the issue is we talk about the freemium. The majority of these users are on the free model, right? So with that digital ad starting to step in, it may help a little bit. Listen, this guy is indebted throughout the wazoo. People don't like him, but I think just because he's a CEO that isn't well liked, I don't think we should take too much away from OpenAI, because if he's kicked again, then this company can
You're not wrong, man. There's still going to be a lot of talent.
Right?
All right, just mention a couple of the different headlines here, because we have NVIDIA, SpaceX, and Microsoft kind of all under the same heading. So I want to mention SpaceX, fantastic success last week with Starship version 3. It wasn't perfect, as we saw, a couple of mishaps. The rocket booster, had a hard landing in the Gulf, so it wasn't caught by the chopsticks. It was supposed to be a soft landing into the water. It ended up being hard. They went too fast. They'll fix that. With respect to Starship and the landing in the Indian Ocean, I thought that was pretty much a success. It didn't blow up, and it deployed its payload into space, which is version 3 of the low Earth orbit satellite Starlink satellites, pardon me. And these are supposed to test sort of the direct-to-cellular connectivity that is supposed to be coming up, I guess, in the near future. So I'm very excited that they had that success there. I look for more, you're right, to see that if we can get all the processes right in the launch and the landing and the deployment of payload and everything like that. So I'm super happy that they got that right. I like the ambition. And then last but not least, NVIDIA backstopping today the lease on OpenAI. OpenAI with a new, exactly, he's got it right there. OpenAI with a new data center deal, and this is happening more. Adira and I were talking about that in the morning. We saw it with AMD backstopping Anthropic's lease last week. We're seeing it now with NVIDIA backstopping OpenAI's lease. They get better terms, better prices when, I guess, a multi-trillion-dollar company is co-signing your lease.
And a couple more things. Like now, so we started with token maxing. Now we're cloud maxing. Like this term is driving me nuts. I want to add one more thing about Sam Altman. Look whose toes he's stepped on so far now. Apple,
bro, I mean,
Microsoft,
it's a who's who,
Elon,
bro.
right?
It's a who's who.
It's literally this guy. Listen, he was ousted for the first time for a reason. I wouldn't be surprised if at some point in the future he's kicked off again, because he's a slithery snake, in my opinion. I do agree, but I'm not going to take away from the company.
No. I mean, the company. Let's not crap all over the company.
It's
well, even though I already did.
Which is fair, but it's an individual who more or less you're aiming at, right? So yeah, totally fair. Let's move on to the next story.
All right, let's send it back to you guys.
Let's talk a little bit DRAM here. So China's Changshan technology group, that is a CXMT, has surged nearly 466% in its Shanghai STAR market debut after raising $12.6 billion. This makes it China's most valuable listed company and signaling enormous investor enthusiasm as well for domestic AI semiconductor leaders. So now CXMT currently holds roughly 7.7% of the global DRAM market and has also drawn attention following reports that Apple is currently testing its memory chips for devices sold in China. So the company is also expected to benefit from Beijing's continued push for semiconductor self-sufficiency.
I like this. I get that this is a Chinese supplier and there is fear about doing any business with them lest they include some spyware housed within the hardware. I get the concerns. This company, as of right now, is not prohibited from doing business with American companies. It is prohibited from doing business with the Pentagon and any defense-related companies that do business with the Pentagon. Apple doesn't happen to fall into that category. So what Sia was referencing there was Apple's sort of unconfirmed report that they would be looking to buy RAM, NAND, DRAM from CXMT, which is called Shaanxi Memory, because, well, Micron, SanDisk, SK Hynix, Samsung, they've all 4 or 5-fold their prices in the last year. So they're looking obviously at maintaining margins. Now, why I do like this as a strategic alternative is for prices. Simple as that. If the Americans can maybe kind of just sort of feign that they will allow CXMT to do business, then we might actually get some preemptive pricing reductions from the likes of SK Hynix, the likes of Samsung, the likes of Micron, maybe, I don't know, right? But when the Chinese are gonna compete with you, maybe you're not as gung-ho to continue to raise prices in the same way that you've been doing. This company is pretty well established in China, and it has some big money backers. We're talking about NIO, Xiaomi, Chery, Alibaba, all of which have thrown their support behind CXMT. And in fact, NIO was one of the earliest investors, and they've seen a 500% return on their investment so far. So as I was saying this morning in the big desk, when NIO reports, what I'd be expecting is a one-line item accounting for that 500% increase on their investment, but a non-recurring one-line item. Joseph, look, the demand for the IPO was oversubscribed by 244 times. Okay,
on SK you're referring to?
On CXMT.
Oh, okay.
Oversubscribed by 244 times. Institutional bidding exceeded by 500 times. All to participate only in an $8.6 billion offering. I don't want to say only, but, you know, relatively speaking to what we've seen, 35, you know, 8.6.
Yeah, relatively small. Listen, I mean, we already seen some of these major companies, Apple, looking to step outside of North America just to eliminate or reduce some of these memory storage costs. I think we're sitting in the exact same boat. I don't know if the United States is going to allow some of the companies, corporations here to grab it from this company specifically. We're already having issues with NVDA's chips. Will they do that? Will they be willing to do that just to relieve some of this pressure? We talk about the bottleneck over and over again, and if that's the case, you will see some of the Micron, SanDisk, Seagate, Western Digitals hit pretty heavily, in my opinion, but at some point they will recover. I just don't think that the American government is going to allow Apple to buy chips outside of the United States, or sorry, buy memory storage out of the United States.
I got to tell you the truth. I would be surprised as well. I would be surprised as well, but like what I'm thinking is maybe just feign, at least initially, that you will, just so you can kind of force the other vendors to drop their prices a little bit.
Relieve some pressure?
Yeah, like
which is what I can see doing, right?
In a year, bro.
The real question is, Sharif, is I think what we'll see in the upcoming earnings report is how much of a hindrance does this have on margins? Like if margins are getting absolutely destroyed and it's like, hey, this stuff is borderline unaffordable at this point, then maybe some steps will be taken, but I don't know if that's necessarily the case right now.
You're thinking about Apple's margins?
Yeah, Apple.
Well, we saw some of the price increases.
We've seen it, but we like how much is it? Like sales are going to be important, and then obviously how much compression.
That's what we're talking about.
Yeah.
My concern is sales drop because prices increased, right? My understanding was, though, that the iPhone is going to come at a different strategy here. So you're going to have two iPhone prices. You're going to have the Pro and Pro Max move up a lot more. and you're going to see the regular iPhone 18 not really move up that much. But what you're going to see Apple do is try to force you to buy the Pro. So there's going to be some exclusive Pro only. I'm assuming it's going to do with AI and the new revamped Siri, so that you're persuaded to spend a bit more. But lest you decide otherwise, there's that, that basic iPhone 18 that still, captures whatever, other market there is. So that's my understanding. We never really know what the hell Apple's going to do until they do it, though.
Exactly. But I mean, we've seen some of the price increases already. I think it was like $100, I believe, on the iPhone Pro Max.
We don't know, brother. They haven't told us.
Oh, I swore we were talking about before. There was an article somewhere around 100 to 150.
Apple never discloses prices about the iPhone, but we did see everything else.
Yeah. The big issue being is I'm pretty sure we did, but we can double check because I think we all covered it here. How much they were going to actually increase on top of the higher price models. We can figure that out right now. But the cheaper MacBook, right? That you're going to have an increase on that.
So apparently, and I just Googled this because I didn't remember hearing about this. I guess this might have happened while I was on vacation. But $200 price increase is what could be seen here for the iPhone 18 Pro. I'm not seeing from what or to what, though. Just to clarify that.
Right. But so we did cover this. I remember I won't be able to pull it up now, but $200 price increase. I mean, if you're looking at a phone that's already $1,300 or $1,200, $200, I mean, that is quite a bit. But if you're looking to spend that cash, I don't know how much that's going to really be. Oh, no, whoa, there's no way I'm buying it now at that point.
So yeah, as I suspected, Apple didn't release anything, and everything that's coming out is entirely speculative.
So okay, so that's exactly. So I forget who it was. What analyst group said that they're anticipating $150
it's
to $200.
Counterpoint and IDC.
Yeah,
they project the flagship iPhone 18 and Pro and Pro Max, as you were saying exactly, Joseph, $100 to $200 compared to a previous generation. But we don't know.
But Apple hasn't released any statements themselves. So, I mean, at the end of the day, it's not good, obviously, and it's going to hurt sales. But we already just went through a double-digit cycle of growth within iPhone sales, right? So I wouldn't be surprised if we see some cooling down.
All right.
Let's take a look at our next story over here. So CME Group has said as of today that it has launched a cash-settled single stock features on 55 U.S. equities, along with micro-sized contracts on 22 names here, marking the exchange's push into a market that's designed to let investors take leverage long or short positions around the clock. Contracts will be trading on CME's Globex platform on Sunday evening through Friday afternoon, with 1 hour that will be dedicated to maintenance breaks, enabling investors to respond to earnings and also other market moving events outside of regular U.S. stock market moving hours. So the lineup includes futures tied to SpaceX, which is one of Wall Street's most closely watched recent IPOs, as well as Micron Technology, NVIDIA, Tesla, and Apple. Standard contracts represent 100 shares of the underlying stock, while also micro contracts will be representing 10 shares. Morgan Stanley analyst Michael Cypress has said in a note that retail brokers have characterized the launch as the year's largest retail growth catalyst, with more than 35 retail partners targeting day one/week readiness, quote unquote. Adara, what's your take?
I'm just really curious. That's honestly, I don't have anything to say on this. I wish I had something to say in this from like an intellectual perspective, but I'm quite curious as to how it's going to perform. And I say that because the more I hear about it, just, reading that and from hearing what you said there, Sia, I don't, like, they do have some competition. I know it's not exactly the same, and correct me if I'm wrong, futures traders, give me some more context, but there are already ways to trade after hours. You've got Moon, shout out to Jeff Mendel. You've got Blue Ocean, as we talk about a lot here, right? So I'm curious as to what size the market's going to be, and I'd really love to see what the data is and what the stats are on the level of engagement for the first week or month or so on this, because I'm curious as to how large of a size this market actually is. Now, the one thing, though, that I think is very smart is launching this during earnings, because you've got this being launched here during the whole hubbub of Mag 7 earnings week, or at least 4 of the Mag 7s reporting this week. You've got the Fed meeting. Like, there are a lot of reasons that we could see some action on these contracts. But yeah, I think longer term, I'll be quite curious to see how this performs for the reasons I just mentioned.
Absolutely, that makes a lot of sense. Sending it to the guys for their take.
I don't know enough to comment. Do you?
Yeah, I really want to talk about this because it's very intriguing. So This was a project that was previously launched and failed before. Now, I like how Adara brought up the fact that, hey, isn't there already ways where you can trade overnight? Now, if that being said, I think the objective of this, I don't know if, I'm not going to put it all into one basket, but it's a leverage system, right? When you're trading futures, you're trying to use a leverage product. And if it failed before, the objective of this is to make it more simplistic than trading options. I just don't know how much interest this is going to gain. And there's more downside risk, right? Like there's more that you can potentially lose opposed to premium paid when you're trading options. And I think that's a big thing to take into consideration when we're already having a market this is just a fancy way, Sharif, in my opinion, of just really offloading a bunch of leveraged ETFs. When the market's already getting flooded with the hyperscale, like the Mag 7, there's X amount of leveraged ETF. This is just another way to capitalize on individuals trading these style of products. I don't think that the overnight is going to have a drastic effect on it, to be honest with you. I think underlying in the actual equity itself is the way to go. And then they're using it as it's more simplistic than the Greeks, but they're forgetting the fact that there's more downside risk than when you are just straight out buying options, puts or calls, okay? Risk is premium paid. That's not necessarily the case here when it comes to these futures.
All right, let's send it back to Sia.
Let's take a look at our next story here. So Amazon has asked federal regulators to approve a request to launch up to 5,105 internet satellites as a part of a constellation that will provide a direct-to-device connectivity. So Amazon had first telegraphed its plans to launch a D2D, that is the direct-to-device connectivity network, in April, when it had announced that it would acquire satellite operator Globalstar in a deal that would be worth about $11.6 billion. Something to know that D2D networks provide connectivity straight to smartphones or other devices via satellites in place of traditional cell towers that we've been having. And also, in an application that was made on Saturday with the Federal Communications Commission, Amazon has said that its D2D network would combine its existing infrastructure with Globalstar's satellites as well as its spectrums. So Amazon is targeting users who are quote-unquote unserved or underserved by existing wireless providers. This particular filing has that stated in it, and the company has said that Amazon looks forward to delivering on the promise of D2D connectivity, including to the millions of people living, traveling, and working in places beyond the reach of existing networks today. With that, you have Amazon down, well, technically flat on the day, but before we head to the guys for their take, let's go to Adira.
Yeah, President Trump here is on camera. He's speaking. He's going to be apparently watching a drag show or drag race show, like people drag racing, in about, I think it'll like 1:45, 1:50, so it should be in about 15 to 20 minutes. Then we're going to get comments from him at 2:10, and then more comments from him at 2:50. So lots of Trump this afternoon. Not seeing anything massive from this round of comments, but be aware, President Trump watching the drag race, doing a gift ceremony, and then making more comments.
These are some hot comments here coming in, man, from President Trump with respect to Israel, with respect to the F-35. Very interesting comments coming in right now. Let me talk about this Amazon story here. So Amazon, by acquiring Globalstar, of course, we know that they've made themselves kind of the backbone to Apple's satellite system, because that's what the emergency kind of cell to satellite system works on at Globalstar. That was an $11.6 billion acquisition by Amazon. I like that. That is distinct, though, from their Project Kuiper. So Project Kuiper has an entirely different set of low Earth orbit satellites. This is going to be entirely in addition to that. But we need to distinguish the different types of low Earth orbit satellites because they're not all the same. As Sia was mentioning, this is D2D, but not all D2D direct to device is created equally. One takes this bent pipe approach. What am I talking about? So basically they act as signal reflectors between phones and the ground stations. So inherent in that statement is reliance on ground stations. We want to move past that. We want direct to cellular, satellite to cellular service directly. And that's what this new stuff is doing. So you're going to have signal processing and inter-satellite optical lasers that are going to link each satellite directly and then route data into space before it goes back to the ground and goes onto your device. So the old way of doing things was basically just to reflect the terrestrial signal into space,
which still requires these cell towers. And the new way is just directly from satellite to the cell phone. So this is what we're talking about here. And that's why I think this is a big deal, right? Because we've often been talking about how, in my opinion, the telecom companies are, you're setting up short here, because their technology that they've spent billions and billions and billions of dollars on for the last, let's say, 2 decades, a decade and a half, may become kind of defunct. Especially if you get, the SpaceXs and the Amazons who have ample amount of money putting their own cellular network into space and cutting you out, right? So that's what I think about this one. We're also talking about a 6 to 8 year hardware objective obsolescence cycle. So these bad boys will have to be replaced, every half decade, 3/4 of a decade. So they're not up there forever. That's capital intensive heavy. We have to make sure that that makes sense from a financing perspective so that they're generating, enough money to keep the ball afloat here.
Yeah, so a couple of interesting, doesn't Apple own 20% of Global Star? I'm pretty sure.
Be honest with you, I'm
it
not
was either
sure.
that or
After
Echo
the acquisition.
Star.
It could be.
Yeah, I still believe that they do. So Sharif, I remember when this first came out, when Amazon was getting involved with this here. First things first. So 5100 low Earth orbit satellites, they're already kind of behind quota on that. They missed the amount of launch, the specific amount of satellites they wanted to send into low orbit. But one thing that I want to focus on, I think is really important, is that it wasn't directly, when the article first came out a couple of weeks ago or a month or so ago, is that it's not a direct competitor with SpaceX. The use of this was specifically from military, like a stronger signal, something that can go through concrete walls and et cetera. It wasn't necessarily straight for the individual, like Starlink, where you're not close, you're just way out of any form of signal, right? Yep. So that's what I find interesting, but the narrative is changing. What's interesting to me is they're planning to launch 1,600 satellites by the end of the month, and then also another 3,200 by 2029. That's quite a bit. They're looking around 5,100, 5,200 by the end of 2028. So that would be a little bit behind. But other than that, man, these companies are in full force, and I think this is going to be a massive disruption within some of these telecommunication companies. Let's send it over to the desk.
Another round of comments here from President Trump on Iran, talking to the press ahead of those events that I mentioned, saying that he's feeling patient, he has, quote, plenty of time, and that Iran's, quote, whole shoreline is wiped out. He says, though, that the Strait of Hormuz is in, quote, very good shape, and that talks between the U.S. and Iran are ongoing. Again, the last aspect of that was disputed by Iran earlier today. Send it over to Sia.
I think we're sending it back to Sia.
Let's take a look at Bloom Energy. So they're reporting earnings tomorrow. This is a name that I have been watching pretty closely, so I'm excited to see how this ticker does. So they will be reporting earnings tomorrow. Investors are heavily focused on whether the strong demand for AI power infrastructure can offset these elevated expectations around the company's stock powerful rally this year. So Q2 estimates are here. Consensus expectations target of an EPS of the range of 39 cents to 41 cents. Revenue projections ranging from $766.8 million up to $827 million. Full year 2026 guidance. So management has previously raised its full year expectations to non-GAAP earnings of $1.85 to $2.25 per share on a total revenue number of $3.40 billion to $3.80 billion, implying an 80% roughly of an annual revenue growth. Growth catalysts, however, to take a look at here are backed by massive multi-billion-dollar deals, including the expanded partnership with Brookfield Asset Management that is up $25 billion, and multi-gigawatt deployments with Oracle also to power AI infrastructure. Another look that I want you to see here is that BE had an initial market capitalization of approximately the range of $1.6 billion to $2.6 billion during its IPO, and currently it stands at $51.7 billion to the range of $52.6 billion, which is a big number here, and I'm really excited for the earnings, but I'm going to send it to Adara to see what she has to say.
Yeah, I'm curious here because of the short report. So as we know, in early July, Hunterbrook comes out and says they are short Bloom Energy, in part because they, found some evidence that Bloom Energy had lied at least 5 times, like I said, at least 5 times since February 2025. CEO of Bloom Energy, K.R. Sridhar, had made some comments here suggesting that the company was not reliant on its China supply chain, or that it had no China supply chain. And then they found evidence that that wasn't the case. Bloom's denial was, that they weren't reliant on the China supply chain. But if I remember correctly, they didn't out and out say that they had no China supply chain, which is some of the comments that they'd made earlier. That's what that was suggesting. So you're gonna have to wait and see here. I think that this short report story isn't necessarily over, and I'm really curious to see if Bloom Energy, if this comes up during the call tomorrow, which will be after the bell. I wonder if they have any kind of evidence to back up, or I guess to refute the comments that were made in the short report. That's what I'm quite curious about. In terms of what we're actually expecting from the report, here is the earnings preview from Trader TV Research. This is not out yet. You can find it tomorrow morning before the bell. I'll be posting it here. So yeah, like as Sia said here, you're looking for revenue of $766.88 million, earnings of 40 cents per share. That is the CEO in question. As Sia mentioned, raised guidance. Last quarter was quite strong for them. Let's see what this quarter brings. I think this these gross margin year-over-year growth is really impressive. I would like to see the margins continue to have that year-over-year growth. And as I mentioned, curious if we get any mention of the short report.
Okay, so let's talk about this short report. So the accusation that was made was that they were projecting that they were going to have about 5 gigawatts, okay, which requires about 220 tons of high-grade scandium oxide. That exceeds all the scandium oxide known to exist in the world currently. That's not what Bloom Energy is doing, and to say otherwise is a mischaracterization or just a misunderstanding of how the technology works. They are using a recapturing program. So when you state, Adira, that they didn't state how they were going to capture the scandium oxide, they specifically stated how they were going to do it. And they specifically stated their recapturing process, and so that's the evidence that we're talking about. We're talking about them actually proving, in the same way that you have carbon capture technology, this is the same thing. And so you're not mining for new scandium oxide. You're not mining something that doesn't exist or in a quantity that doesn't exist. It's already existing and being used in products through recycled material, and that's how it's being captured. That's what the CEO said. You can believe him or you can disbelieve him, but he explained it away in a very simple way. Okay, so that's where my kind of response to the short report lies. That is completely immaterial, though, to how the company is actually operating. This company was supposed to be a hydrogen fuel cell using the hydrolyzer, and they've completely moved away from that. They're now renting gas turbines to anybody who can buy them because of the amazing amount of short supply that they have, as well as now they're moving into this, exactly, scandium oxide and other forms of clean energy. So I like to see it. I personally do not like the concentration that the company is going after, where they're just only doing AI data centers. I'd like to see them diversify into some other areas other than just AI data centers, because if there is a bubble there or a slowdown in CapEx, they're going to be hit with that automatically. So I'd like to see them have a hand in every cookie jar.
Fair enough. I mean, we could talk about the technicals of this stock. We'll get into some other things momentarily. Adira brought it up. Like, this stock is being hit heavy, right? Short report, you're down 48%. But this leads to my next point. Now, if I'm looking at some of these numbers, revenue rocketed 134%, led by 208% surge in product revenue to $653 million. Like, you're in triple digit. What I'm getting at here is you're in triple digit growth. Now, what I'm going to be looking for during the report is, are we going to exceed that? That's my major question. And if the answer is no, then the stock will probably get hit heavier just due to the fact of the short report. I have no idea in regards to what's going on behind the scenes. I'm just going to be looking at the numbers specifically, because if this company is growing at this clip rate, at this point, I believe it's oversold.
This story is very, very, very cool that I want to talk about now. It's about Ford. Let's take a look. Ford Motors is expanding its accessory and parts business in an effort to boost profits and also better tap into the $53 billion U.S. aftermarket industry. F is planning to increase its aftermarket products from exterior detailing to vehicle wraps to performance parts and systems that have more exclusive moments as compared to a Nike shoe drop. Stay with me. With new and special edition vehicle models as well. This is coming according to Matt Simpson, who is Ford's customization executive director. So he had said to CNBC at the Michigan International Speedway racetrack that thinking like a quote-unquote Nike dropping a sneaker is a vision that they are significantly increasing their investment in this group to bring more choice and engage customers in these after sales. So automakers have long used the special edition vehicles and souped up models to boost vehicle prices and profits, but Ford here has particularly said that it is methodically taking steps to increase customers' ability to customize vehicles across all price levels, trying to make it more accessible. But this will include expanding accessories as well as investing additional resources in Ford Custom Garage, which launched last year as a one-stop shop kind of a destination for customers, for customization, from Ford. So it's Custom Garage's first shoe-like quote-unquote vehicle drop has occurred as of today. You can see it right in front of my screen over here. It's pink. It looks like a Barbie. I like it. It has unveiled a sunrise-inspired Ford Bronco SUV, which looks very close to, like I said, and CNBC did report this too as well. Barbie kind of a drop. Adero, what's your take?
Yeah, I just think it's interesting how many Ford stories we have had kind of all morning. You had this one. You had even like that pop here around, I believe, 12:27 p.m. when Wall Street Journal reported that the company is maybe trying for its largest Army contract in quite a while. There's some funny responses to that in the chat, like, oh, Ford's being used in the battleground, but I digress. We also had an upgrade this morning alongside GM. So I think it's been a good day for these legacy automakers, at least in terms of stories. Maybe not necessarily in terms of stock, though I guess compared to where we closed yesterday, slightly green. But yeah, I think Ford with earnings tomorrow after the bell, very curious to see what they cook up.
Absolutely, same here. Stock currently trading flat, just like you said. What do you have to say, guys?
Not a name I'm interested in. I'll pass.
I'll say one thing. This isn't going to be a needle mover. The only thing, to be honest with you, of course, Ford wants you to customize your vehicle because it's going to cost you more money at the end of the day. But I don't think this is something that is going to really help the performance of the stock. What has helped the performance of the stock, and we've seen this within Tesla, is the energy storage segment that they're starting. I think that what we've seen with this name specifically, day after day for about a week straight, it was just right out of the gate, market limited on opens, marketable limited on opens, and just off to the races it went. This isn't going to be very much. I mean, you can have people customize their vehicle, but it's not going to help the top or the bottom line whatsoever.
All right.
See you.
Yep, we're going to take a look at MP. Sorry, I was just looking more into the details of the car. So MP Materials has secured a major U.S. government investment as the Pentagon has purchased a 15% stake and committed billions in financing to accelerate domestic rare earth production, also reduce its reliance on China. This funding will be supporting construction of a second magnet manufacturing facility here, expanding mining as well as processing capability and capacity, and establish a guaranteed price floor for key rare earth materials that gives MP greater long-term earnings visibility as well. I feel like MP currently trading around the $42 region. It's up 2% on the day.
You brought up a really good point, that price floor. So that is a 10-year price floor. It's guaranteed. You get $110 per kilogram of NdPr oxide, right? And so the point of that is to prevent the Chinese from coming into the area, which they dominate, mining and refining for most critical minerals, and then to basically drop the price, because they're heavily subsidized by the Chinese government, until you can't compete anymore, at which time they allow the price to either float naturally or they artificially increase it, and then push you out, right? And that's been the case for the last, I think, 25 years since the Americans basically divested all their mining and refining to the Chinese. I think it was the end of the 70s, early 80s, something like that. So that's what we're talking about here in terms of a price floor. And they're doing it so that they can have a domestic champion that they can kind of fall behind. Now, why I like MP is they're vertically integrated. They've got the extraction, the refining, as well as the finished product supply chain. However, that's all great in theory. What's happening in real life right now is the shorts are in control of MP. That's a fact. Just take a quick look at the chart, right? What you need here is not just the Department of Defense to create a price floor, but for them to actually get anchor clients that say, all right, we're going to buy off you regardless of what the Chinese are selling, so that the government is not the one that's backstopping you. I mean, it's good enough, fine, that you have the government backstopping you initially, but at some point you got to stand on your own 2 feet and you've got to be commercially viable. So that's what I'm talking about there. Also, this is done under the Defense Production Act, and the deal marks the first time, I guess, in the Pentagon's history that they've actually offered this Department of Defense deal, and they've taken what we know, a $400 million convertible note, which in stock and warrants, into MP. And that's something that we haven't really seen previous administrations do. Also, there's a possible unlocking of $1 billion Wall Street credit debt consortium. So the Pentagon's anchor involvement kind of acted as a de-risking catalyst to unlock private money from JP and Goldman, all who extended about $1 billion in commercial debt facilities to MP. So I like their cash position or their ability to maneuver from, an investment perspective. What I don't like, though, is a lack of an anchor client. I want to see the private market pick this up rather than, being publicly backstopped.
Fair enough. I mean, we could talk about some of the technicals here today. Not much to comment, but I mean, as Sharif is mentioning, short interest heavily on this name. And we had that initial pop not too long ago when the tariff tantrum first started. And unfortunately, it just had the inability to hold some of these key levels. We're sitting down 57%. Now, we had Raheem actually. Raheem, we were on live with Raheem when he was over, I believe it was in Washington. And just all about global investors coming into America when it comes to some of these precious metals and minerals. And there was a lot of investment, but MP Materials still down from that $100 marker, especially in a time where you would think AI build out, the performance of this stock and this company should be a little bit better, but that's not necessarily the case, down 58% off the highs.
Horrible.
Yeah, it's horrible.
Let's finally take a look at RKLBs, our last story for the news segment. Rocket Lab has secured a major U.S. Space Force contract under the Rocket Systems Launch Program, which is reinforcing its position as being one of the Pentagon's key commercial launch providers. So this agreement covers 12 suborbital launches with options for 6 more, beginning no earlier than the end of the year 2026. These missions will be launching primarily from Rocket Lab's new Alaska facility, expanding its launch network beyond New Zealand as well as Virginia, while at the same time supporting growing U.S. national security demand. I just want to see levels of RKLB at the moment. It's up very close to 2% on the day, trading around the $65 region.
This is what kind of confused me. And if anybody understands why they're doing this in the chat, I'd love to hear about it. So $266 million, right? And it's supposed to be for 12 base missions, Joey, right? Mm-hmm. And possibly another 6 options, but that would require new money. So we're talking about $22 million if you do the math, right? 266 divided by 12, that's about 22 and change, so about $22 million per suborbital launch. Okay, great, fantastic. How much does it cost other companies to go ahead and do suborbital launches? $8 million. Why are we giving them almost triple the amount per suborbital launch? Is there some other funding that this is going to be going to here? Because I feel like we're overpaying a little bit, right? So I'm not a big fan of this, and especially this is what's it called? Public money, right? So it's U.S. Space Force. So this is DoD money. So that's my first problem there. That's about nearly triple the average of what you're paying. What I do like, though, is that it expands their 4th launch footprint into Alaska. So now they've got New Zealand, they've got Virginia, and I think they have a couple in New Zealand, and now 1 in Alaska. The cool thing about Alaska is it's going to be a higher altitude, so it's going to be easier to launch, from my understanding, these low Earth orbit satellites. So good luck there. And then a multi-year compressed cadence target. So based upon the contract, they have to basically launch 18 times in 24 months. That would put them at level with SpaceX in terms of launch cadence. And we've been talking about SpaceX picking up their launch cadence a little bit. So I think it's quite ambitious. I love it. I don't think we should rely on one national champion, SpaceX. We know, of course, Amazon's thrown their hat into that ring. And I'd like to see some others, man. And NASA as well. Let's not crap all over NASA, right? Yeah. NASA's taken a bit of a different role lately. Mm-hmm. But yeah, this is good, I think, in my opinion. What do you think?
For the overall space in general?
Exactly.
Yeah, well, I think it's not bad. Like, I mean, you have to take into consideration Space Force was only launched in 2019. So it's still relatively new, right? So 7 years now. But this is going to be the largest deal between both the parties, which I find extremely interesting. Now, as for the company itself and the overall space, I just don't know if we're there yet, right? Like, it was like with quantum computing, you have the exuberance, you have all the excitement when investors start to step in, but then it's brushed to the side because it's like, all right, we're not quite exactly where we want to be. Now, if there's anybody who I'm going to be looking to get involved with, I mean, Rocket Lab already gone through some exponential growth. Now, we know what our SpaceX has done in the private markets with multi-trillion-dollar valuation before even coming public. I don't know if this is going to be the name specifically that I'm going to be looking at Rocket Lab. I would prefer personally to keep my eyes on SpaceX, even though the valuations are completely different from a market cap standpoint. I just believe the potential is more in favoring SpaceX than what we do have here in Rocket Lab. A couple big government contracts for Elon, and then that's it. I think there's no real competition, and you'll see a clear leader within the space, no pun intended.
I guess I disappointed somebody in their chat there. He's like, why is this Canadian saying we?
Oh.
He must be having a good day.
That's
he must be up. Must be a good day for him. He must be making a lot of money. A lot of money. I'm just joking. No way, man. You're cool. You're cool.
It's all good.
Just got to tease you a little bit. No way. All right, guys. We got another minute.
Well, I guess you can.
The Neil, they're locked, they're loaded.
You can say we because.
Show him the biceps, Joey, and then he won't talk after that.
I was going to say, we can say we as in the taxpayer. We the taxpayer. Is that fair, right?
Yeah, well, we're not paying it. Well, we paid a little bit of tax, Joey. We went down there. We paid some sales tax.
When you were down there?
You were down there, too.
Yeah, I was down there. But I'm saying in general, like, we the taxpayer.
Yeah. When I say we, I kind of mean the market. But, yeah, you guys get what I mean. All right, guys. It is official. The dead one, Apple, is now the leading market cap in the world. 4.927 trillion.
Yeah.
Nvidia has now dropped into 4.761 trillion. We have a new.
So when NVDA lost 200 billion today.
Bro, Nvidia sneezes 200 billion. It'll be back up to 5.5 tomorrow. Don't worry about that.
No, I don't.
But we're having a good day, man. Shout out to Ravi Jax. He's having a good day. Shout out to him. We the capitalist pigs.
Yeah,
says
man.
I love it. Super something Baja humans, yo. Shout out to John. Robert Sharif, we love you like one of us, man. I love you right back, brother. And my sister's American. So I've got a lot of love for Americans, man. You're not going to find any anti-American sentiment for me. It's just not going to happen.
Yeah, we love Texas and Illinois.
Yeah, absolutely. The great state of Texas. I thought it was great, fantastic, man. Beautiful state. I had a hell of a time there, and when I came back, I'm like, oh, I'm not gonna go back again because I was like,
well, that's what I was saying.
No, but like I completely forgot the Cowboys play there, so I absolutely have a reason to go back to Dallas, right? I was talking in the sense that like I didn't feel it was like a vacation spot.
It's not. No, it's not.
That was Neil.
What did Neil say? What did he do, man?
Neil, did you?
No, listen. I don't like Boston.
Hold on. Let's drag Neil into this. Did you see the Bills? Number 2 ranked, my man, behind the LA Rams to win the Super Bowl. Yeah, you guys are like, I know, I got it, Neil, but I'm just telling you what the facts
every
are.
year for the last
He said every year for the last how many years they've been number 1, 2, or 3.
I love you guys, but the last city in the United States that I would ever go to is Boston.
Is where?
Boston.
What's wrong with Boston?
I have no idea. I'll never go there. It's just I can't stand the Bruins, dislike the Celtics, and the New England Patriots for years.
The Scots loved it. They
drank
fine.
Boston Dry. Yeah, well, that's cool. But the Boston
clam chowder is delicious.
The Boston Bruins are easily my most hated sports franchise.
Clam chowder.
Yeah, that's fine. Good love. Oh, did you know who the CEO? Do you see the CEO?
I don't like any of those.
Name of Rocket Lab, founder and CEO.
No, remind me.
It's Peter Beck.
Oh, yeah. We did see this. Yeah. Speaking of Peter Beck, someone's back in the house. So shout out to him.
I didn't see him. Did you see him today?
No, not today. But you don't show up here for a day.
I should go there for the food. What am I getting over there, man? I don't want any clam chowder or any of that.
They drank them dry, bro. The Scots. They shut down Boston, man.
Yeah, Boston.
A lot of alcohol.
I do like Marky Mark, though. He's from there,
And the Funky Bunch? You don't know about Marky Mark and the Funky Bunch?
Is that the group he was in?
Yeah.
All right. Dang,
all right, yo. That was crazy. Who was that? That was you, Assassino?
Man.
That was you? Why, Katina, man? Not knowing Marky Mark. Oh, he's failing him. Yeah.
That's why? Because of Boston?
And the Boston take.
Yeah, that's all right.
He wasn't happy with the Boston take.
That's fine with me, man. I'm just not a Bruins fan.
We love you guys, man. We'll see you back tomorrow. Same bad time, same bad channel. The big boys, they are that away.
Yes, sir. Look, man, nothing wrong with nothing wrong with Boston. Like, I don't have to like the sports team to know it's a nice city is a nice city. I don't like the Cowboys. I'll still visit Dallas. Dallas is a great city. Had a bunch of fun there.
Exactly.
But I hate on that football team.
You can't be so narrow-minded.
I'm obligated to. It's a big difference, man. You'll never see me cheer for the Patriots. You'll never see me cheer for the Red Sox or the Bruins. But
I mean, I was in Boston, and I felt it was a much nicer city, unfortunately, than the one we live in. But I do. I think it's true. Anybody from Boston, and look, if you've been from Boston or you're from Toronto and you've been to Boston, let me know. Have you been to Boston?
I've never been.
Right. Okay.
But it's on my list. That's what I'm saying. It's on the list.
I might be the only one from.
You might be the only one.
That's what I'm saying. I know.
You said great things.
I think it's a nicer downtown than Toronto. I think it's. I don't even think it's.
Chicago's a better downtown.
Yeah. I mean, there we go. So.
Chicago's downtown. Well,
it's a good thing Joe does. Joe doesn't dislike the Blackhawks.
That's where you go with Chicago.
Then he might not like Chicago.
Well,
he might not ever visit Chicago either, and I'm really glad that he likes the Maple Leafs, or else he may move.
Well, that's a good thing. Yeah.
But he did not like the Maple Leafs a couple months ago, but now I think he's back on. We need a bandwagon. We need a wagon thing. We need a wagon.
Oh, so we could jump on the bandwagon?
We can jump off and on the wagon. We can jump off and on the wagon.
Speaking of bandwagons,
yeah,
we should all be jumping on the bandwagon of Orogenics because we're seeing some updates out of them, ticker OGEN on the NYSE American. And the company has now activated its Phase 2A clinical trial in Australia with its first site fully operational and patient dosing expected next. They're developing ONP-002, an intranasal treatment targeting concussion and mild traumatic brain injury. That's an area where there are currently no FDA-approved therapies. Alongside that, Orogenics has spent the past year strengthening its balance sheet, raising capital, resolving liabilities, and restoring exchange compliance. The focus shifts now to execution, with clinical progress underway and additional CNS assets under evaluation. Shout out to OGEN.
I agree.
For sure.
I agree.
We've got a super chat in here. Mo Bugatti, Joe needs to be open-minded on food and cities. Don't knock it till
That's
you
why
try
it's the bro show. They have these hot takes and a lot of fun on the midday show. So, but that's why I was saying. That's why I was asking if anybody had actually been to Boston to make those kind of claims. But I'm trying not to be. I'm trying to be more open-minded.
I don't know anybody that's been. I know yourself, and then I have a few buddies that have been down there to see.
We're probably going back
Fenway
next year,
and
maybe.
absolutely love the city.
Yeah, I've been to Fenway once. I've been to Boston only twice.
Poorly about it.
Shout out to the market downtown there, whatever that market is amazing. Have the great clam chowder there that we're talking about. The bread in the bowl. You get. We went whale watching there. It was really nice. You right on the ocean.
Like the East Coast.
No, you can't do whale watching here, my guy. But in Newfoundland, yeah.
Joe.
Duh.
Joe, Newfoundland is pretty far from here.
Joe is on next level. What's up?
Believe it or not, you can also whale watch in Quebec. There's a lot of places you can watch it.
Oh yeah.
It's not.
Yeah.
But not here.
Yeah,
no, not here. I'm just saying that whale watching. I don't know. You could do it in Massachusetts. You could do it wherever.
Yeah. Of course. Yeah. It's not.
You can do it. My brother's out in Halifax on the East Coast.
You can watch baseball many places. You can have anything many places. But Boston's a great city. So shout out to Boston and everybody that's over there. Again, another big capital there. But for sports teams, maybe not. But State Street, we can trade some State Street located there in Boston. I'm still long on IBIT. Okay, that's the only you can see my position right there. So still from the morning. We weren't here. We would have got longer if it dipped back into that level. But we wrote down with 36.50 earlier today. Just trying to watch out for 65,000. It did. We just had a nice little moonshot there up into 82 from those levels. So again, with a tight stop, we're working out of it now on the way back up. That's all that I have. I haven't done anything else since the morning. We ran Apple upside there, and that's actually getting potentially into a buy zone. But now that we're underneath everything, underneath the 200 period, the reason why we get out at a VWAP break there is because, it didn't break, but at the time, is because when things trade underneath VWAP and underneath some of these key markers, we just want to get out. Like we want to either go short or be out of our longs. So that was the out there for Apple. Apple was a big trade. And then the largest trade for me today was this one. The Q's all the way up, breaks above. This does not break VWAP. So I think if we can go short, it would be the market right now. We'll look at some other names to do that as well. And then we had a big, had a good trade here on SpaceX to start the day. Now that's at 110.50. So, that got all the way back, to a decent level there of 112.50, where possibly another short existed there. We double touched it up at 112. So we'll give it a little bit of leg room here to see if it can jaunt its way back up into the 112. And then I think that's where, not only is that where the players dwell, but hopefully that's where the short happens as well there for SpaceX. So just looking at that, looking at a few things there. And DRAM continues to be the story today with, names like Marvell down 4 or 5%, ARM down. I was actually looking here, SK Hynix is having a bad day. I think SK Hynix is the one name out of all of these that you can go ahead and buy very, very cheaply valued. And I think there's some little bit of runway here as we value it in, US dollars as opposed to what it looks like over there in the Kospi. But I think Micron actually has a lower PE.
They're both single digits.
Yeah, they're both. I think Micron's like a 5 and maybe SK Hynix there is an 8 or so on the PE, but maybe Micron's back up to a 6. Yeah, so I don't know. I thought that there'd be some love for some of these US manufacturer and some of these foundries and whatnot, but then Intel, just machines turned on to the short today, man. I mean, it started the day at $95 off of a nice little first 10 minutes. And then, I don't know, the whole market fell right on top of itself. And we had a nice low of $87. That might be the pickup down there today. I don't know if you're going to see, especially if we get a couple good quarters coming, that's pretty low there for Intel. So I think today the portfolio should have probably got a little more heavy with Intel today, but we'll wait to see. A couple days doesn't make it such a good trade. We were bigging up our Google buy at 320, and it's not that far away from there right now. We could be right back into that level tomorrow. So we'll be talking about a few different names. And before I throw it back to Neil, there is one I just saw it in the chat and just showed up on our Halt screener as well. World Series, WLDS right there. We'll see the name of this one, of course, is Wearable Devices Limited. So I got my wearable on today. We went back to the electronic watch there. But yeah, nice move up. WLDS, 4 to 480 and a halt. This might be the first time today, maybe. Float. Oh, 2 million float. Okay, so maybe this one hasn't been.
No story?
There must be something with this wearable device name here.
I don't see anything.
Adair will be all on it, and we'll get over there in a second and see what's up with wearable devices. But yeah, shout out to everybody that's here with us today. It's 2:10. We're getting ready to rock and roll here into the close.
Yes, sir. And places again, I just looked and don't see a story, but the float's only 2 million shares. So sometimes, Adair, go ahead.
So sorry to interrupt. There is a story, but I don't think it's like from right this second. Like, it's not brand new. So it looks like this was around anywhere from 5 hours ago to 1 hour ago. I'm seeing it mentioned. Wearable Devices, I guess, had this group called GBD Innovation, specifically its owner and I guess owner and director, and also owner, all three of these groups here reporting a 543.63 thousand share stake in Wearable Devices. That's roughly 25% stake. But that is as of June 17th. And it looks like this was disclosed at least a couple hours ago, if not far earlier. That's it.
Okay.
So one thing worth noting on the stock, it has done. I see.
Is that a reverse split there?
I see 2 1 for 3 reverse splits. I'm kind of. What is this one? Like, that's not a reverse split? Like that?
It is. Okay. Now, what does that say? Oh, it just says the high.
Yeah, it doesn't.
Was that $10 by any chance?
What? Is that like a?
Maybe
this would have been a SPAC. Yeah. Okay, it's about 10.
It's open now,
it's like
$5.
Reopen, but yeah, it's done a couple of reverse splits. So the float is pretty small on this thing, and that could be it. So even responding late to news, sometimes that's what will happen. It's just once it gets going, low float, doesn't need to be a bunch short because it gets soaked up a lot easier, and if there's the break. Probably the reaction on Friday, I think, in the afternoon, and then you're just breaking that level technically. So shorts getting burned today, and there weren't a lot of them. A lot of the small cappers really gave it up here today, with the exception of the KIDZ. I was looking at Rocket Lab because, SpaceX broke VWAP in the afternoon, but Rocket Lab went to VWAP and then pulled back in, but it's kind of falling asleep, and I looked over at ASTS. I'm always calling it the same thing. It looks a little bit asleep here. So between the two of them, Rocket Lab and SpaceX, I think looking at VWAP for whichever is going to be next, we're going to go for one of those two. I am in like a Lucid short from earlier and trying to maybe reload it at V. It's come into VWAP a couple times, like VWAP there, and why am I underneath here? Let's see if I can't get some 42 halves to sit on the midpoint and try and get 42 halves or 43s. Just a reload at the volume weighted average price on that stock we're going to go for. Yeah, so let us know what else you guys might be looking at here. Ooh, I see Cheers saying DFNS. That was one from this.
Oh, right. Yeah, that was a
that
runner.
T3 defense. Okay, well, wow. I suppose, look at the break away from VWAP here. Like, he just sits there holding VWAP from 8 o'clock till noon, and that's about the cleanest break ever at 12:15, then halts up, and you're good. That's crazy. Yeah, congratulations, you got that one. I can't imagine, like, you're probably just sitting there, like, waiting for the breakout. Maybe you put a stop order through, and finally, when you get it, it never pulls back on you. Yeah, that's a good-looking one. DFNS looks like the small capper to go, for sure. Let's look at the daily chart on this. Of course, habitual line stepper. Why is every single one of these a reverse split?
Yeah, well, I mean, it's because that's the way it looks.
Every single one of these.
Yeah, unfortunately. Well, here goes WLDS, which we don't,
crazy.
Again, you just mentioned there, but there it goes breaking through 5 and now going higher as Neil looked at the chart already. It's going, man. Wearable devices, regardless of if we can explain what this move was all about, it does stop at 10. Like that, does that not look like $1 up to $10? I know it happened in multiple days, but that's a big move there. And now you're starting this move at 135. A couple days, as Adara mentioned, we'll see nice bump, then a bigger bump here for WLDS. Is that name starting to go? I was just looking again. Adara's doing all this work for pre-market, post-market, all these earnings reports, and today looks kind of sleepy. I thought AstraZeneca actually had a nice move this morning. Did it or did it not? AZN. I'm just typing it up in the chart to see. Yeah, well, okay. My bad. It gave it all the way back. AstraZeneca. We'll have a look at that chart in a minute.
Oh, damn.
It's now down to 169. It's just flat on the day from starting up a couple percentage points. Cadence, again, we can look at Applied Digital. I mean, that could be good. APLD, a little bit of work to be done on that name, most likely. Navitas, I don't know if that's a Kathy Wood name or not. Celestica is one of the best names around here in Canada. That name is really, really bumped higher. So Celestica on the way back in right now, but that was a big mover there. We can have a look at that. And the Nucor, of course, as long as this is NUE, yeah, big steel. This is one of the names that I used to own and got out of it, and probably a mistake, as Nucor is in absolutely great, the largest steel manufacturer in the United States, NUE. If you want to diversify your portfolio, get some Nucor into your life. I think you'll be happy with it. It's been a nice move, pays a nice dividend as well. There goes Nucor, upside there. Looks like we could be in for a decent hold. I mean, it bounced off that 220. We'll see what winds up happening. Ridiculous to make a comment about what we expect from earnings, but I would say steel, with especially this being American first, with all the tariffs and everything like that are hitting. We do know that there's going to be some steel tariffs here put on us here in Canada. There already is. So, forcing U.S. companies to buy American made, right? And so I think that Nucor should work. And it's another one of those Kramer names. So that's where I know it from. But Nucor, definitely something to be looked at if you want to diversify a little bit. I believe the dividend is probably pretty solid upside. I don't think it's as much as I am maybe thought it was, but nice move there for Nucor. And then
I'm sure it's all right.
Yeah, you want to chase yield. Part of the problem today is oil names. A USO down 8% here. Some obvious tensions, in the Middle East just continues. But we did get a little bit of a ceasefire talk there, bringing oil back down 8%. Sharif did a little geography lesson earlier about the Strait of Hormuz. And then there's another strait that the Houthis are looking at there in between Somalia and I'm not sure, but down into that area. And then there's the pipeline that's eventually going to get done as well, where they could bypass the strait, right? I am surprised that oil's not higher considering all the turmoil that we've been in, but it's a nice pullback today for USO. And, it just leads to other names. We were just talking about gaining some, potential bottom picking opportunities. You did have a great one just about a week and a half, or I guess more than that, maybe a month ago, down here early July or so, when our good friend, XOM hit the 200 period, allows CVX and a couple of those other names. Definitely good buying opportunities. Any solid company at the 200 period moving average, I don't think you'll get any arguments from us trying to pick some of those up. And XOM, one of the oldest names in the Dow and continues to be pretty successful there. So that's some energy. We are looking for more plays, man. I know we're talking about some halting names, but if there is anything that you guys want to talk about, Kids is another one there that's still moving around as well.
The strongest name this morning out of a larger cap tech stock might be pulling back, and that would be Palantir.
Okay.
Palantir was up 7.5%, I want to say, maybe even a little bit more than that. Actually, I think it hit 8%. Let's call it 8%, and a little bit of a pullback here, but sort of watching this. It's not a huge trend, so I don't really want to be like, oh, this is a great trend line break. But if it loses 131, I think there's room to VWAP, and you do have a bit of a head and shoulders, not head and shoulders, but like double top, lower high going on with PLTR. And it wasn't just this. I mean, the IGV, like the IGV did a pretty good job just channeling higher as well. So some of the relief today really did come via software names, big time led by Palantir. So yeah, I think this can lose 131 or maybe even consolidate here, break down one time. Just want to find an entry where we can have a realistic tight stop and not just short it here and be giving it to the high. Because I think you need to have 132 if you're going to be giving it to the high, or at least some kind of a pop. So Palantir is going to be on radar. There was no catalyst for Palantir. It's not like we came in, sat down this morning, and there was a reason for Palantir to be on the watch list or even any of the software names. It had a strong opening drive and then slowed down with everything else and then just absolutely ramp jobs off of VWAP.
I think there's going to be some love for software names now.
Yeah, it was right after we left the show in the morning.
Yeah.
At 11 o'clock, it just really took off. But that's part of rotation. This was out of favor.
Yep.
These guys were out of favor. Maybe you start finding some bottoms. Now, the real bottoms, the real exciting lows, I should say, might be in some stocks like ServiceNow, which is 8% here. I'm just looking to see if there's something better for fade play here. So I'm going to go through like some of the software names. If there's a fade in any of those, we're going to go up to Adair at the wall. Just a quick update. Our third short at Lucid at VWAP, it just popped VWAP, so I'm out. I'm not going to hold it through. When it was able to hold prior lows or hold the volume weighted average price, that's one thing. But not going to take any more shots unless this gets right back underneath. Let's see what Adara has at the wall.
Hope you guys are hungry. Here's today's segment here of the To the Window, to the Wall, where I pick up an infographic window and we put it on the wall and we talk about it. Jersey Mike's. They go public on Thursday, and it's actually a pretty notable IPO here, guys. IPO price between $21 and $25. The exact range is C-Square, oddly enough, offering about $1.25 billion, so just larger than C-Square. Shares offered here, 43.478 million shares, and your lead underwriters include such well-known names as Morgan Stanley, Jefferies, and JP Morgan. Now, I looked into the history of this company, which will be trading on the NYSE as JMKE, and it's pretty fascinating. So this was founded by, I guess, a couple here, Michael and Marie Ingravalo, back in 1956. They had a couple restaurants, mostly here in Point Pleasant, New Jersey, along the Jersey Shore. In 1971, a teenager by the name of Peter Cancro starts working there, and a couple of years later, when he's 17 in 1975, he actually buys the store. Yes, that's right, a 17-year-old scrounged the financing together with the help of and encouragement of his mother, and he bought the store. So Peter Cancro actually becomes the founder of the Jersey Mike's franchise, but he doesn't really start franchising it until 1987. So yeah, weird 30-year gap here between the company's actual founding and then the franchise's founding, because it was initially founded as Mike's Submarines in 1956 before changing the name. Now, it's interesting too, they've expanded here, of course, beyond the US and Australia, Mexico, and Canada. There's actually a location not too far from our office. And Peter Cancro, again, the founder here, who is no longer the CEO. As you can see, the CEO is currently Charlie Morrison, but Cancro actually sold a majority interest of Jersey Mike's to Blackstone. So there's a Blackstone connection here as well. JMKE, again, set to go public on Thursday. I was saying earlier today, this is 10 times oversubscribed. So this IPO might not be anything to scoff at. Hopefully we're hungry for what should be a pretty interesting debut on Thursday, July 30th. You can check out this infographic tomorrow morning when it's scheduled to be posted on X at TTV Research. But in the meantime, that was today's segment of To the Window, to the Wall. We're going to send you guys over to Sean and Neil and maybe go to Jersey Mike's. Who knows? Back to you.
Yeah, it's a Union
Station. I was going to say, I've seen any Jersey Mike's around here, but I definitely, that's a favorite. When you go to a city like Boston, you can get some Jersey Mike's, or anywhere in the United States, I guess. And apparently at Union Station.
Yeah, well, yeah.
So yeah, Jersey Mike's big favorite.
Been through Union a bunch. I don't think I remember seeing it though.
Yeah, we went to one in Minnesota actually with the team for one lunch. They all went to Jersey Mike's. Yeah, I mean,
I feel like that could be one that's good enough to take, just in terms of, like, it's 1.2 billion shares, so Sorry, $1.2 billion, I should say, not shares, like 43 million shares. But that could be one that
What's up with the pizza over there?
Going for sure.
What is
I just feel like any IPO that's a decent enough
forgot
size
about the
is
pizza.
tradable. You didn't have a slice?
No, I just saw Joe hitting it. Yo, Joe, don't tell Sharif you're having carbs, my guy. I don't want anything happen with your relationship.
You gotta grab a slice.
I just want to show you, this is Chipotle, right? Like Chipotle, another tasty treat over here. You could see right there, this started at 97 cents. This is 2006. This IPO'd at $1. Now it didn't. This has been split adjusted and everything, and they've been going through a hell of a time there recently. And we actually mentioned might be a tough sale right now for many of these names as we look at that shredded lettuce issue. That might also hit Jersey Mike's. Like I don't know, I forget what it's called, but there's been explosive diarrhea. I don't want to laugh about it because I don't know, like that's one of the worst things. Like you can't, uncontrollable there. But anyways, I don't know if I've ever had it as bad as it sounds like people are having it here. But anyways, Chipotle did wind up mooning, and we do like sort of that. And if you look over here as well, Kava. I'm just trying to think of like some more recently IPO. There's other names too. There's another name that they make a lot of bowls, Fresh something, I can't remember. Yeah, that's what it is. Sweet Green's a good one. That's it there, Sweet Green. But there it is, nice move upside as well for Kava initially, right? I mean, give it a couple months and then blossoms into their valuation and pull back in for Kava. So Sweet Greens, I believe is that just SG? I think it is. Yeah, so Sweet Greens, good memory on that name. You could see this one has had an opposite feeling to it right there, as Sweet Greens looks like they IPO'd. This is monthly, so somewhere around the $50 mark, and now we're chilling out $6. So they've had a little bit of a different opportunity there, as opposed to Jersey Mike's, which come to market. Would you say Thursday it was there?
Yeah, it's Thursday.
So Thursday. So we'll wait for that. And
ironically, 364 days after the blockbuster Figma IPO, which was July 31st, but still the same Thursday, I guess. So interesting.
I see you're throwing some shade at
Figma was such an amazing IPO, Adara.
I mean,
how dare you besmirch the reputation?
Wait, you guys think I'm being sarcastic? I wasn't. It was a blockbuster on day one.
Oh, I know.
Yeah, Neil.
It wasn't after that. I would be putting a lot.
Huge blockbuster.
It takes a lot more for me to be sarcastic. I apologize if there was any confusion, guys.
Oh, Figma was a dumpster fire after like 1.5 days.
Yeah, that's true.
But what an amazing 30 hours or whatever it was.
Sounds like SpaceX.
Well, did SpaceX?
That's almost the exact same chart as SpaceX.
Yeah, but SpaceX went up a little bit longer than.
Did it?
Figma was like early on the second day. It gave it up and it really never came back. There was a nice bounce off 50. It looks like so like. Whatever. It hasn't been a good chart for Figma. I shouldn't besmirch it, but SpaceX was a little bit better because the second day it actually closed at the high on the second day. So there you go. Like that was a full 2 days of goodness before it just started falling all over itself. And much like Figma, it found one bid at 150. Figma was like $50, and then new fresh levels. I'm not saying it's going to happen to Jersey Mike's, but I feel like you don't want to chase a hot couple of days on any IPO. Oftentimes, if you get the issue price and it goes from there, you get like one run, and then almost always you start finding price discovery tends to be unkind. That's why you come to market, is to raise capital and be exit liquidity at oftentimes. And like SpaceX, there's been a lot of exiting liquidity, that's for sure.
Okay, yeah, I was looking also here. This is another good name to look at if you're going to take a look at a well-appreciated. This is Cheesecake Factory, man. This came out again. You could have traded this at any time. This is sub $5. There are a whole bunch of splits, like split. $86. So this name back, if you had this at its IPO, you're talking about $3 or so. Down there, $86. So you're talking, 30 times basically. But you had to wait 30 years. But that was 92 up to present. So a couple of splits in there, and there goes Cheesecake Factory. So although that's a place I've never been to.
I've never been there.
There is one there at Yorkdale. I know that much.
Didn't there used to be one at Sherway? I thought there was never one at Sherway.
Not that I know of.
Maybe I'm thinking Yorkdale that I'm thinking.
This is what we're expecting on Wednesday, man. You are now one day, LeBron James, Magic Johnson, and whoever number 30 is, away right now, 62, 37%. So it's looking, even this morning when Neil checked, this was lower. So it's
33.
starting to inch up. This should be really exciting, man. There hasn't, I mean, if you're anywhere but here on Wednesday, I think that's a mistake. We have, we're going to be watching these live. This is actually a coin flip.
This will move. We're going to get good price
60-40 is a coin flip, right? I mean, I know 50-50 is, but that's, as far as interest rates are concerned, I don't remember the last time. Now, it'll probably be a little more certain day of, but I can't see too much changing. I don't know what we have as far as economic calendar for tomorrow or anything like that, but 62-38.
Tomorrow is super light. CB consumer confidence at 10, I think, is the biggest, which is not much.
Okay.
Wednesday, there's literally nothing before the number, but weirdly, we get all of the really interesting data after the rate decision. So you get PCE, GDP, all coming through on Thursday, and then
immediately after
sentiment on Friday. So it kind of sucks the data comes after the Fed can use it. But also, I just really want to quickly mention while I'm here, if I may, President Trump made some interesting kind of circular comments here about the Fed today. He said, he basically implied he really likes Kevin Warsh still, but he's not sure about the rest of the Fed, and he doesn't really think the rest of them are going to be able to
I wonder why he likes Warsh so much.
Well, yeah, he has faith in Warsh more or less here. He says the Fed should cut rates, but also he thought inflation was strong, but he said that like it was a good thing. So, but again, President Trump has repeatedly said that he thinks we should get like 12% plus GDP and keep rates low. So that type of thinking from President Trump came up again today. Interesting look.
Well, I just know this much. If on Wednesday they do raise rates, short the IWM. Just short the Russell. That's the place to look. And obviously, I think that it probably cuts both ways because you have a coin flip. I think there's going to be an actionable trade in either direction. But you don't want to look at the Russell, some small cappers, for sure, because they've been hanging out, just chilling at the highs. Does it feel like the Russell's pricing in a rate hike? I'd say no. I don't think anybody's expecting it. It's weird that it's that high because I feel like not a lot of people are expecting that's going to happen, but we'll see. And that's what makes it pretty exciting, for sure. Green Hub, I glanced up at the chat and saw this. And if you tag my name, it's all in orange like that, so I'm going to immediately see it. Hey, big man, why aren't we talking about NVTS earnings today? Thought you liked the company. Navitas. First of all, did I ever say I like this company? I don't know that I've ever commented on NVTS. I'm sure we've brought it up before on days where maybe the chart looked pretty good. I'm like 99. I don't think I've ever really mentioned that I like this company. I don't think I do. And it's in a bit of a downward channel here, for sure. So sometimes you coming into earnings, it does set the bar a little bit lower. You give a chance to bounce off levels, but that's also a potential flat bottom break here, just above the $10 level. So, and again, we'll talk about anything that's moving, anything that's got a catalyst, but I can't say that this is a name that I'm in love with or have ever said that. Don't own it. Don't think we've ever seen anybody trade that. I don't think anybody's traded this on the show, now that I think about it. Chain Reactor with the super chat. The actual crazy thing, there's a lot of crazy things about SpaceX, is SpaceX has only shed about 3% in cash of its total defense contract. That's a boatload of money just to burn.
The actual crazy thing is SpaceX has only shed about 3% in cash. Oh, so you're saying it has a lot of cash on the balance sheet there of its total defense contract. Okay, so you're just adding them all up. Remember, a lot of these contracts are not paid,
Yeah, they're over a very long period.
Yeah, that's a boatload of money just to burn. I mean, I think we've been talking a little bit about SpaceX. I think there was only one day, and that might have been Friday, that I wrote on SpaceX long on the sticky note. And, we continue to look at it today short. I mean, I even wrote down 118. We didn't get to 118, but we did start the day short. And now it's trying to battle back. I mean, this was one of the only days. And, again, cherry picking a little bit here. Thursday went upside as well. Thursday, Friday, both upside there into the close, right? So you may, get some more love back in for SpaceX. Now, we have to remember it's August 4th. So we're talking about next Tuesday is earnings or is the report for SpaceX. You don't want us to call it earnings report because there won't be any on the books there. But SpaceX down, so I want to hear what Starlink is talking about. Want to see if there's some nice pickup in Starlink. I think that will be important. Like to hear, obviously, more about their cash burn, how that's looking, what's XAI looking like. They're all wrapped up into one. What's this new Grok there? We know that full self-driving, as far as Tesla is concerned, has gotten to record highs. The deployment of full self-drive. What does that mean for not just full self-drive, but what is the AI sort of play here for XAI and Grok, and how does that affect SpaceX's numbers and some of the data centers? And we heard last week as well that SpaceX was trying to sell some of their compute power over to the U.S. government. Sharif and Joe were talking about NASA contracts and whatnot, and what SpaceX role is and all of that. And you just mentioned there with the super chat about their cash burn. So yeah, it seems like SpaceX, I mean, do you know how expensive it is? Like, they're not building data centers in space, probably, I don't want to say ever, but not anytime soon. You know how expensive it is just to lift like a pound of debris into space? I mean, just the fact of how much it's costing just to launch up, let alone bring equipment and continuously monitor and, have to fund that project, that's going to be huge. And until the cost, and I forget what it is, it's cost per pound of takeoff. I don't know. There's a metric there.
Well, that's why
it's still in the thousands of dollars.
That's why Friday's launch is so big, because they need to move to the Falcon, and then that way it'll get.
I mean, they're gonna have to raise. They're gonna have to raise again, maybe. I mean, I don't know what the cash looks like for them, and I think that's a worry that there will be millionaires minted on August the 6th because there's lockup is over, and if you're sitting on a couple 100,000 shares of SpaceX because you've been with the company forever, or that's probably too many shares, but tens of thousands of shares, and you're locking up for this whole time, and all you've seen is your paper worth dropped by half, literally. You were super excited. You're buying that mansion in wherever, and now all of a sudden you're looking at homes in Texas again and thinking that those might be the spot to buy in, because, man, some of those mansions in Texas are dirt cheap. Like I see some on my feed, like $1.5 million, $2 million, where you can live like a king.
It's
there.
Crazy. Our friend who lives in Dallas, like, his place it's super nice, and I went to go visit, and we got like an Airbnb in his neighborhood.
Yeah.
I couldn't believe how cheap it was. I'm like, what? Like, when we got there, I'm like, yeah. And then I realized how close it was. I'm like, okay, we got a place in this guy's neighborhood for this? What is going on? Like, there's great prices out there.
But there's reasons why they're
Oh, yeah, it is what it is. So I've seen this. There's something that's moving here that Adara couldn't find a reason. I can't really see is not really seeing anything. But DJT's up 11%. This doesn't always need a reason to go, but it actually just picked up in volume about 15 minutes ago, kind of a precipitous move to the upside. It has been rejecting just underneath $10 for a while. So, like, one more push up and it starts to get to this resistance zone. And barring, if there's no story, to me, when this hits resistance, it's a fade, right? And if it's flash news, usually in the morning, it tends to fade those. But if no story comes out here to explain why it's up here, that just seems like a bit of a resistance spot. Who said Dallas is too hot?
Two blocks from hell, I think
Dallas
they're saying.
Is 2 blocks from it.
Yeah,
What's wrong with Dallas?
I haven't heard good things about downtown Dallas. I don't know. I've never been there, but just talking about it, I haven't heard greatest things about that either.
I've been there twice and a great time both times. So.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. No, I'm just saying I don't know.
Fort Worth.
Maybe someone could mention why downtown Dallas.
Deep Ellum.
2 blocks from hell. There, and I don't know. I think we can probably. I know Texas is a lot hotter here than Toronto, but. If you are from Toronto, you know what the summers are like here. Obviously, we have winters, and Texas does not suffer through those. But our summers are pretty humid here for sure. You'll hear Sharif and Joe go back and forth about that. They're on the midday. Okay, let's look for something else. WLDS halted again. So here we go, man. This name has halted a couple times. So shout out to my guy Bovin there in the chat. I could do Sharif's best job to talk about Bovin here. And, nice move up into $6 there. Halted right now. So a good bounce off this. I mean, this is the pink, first of all, 50-period moving average. Silver, 25-period moving average. Starting to go upside right there. I have a 9-bedroom house in Texas. There you go, man. Congratulations on that. Well, I don't know. I guess congratulations. I have no idea what that means, but there it is, $199. If you're renting one of those 9 rooms, my guy Joe over here may be interested. There it is, 4.5 up to $550, $6. Here we go, upside for WLDS. So the halt was $594. It's pinging $612 right now, so it's a good one there as we continue to go. What's up, other Zinc? And we just want to say a big shout out to everybody that's here. I mean, we're having a great time in the chat. Stay away from Texas, says John Burns. Okay. I mean, again, everyone's going to have their own opinion here as we go. Yeah, no state taxes. I mean, that's part of the good reason to be anywhere. If you're a high income generator, you want to stay away from those state taxes. Shout out to Florida as well. And I guess it would be opposite. I mean, shout out to LeBron James taking league minimum $3.9 million to go to Philly. They're finally an athlete that's actually doing what they're saying, chasing a ring. And there's nothing wrong with that there. You know, if you're going to try to chase a ring, you got to start in the East to get to the playoffs, and then you're working it from there. Yo, what's up, Bill? Right there from TikTok. We want to say a shout out to you as well, and everybody else there, John, No Way, and everybody Wannabe Trader. Thanks for joining us. Make sure you do hit the like and the subscribe on TikTok, on YouTube, wherever you're watching us. Make sure you're all about that. And here it is, 6:10 right now. I think we got to go to Adara, but when we get back, we will have WLDS open.
Let's take a look at the markets right now. You have the SPY down 0.27%, the triple Q is down 0.82%, the Dow is up 0.24%, and the IWM is also up very close to 0.30% on the day. Let's take a look at two tickers I want to talk to you about. ASML here is down, closing to 7% on the day. Shares have slid as China has begun a mass production of domestically made deep ultraviolet chip making tools. This is coming from the news source, The Information. We also have SAP. So SAP, the German software company's ADRs that trades on the NYSE have jumped more than 7% after it is said that it would start a second part of a 10 billion euro, that amounts to 11.37 billion United States dollar stock buyback announced back in January. So shares have jumped over 7% after it is said that it would start the second part of a 10 billion euro stock buyback that was announced in January. Shares of SAP are currently up over 8% on the day.
They have a reason to. Thank you there, Steve. We're just talking about
I mean, Embiid is amazing, but I don't think the Sixers will make the conference finals either.
It's health. It just comes down to health, man. If they're healthy, they're going to be the team to beat. But you're talking about health with players that have historically.
You're talking about a 41-year-old. You're talking about Joel Embiid. Well, Tyrese Maxey is okay.
I'm not worried about LeBron. I'm more worried about Embiid.
No, but I mean, will he slow down? I mean, it's a matter of to see if he can perform in the playoffs. I mean, he did nothing for.
He doesn't.
Haunted.
I think his keys. He doesn't have to. Like, he's not the. Brown will be the best. Look, he's a.
Yeah, but they have Jaylen Brown.
Werbles has opened up. Brown is a beast.
Yeah.
Werbles opened up at 6.18. It looks like, or so. Just got to 6.40. The halt price was 5.94. So, kind of look at that area for potential support just above 6. It's not really blasting here. Some sellers starting to come in through that $6 level and starting to hold it underneath that $6. So watch out. I mean, this one could halt a couple times through. This one doesn't really look like it's catching. It's not going to catch the bid anytime soon. I don't see the halt band's at 5.44. So the halt band downside would be 5.44. If this closes under 6, I'd watch out for that. Of course, any halt bands are going to reset. DJT here might looks like it's turning the corner. Topped out at 960, almost to the penny, and it's kind of breaking down here. So it just broke down. Grab 49s and just look for the retracement here. So kind of buying program to the upside. Didn't really see a story. Going to look for the pullback into the breakout level on DJT. But good volume, though falling up. I don't want to say falling apart. Falling back down is that wearable devices. But it's the one small capper that has the breakout potential this afternoon that we've seen. If there's something else going, you guys let us know.
The NASDAQ just went back and forth a little bit there, yes.
Yeah, sorry, just on DJT, I'm not seeing any news on it, and there's barely any mentions on social media. There's really nothing to support this.
Very random.
Okay. I was watching the TQs. By the way, we're just on IBIT. We got a piece out there. We're getting lighter and lighter on this, and we'll see. I think we'll probably just drop out of IBIT at some point. But look, the TQQs is going nuts. So there's a story here somewhere. There's volume picking up into here right now. That's a nice candle. I just saw it go up and down a little bit there. I feel like, and look, we're tuned in. We've got Adara. I want to thank her. We've got Sia back there. So anything happening news-wise, we'll have it for you. That was a nice little candle there upside. So I'm a little bit uncertain of Wagwan exactly in that one. Thanks to my wife, just sent me this as we have practice tonight. I was hoping to go to my daughter's hockey game instead of running my own practice. 6 p.m. Looks like we're raining now. We're getting close to raining now. And by the way, like this is 27 degrees Celsius. So you're going to be talking about like in the high 80s, low 90s here, Fahrenheit. So as we just talked about, in a little bit of precipitation over the next little while. Unfortunately, looks like we'll be having our practice tonight. Game tomorrow. I'd rather rain during practice than game time, but it'll be all good. But yeah, anyways, we'll keep our ears to the ground here, or whatever that saying is, with the TQs and with the NASDAQ. We could have a quick look at USO. Is anything going on there? Maybe. I mean,
just a spike down.
There's the move down. So you're getting a little bit of an aggressive move down. Now remember, we are closed in NYMEX right now, but that was 2:30. So that was maybe a minute ago, like back into here. No volume on that close, but we did get a little bit of a movement there. I don't know. Is Donald speaking or anything right now? Not yet. Okay. So wait a minute, not yet.
He was watching this drag race. Then he was supposed to be participating in a gift ceremony. He'll be making comments proper, like, you know, his traditional remarks. Those are set to take place here at any moment. I'm watching the White House stream. It's not live yet. It's just we will begin shortly. Furthermore, keep an eye on GM, because I have no reason to believe that GM will necessarily directly benefit from this, but I saw Trump with what looked to be Mary Barra, CEO of GM, and he's also speaking in Michigan, so home of the big three automakers. So yeah, GM could be potentially on watch here.
Okay. Already up 4% today.
Yeah.
You know, GM's actually another one of those great charts. Yeah, we talked about Ford comes, I think, tomorrow, or it's this week anyways. Yeah, tomorrow after the bells. Ford, as Randy's not here, so we don't have to bash Ford. But yeah, there it goes up through 86. I mean, there goes GM right now. Great report by them. Great move higher, as you know, we talked about the lyric there for Cadillac, and we've looked at some of the GM names, and that's looking like it wants to break out. Just a take of 87.50 or so right there on GM takes us to new all-time highs, and there goes GM. I mean, what a good turnaround story they've been in the market. And if you like GM and you like what they're doing, you know, hopefully Ford can get going as well. We sold some at 15 and then again at 17 out of our Ford position. And it's right back to 15 again now. So 15 was the first take on the way back up because we missed this day. Went down, we got out there. Then it just kept on going. We got out again. This was on that, you know, new power generation sort of model that they had. Then another uptick there. So we'll see if Ford has a 10 or 15% day in it on their earnings call, similar to what GM did. And if Ford does have those days, then we'll be closer to 17 and not all-time highs. But, you know, nice move there. Definitely 52-week highs incoming for Ford, I would say, on a decent report. Look, I mean, I just got gold on my scanner. I don't even think it's moving, just to show you what's going on here with GLD. No, VWAP. So, you know, gold downside, VWAP, little note there spiking through. So keep them coming on the chat, man. Nothing's halting, man. That WLDS, still the same sort of story.
There is a news halt.
Oh, is there another, was that PHG?
Yeah, it's this PHG stock, but yeah, I'm guessing, like they're a biopharma, so, because their last piece of news was some kind of an FDA clearance, I think. So obviously something has gone awry here because the stock got destroyed, spiked at about 120, and then just got smoked, and now it's halted, waiting for some news. But that's, with the news halt, you never really know. Like once it gets disseminated, then you got some time. I went to look at the trade rate for myself, just this scanner. Whoops, gotta actually click to drag. With drag and drop, oddly enough, you have to actually click on it to move it, Neil. It's like, you think you would know this by now, myself. NVIDIA, I don't know what GMUB is. Sometimes there's some random stocks that do no volume that get on the top of this trade rate for silly reasons. But NVIDIA leading the way, but nothing too crazy, like normal action, Tesla, Micron. But look at this, like NVIDIA is not really moving right now. Neither is, I almost clicked on that as if I can link it to eSignal. Tesla's not really doing too much. It's just all like standard names. Like nothing is standing. It's just all of the biggest tech names that usually do good volume seem to be moving. KLAC, okay, KLA thing. That's a $200 stock. I don't know what it's doing on this list. It's not moving either. And so it's a little bit quiet in terms of movers. That's why I went over to that DJT, because it was doing something. It still is. As it broke that little trend, now it's just sort of in the consolidative stage. I'm just bidding down into the breakout. Not VWAP, but down into where it broke out. So yeah, find me something else that might be moving. what's wearable devices doing for everybody?
We just looked.
Oh, halted down, right?
Yep.
Yeah, tap 514. So what goes up apparently must come down. Have a look at DRAM. DRAM got, look, the market got smoked this morning and wasn't any different for the memory names. But look at this, it's exactly where we left you guys. It just can't do anything with the 5150 level here on DRAM. So until it starts trading away, this could be a breakdown trade, maybe a short off of 51.5, but then you're shorting something boring. You know what they say, you don't want to short boring markets.
I'm gonna start a position if we can. I mean, we're just waiting for a bid. I was gonna get long there at 20. I put a bid at 28, missed it, but we'll see if it comes back in. Let's try Apple off some of these lows, right? We can use this as our out 334.60s. It looks like the low is 334.70. So that's too bad, man. I mean, we could be 10 cents in the money, but we'll let it fall back in. And then I do want to bid 335s if we do get it and see if we can ride back upside right here. It looks like the market does have a chance to get a little aggressive here now. See if we can run back up into VWAP. Just let's see it hold, right? I mean, we started to make the low, then we got a little higher, then we matched it, if not a little higher, then the new low put in there, and then we got a little bit of a higher. I mean, we are really cherry picking all this data here, but these are all little higher lows as we work our way in. And I just, was really surprised this morning when we were short the TQs, we were short the NASDAQ, and it was just collapsing. Meanwhile, Apple was doing this. So I want to buy some once the move is over. Finally starting to see a little bit of, this is now 8 or so. Okay, here we go. We may get our 28s. 8 or so candles in a row here of positivity. We'll see if Apple wants to keep the streak alive. There it is. We get run over immediately. So now we'll just wait. Small, very small, like a tenth of a unit here. I'm waiting for more at 33.05 just to see if we can get something down at this 25 period moving average. So let's be a little patient with it. Look, it was just at 45, came back into 28. Maybe we eventually get 335. And then just so everyone's aware, we are going to put our stop loss at 334.50, 334.50s, okay? And then we'll take another quarter. So we'll have a quarter of a unit by the time it comes down to 35 right there. And then we'll take some more basically at this low. There it is. So we get that bid right now. And we only got part filled, but I'm going to cancel the rest of it. And now let's go a little lower into that level that we had talked about, 334.75 or so. And we'll put on a little bit of a bigger spot there. And then we'll work our way in or out of Apple, trying to get a little strength. Like I said, that one we sat there and took the fill on those lows. Now we'll see if Apple wants to sort of mature back there to the upside. We only have a quarter of a unit, man. That's it. So we took like a tenth there, a little bit more there. Now we'll go upside here and see what winds up happening with Apple. Let's get something out if we get back into this area, 36, 37s, and then we'll take our 25 pennies or so, and we'll just say, hey, man, we did it there with Apple one more time. So we just brought this to you. It's a new one. Let's see what winds up happening here with Apple and maybe some upside move there, AAPL. Just trying to bounce off a little bit there, and we'll see if it can get going. So Apple, new trade idea. And then iBit, another out. I don't know if we already talked about that. One out there at 72, another out right there again at the 25 period. So we'll put another one at 68. And then maybe we can just wrap this thing up soon. Let's put it at 66. And then we'll get ready to wrap it up with iBit. I'm not sure if this name wants to go or not. BMNR is actually up quite a lot today. BMNR was up like 12%. Still is up. So BMNR.
Yeah, it's strong. It was stronger this morning, and that's with oh, come on, load. There we go. That's with ETH looking just as weak as everything else, right? Like that chart looks pretty much like the overall market, and this happened the other day on BMNR because I was shorted into the lows, and then we took one off of VWAP, but like it's breaking back out. Like this, for whatever reason, just wants to go. Now remember, BMNR, MSTR, when they go up, they have a chance to be able to squeeze a little bit more of the treasury plays because they get beat down even more as well. But if this gets to $18, like that's the last line of defense there. And then when that's gone, I think the short squeeze potential is there for BMNR. And I said it did not even need ETH at all. I just found another name. So I'm looking for, I was just telling Buvin was asking in the chat about a couple of names here or there. I don't want to chase anything. I want to look for VWAP entries, reversions, like that kind of a thing. Just noticed that QBTS has been trending down and just lost VWAP. So last time it was under here, consolidated and broke higher multiple times, but it's doing so with some lower highs. So I want to play this one to that little trend line break there. So yeah, at QBTS, we're going to look to get filled just underneath VWAP with a stop just above here. It's like 1890. I'm sitting in the mid 70s, give it like 15 pennies or so, and then we'll go from there. Yeah, again, let us know what you're watching in the chat. I'm thinking about a poll that isn't Fed related because that's 2 days away. But
yeah, we got to think about something else right here. Let's think about some money right now because there goes Apple. Now, see, I mean, we just put this one on. There goes Apple, now 55 cents in the money as we start to rip to the high side right now with Apple. So, I'm trying to be very, very specific in what we're doing, man. We traded Apple, IBIT, and the futures today. Boom, shakalaka. Just put this on for you. Nice move higher there for Apple. And I don't know, we don't have a full position. We have a quarter of a unit, but we're still riding it just a little bit higher right there as there it goes, man. Put another offer. What is this level there? I mean, those are 80s. We'll go to 75. See if we get something upside now. 61 cents now in the money in just a matter of 4 minutes. So, you got to take those trades where they lie, and we're doing that right now. Good look so far for Apple. We'll see if that winds up happening. Nothing halting back and forth again. DFNS Bovin wanted to look at that one. T3 Defense Systems. Taking out, there goes Apple again, man. This time, we'll do it again. We'll see if we got it there. DFNS is for you, Bovin. I know you're making a little bit of money on that one, but there goes Apple through 75 cents right now and trying to get higher. IBIT, we cover that as well right there. We'll see if that can go, but yeah, it's been a good trading day for AAPL as they take over NVIDIA today for the highest market cap. Nice upside blow there for Apple, starting to get a little bit of energy underneath it, and we're getting some energy back on this floor as well as there it goes, man. Nice move there for Apple. Just bought the dips, man. That's always pretty simple right there. We found it. Looked like it was starting to turn over a little bit. Based out nicely down there. This is the kind of trading that I'm trying to do. Find names I like, give us an out, give us an in, and the rest, as they say, is history. Nice move there for Apple. We'll see if we can, again, get a little higher. I don't really have a target. This is the end of the day here. It's 2:54 entering power hour. If we can get VWAP or this 200 period, basically the same thing. There goes Apple, 336.50. We still have a little ways to go before that goes. Yeah, blue is VWAP. So you're still well under VWAP right now. We just want to take a strong name, and we just read it, and there it goes, man. Upside there for Apple. So far so good there. You've got the DJTA ahead of $10.
Well, DJT, as long as it's underneath $10, I think every single pop that's close to it has been a fade. So I'll stick with that. And QBTS, we mentioned, just going to hold it underneath the trend line. And I was just asked about a couple of names. One of them, Nimit. I have no strong opinions on AMC. I know a lot of people seem to like the bounce that it's making. You know what? There's some things to like, right? Like they're talking about the good box office that's happening this summer. A couple of really good movies. You got the 50 period holding. You got like a golden cross, a 50 crossing the 200, which is usually a bit of a positive sign. There's some technical things that look good with AMC, but it's not something that I'm a gigantic fan of. Technically, looks okay. If it loses one of the major moving averages, that also gives you a bit of an out where hey, I'm going to be wrong if it does this. But yeah, not a huge AMC fan. And when we go back from the desk, I know we're going back up to the desk, Figma breaking out as well right now. So
everybody's
the daily chart may stink, but it is breaking out today, up 8.5%. Let's go up to the desk.
Let's take a look at the IWM right now. It's currently up less than 8%, 0.5%, you could say. Let's take a look at two individual tickers that I have to talk about today. First one being JBLU. JetBlue Airways has updated fare structure as airlines see the benefit of segmented pricing. The ticker is up 6.6% on the day. And another one, HUMA, not a lot of crazy volume here, but just want to mention up close to 7% on the day. Humacyte has announced an FDA acceptance of investigational new drug for first in-human clinical study of coronary tissue engineered vessel for its coronary artery bypass grafting. So this ticker also up very close to 7% on the day.
All right, there it is, man. Thank you for that. I watched a special on Polymarket and Kalshi on Netflix. It was pretty good. They had both CEOs on there. They were talking all about their markets and all the money that they made basically during World Cup, and how all these guys were just trading off of Kalshi and Polymarket, a very unregulated marketplace. So I don't know where that's going to go. We can't.
Think of how much more money they'd be making if Shohei's bookie wasn't in jail.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, these guys apparently like 20, 30, 40, 50 grand bets and things like that on Kalshi, and just moving money from this market to that market, and just absolutely wild. Just kind of like day trading. You might have more success on Kalshi markets maybe than in day trading. But yeah, nice move there for DraftKings today, up 5.7%. And as they potentially get into predictive markets as well and wrap everything up into one app, I do like DraftKings, and I do think that there is a potential, for them to succeed in the space as well with Polymarket. But, for right now, it's kind of a two-trick pony with Polymarket and Kalshi. But DraftKings, good bottom there at $22 as they try to get all regulated first and then ask questions later, when Polymarket kind of went the other way around and just let everybody do everything. And then got into the regulation of the markets and stuff like that. So yeah, DraftKings, nice move today, up 5.75% as we get closer and closer. August 13th, which is now 2 weeks away, and just a little bit over that, is kickoff for the preseason. So getting ready for more football to come your way, and of course we know that means a lot of gambling there. So we'll have to wait for that. Actually, I don't know if the Argos play the Blue Bombers or not, but that's
Go Blue.
Yeah, that's your team.
Go Blue.
Yeah, that's why I brought it up over
Matt
there.
Dunnigan fan.
Oh, you lost this weekend now. Okay, Argos won this weekend, but yeah, we're going to the home opener August 6th, so that's next Thursday.
Well, that's right. You're saying we still haven't even played at home.
No, so next Thursday they'll play 5 or 6 games.
Well, like 6 weeks. Yeah, it's like week 6 or 7.
Yeah, so that's it, man. But
Tisha Perkins, thank you for the super
we were
chat.
looking at DFNS there.
I don't want to call it defense. DFNS. Yes. That was another small capper that we were watching, and it was Bovin was saying this one he liked it and was looking for the long already, but it's tough to want to chase this up at these highs on DFNS. Like, look at how crazy it's already been. Like, it was 7 to 12 half. You got to find something. It's got a 15-cent spread at times too. So if you're trying to buy like in here at 12, like you're risking to 11.50. So you need like 50 pennies plus. So that's to break the high if you're chasing it all the way up at the top. So I'd be a little bit cautious with DFNS up there. But if you've got it from earlier, like that technical break was so good. I can't remember the last time I saw something like this. It was just a long consolidation, then just breaks, halts up, and then you just can't lose from there. Absolutely sick. But yeah, for myself, that's a little bit too much of a chase for me on DFNS. Like maybe if it were to come back and like test the trend line and hold, that's a little bit better. That's all the way down at 11.20. Then you get that price. You don't need the high of the day before you get 1-to-1. That'd be more my cup of tea. Actually looking at DRAM. Waited all morning long for DRAM to make the second step above 51.5. Finally it's doing it. So it just closed above VWAP for the first time. So there's that line that I had on the 15-minute to about 51.6. It makes sense on the 15-minute chart. I'll get there in a second. But I want to buy the dip into that. We waited all day and it didn't happen. Couldn't break VWAP earlier. Now it's trying to do it. So going to throw the stop at that 51.6. Used it as resistance before to get out of a long. This time we'll use it as support instead of resistance on DRAM. They took it on the chin this morning.
Yeah,
much worse if you look at like SK Hynix, SNDK.
Nice coming back upside though, at least.
Point, yeah.
Yeah, and you're seeing right now the market is making its way back to VWAP. I mean, we talked about it, and we just used basic eye test, right? And I remember I was like, okay, there's the low. We're starting to get a little higher. We're starting to get a little higher. We're starting to get a little higher, and the run is there. But I just want to say, like, we are emptying it out. So we'll just go money bag, yo, because Apple, I'm starting to just take it out. We caught on the way back down in. I took some out at 90s there. I just took another piece out at 78. Have less than 20% left. No, exactly 20% left of the stock. So we'll let it fail out a little bit here. I'm not sure if I'll reload this or not back down in. I mean, for sure I'm reloading it down here. My next bid has not changed, 334.75. So it's $1 lower. We did actually, shout out to you. I think it was Racer. I'm not sure who it was in the chat. Did shout out Dollar Club there, and that is a fill for the dollar. That's 336.05 we got. So that was $1 there. It does go a little higher than that, of course. It goes to 336.25 as it got real excited there, Apple, and then faded again off the 200. We'll see if it gets going one more time. As I said, we're a little nervous about the move down there, but whatever. Could just be regaining some speed. So I'm going to offer it at 80. We'll get it another piece and we'll try to hold. Like I said, we're in 20% now, a little bit there, a little bit there. If we can go back there to the upside. Open Door. There's a few different companies I saw people talking about with reports coming next week, August the 4th for Open Door. We did have Eric Jackson on the show. He was talking about Open Door and how that's been going. Great call on Hut. So Hut 8 has been, and I cannot believe I was long this name like at $3 or $4 there. It's $103 right now. Man, should not have got out of that one there, Hut 8, but again, another Canadian name that really started to rip up, and you'll see it was probably a year ago at this time that we were, yeah, there it is. So sub $20, even sooner than that. And then Eric Jackson made a call on this. It was in the 50s. So it's probably in and around here between December into January.
I
just remember
like 47.
It's spiking. Yeah, exactly. So, well, that's why I'm saying into the 50s. 47 is pretty close. Their upside, making moves back, and then it just ramped into this year. So Hut 8, a big success story there. As Hut 8 goes, so does names like IREN. We'll just see what happens here with Coinbase there today. Crypto starting to take it on the chin a little bit. There was hoping that it would hold 65, but now you're into 64.8. So Coinbase up 5% right now. Good looker, really trying to accumulate down here, maybe for a break. I like Coinbase, Robinhood, MicroStrategy, all these names, MSTR. It's just, when you're relying on Bitcoin and it doesn't seem to want to go, I don't know what else Coinbase can really do. I mean, we've seen it move a lot when this goes. Always have good earnings, Coinbase. It's just a matter of, and I don't know, when do they report? That might be
follow through.
Something to look forward to on Coinbase there. 3 days from now, Thursday, July 30th for Coin. So they're going to come through in a couple of days and we'll see. I mean, I
don't remember seeing them on the graph.
Feel like it's going to be a good report for Coinbase. But yeah, Thursday it says aftermarket on Thursday.
There you go.
For Coinbase.
Why don't I remember seeing that on our infographic? I'm sure it's...
They weren't there when I made the calendar. They have been added. I'm working on Thursday's calendar as we speak, and that's the first time I've seen them there. I triple check before I post anything. To be fair, could have been there late last week. As you guys know, I was on vacation, so that was scheduled as of Wednesday. But either way here, since I've seen it, this is the first time.
Well, as if this week needed to get any bigger when it comes to earnings. There you go. Like Thursday just got
huge.
Wednesday arguably is market cap probably has a little bit bigger juice, but Thursday in terms of names and in terms of impact, Thursday just as good. And of course, it'll be post. Like Thursday is the bigger day in general because it's the reaction to Fed and reaction to all of those other names, and then you get the earnings on top of it. So from like a trading aspect, it probably is a crazier name. Daniel saying Coin's going to have a. Oh, here we go. Let me zoom in here. I got to get that other page open so I can bring the actual comments on like we usually show them. Coin is historically a terrible report in a BTC bear market year, 2022, and now this. That's right. We're in a bear market year. Oh, thank you very much there, Andre. We're in a bit of a bear market. Like that's sort of the thing. The cyclical nature of Bitcoin is weak, and that's been weighing on a lot of these stocks. Let's go back up to Adair at the desk. She's got another story for us.
Keep an eye here on USO, guys. We're at lows. There's not too much of a move, but I just want to make you guys aware. As we know, we've heard from the U.S. Central Command over the last couple months or so. Now we're hearing from Iran Central Command, according to Iranian state media. And Iran Central Command is saying, quote, any blockade attempt equals escalation of conflict. So we know the U.S. has been trying to block Iranian oil. Iran apparently views that as an escalation. So these tensions continue to seem never-ending. We're going to send it over to Sia.
The SPY is currently down 35,000%. Let's take a look at what is going on with these sectors. You have electric tech, Apple, currently trading up 0.70% on the day. You have NVIDIA down over 4.5%. AVGO and Cisco are continuing their flat rallies from basically earlier in the day. MU is down close to 3.5%. AMD continuing being a bit of a bear, down 6% on the day as well. GE up 1%, close to 2%. RTX is up, closing to 3.5% with Dell, and KLAC sliding further into their losses over 3%. Tech services, you have Google and Microsoft, well above 2% mark. You've Microsoft inching closer to 3%, whereas Meta is flat. Oracle, Palantir, and Netflix continuing their rally from earlier in the day. Oracle up 4%, Palantir up 7%, Netflix up almost 1%. PANW has slid a bit further into its losses. It's down 1% on the day. You have CRM up 7.5%, over 7.5%. IBM up 1.3%. And with that, you have retail trade. Amazon trading flat. Walmart, Costco, Home Depot, TJX have held on to their gains from earlier in the day. They're all up. Walmart up 2%, Costco over 1.5%, Home Depot 1%, and TJX 1.5%. Finance, you have BRKB, BAC, both flat on the day. Citi as well as flat on the day, but JPM trading a bit flat, still tilting closer to the green side. You have Visa up close to 2%, with MasterCard also up 2% on the day. MS and GS sliding a bit further down. GS close to 2% down on the day. You have American Express up over 2.5%. Retail, so we have producer manufacturing, AMAT, CAT, LRCX also still holding the same bearish momentum from earlier in the day, still all down. GEV down 3.2%. You have Health Tech, Lilly is still flat. We have J&J up 1.5%, ABBV a bit to the downside, MRK flat, and over to energy minerals. We have a bit of reddishness still in XOM and CVX down 1% on the day, but other names you have, just a second. MPC, VLO, PSX are a little bit towards the green. Consumer services, McDonald's is still a little bit up 2% on the day, with Disney up close to 2% as well. And another ticker that I did want to take, CHTR still up 7% on the day. Consumer non-durables, you have KO, PG, PM, and PEP also up from earlier in the day. Utilities is a bit of a drag down here. I'm not seeing a name in the green. Its entire sector seems to be in the red, with little names that are flat at the moment, whereas you have health services, non-energy minerals, industrial sector, and process industries that are a bit of a mixed bag of names over here. To end it, commercial services, as well as, I would say, distribution over here. Services are a bit of a bull over here, not too crazy, but I want to mention SPGI, that's up over 3.5%. Transportation, you have Uber up 3% on the day, Dash up 6.5% on the day, DAL up almost 8%, but UNP, CHRW continuing to slide, with UPS as well down over 2% on the day, and FedEx down 4%. Sending it back to you.
1% up. When oil's down that much, and oil's down 8% and Delta's only up a point, you would think some of the travel names would be a little bit better. But there was one thing that stood out there, but before we get to that, and it was CrowdStrike. That doesn't make sense to me. But DJT broke the high of the day, so we still have to fail on that. If we lose on this, we'll at least make back on DRAM, which is bouncing off VWAP, but I'm zooming it out so you can see Friday's low was 52.8. 52.75. So call it the 3/4 to the half dollar, or to the even dollar. So let's think about getting out at that price. Just don't want to be getting too greedy, because to me, prior resistance, and then you go into this morning, it was a bit of resistance up there as well. So VWAP to about 52.75. But explain to me why is CrowdStrike, why would cybersecurity be down with software up? Well, that's not split adjusted, so that chart's going to be completely useless, and we'll just go over to this for CrowdStrike. I think going into this earnings, these guys are pretty poised. We always talk about the major moving averages, but you're pulling back into the 50 period. So this is a big one, because if spending isn't going anywhere, we heard what IBM had to say, and what IBM said is their clients were spending on what? It wasn't just data center. It was also cybersecurity. They go, they're not spending on us. Those are the things, memory, cloud, and it was cybersecurity. So as long as that stays true, and we don't see CapEx go down, I think ultimately these guys should stand to benefit. I haven't looked at Palo Alto today, but should be a little bit more strength, you would think, into that 50 period. It's not quite there yet, but this does look like a good bounce zone for CrowdStrike. So it has to hold on to 179. Didn't double check to see when their earnings report. I feel like it's probably a little bit later in the earnings season. Okay, now Trump is starting to speak there in Michigan. I don't know why there was this drag race. I'm not sure what the drag race is about, but maybe he moves GM, maybe he doesn't. I've never seen a drag race.
Michigan, no, not live. I haven't. Obviously.
Oh yeah, I've watched it on.
I know.
I've watched this stuff on TV.
Course,
like it's.
Should be lots of fun, man. I actually want to go to.
It looks exciting.
I want to go to one of those with the green, what do they call those? Monster derbies or whatever.
I went to one as a kid at the X.
Yeah, they're really loud, eh? I mean,
dude, it was so much fun.
Yeah, I know.
All I remember is how much fun it is. My dad was really not into it, but he took us anyways, and like we had a blast.
Yeah. Yeah, that sounds like fun to do that.
That was back when, remember Bigfoot, the big...
monster truck rallies or something like that. Yeah, that's kind of...
And then they had like the dirt race.
Looks like Apple's starting to go back up to the upside right here, so there it goes. Again, we did see that. We do agree. I already responded to that. I agree Adair needs a raise. That is for sure. But don't we all? Doesn't everybody need a raise at some point, right? I mean, no one ever thinks... Look, I mean, Neil and I working here for free, of course, and we got to pay Joe over there. I mean, and part of our agreement was to take a huge pay cut to pay Joe.
Just to pay for his music, the intros that these guys get. Yeah. Oh my goodness.
So we had to do that. So yeah, Monster Jam, that's what it is. Good look there. Yeah, so Apple just making its way back. We take another fill right there at 80s. So, just take it out as we go on into earnings season. We already talked about major earnings season is now upon us. And with the NASDAQ, really, I don't know, not flourishing right now. I was gonna say like floundering. Is that the right word? I don't know what I was looking for. Isn't flounder a fish? To the downside right here. But yeah, 680. Like its high was 750. You're now off from the highs right there. Adair chuckling. So Trump has definitely hit the mic.
Okay, I don't
down
know
9%.
If this was like, if he knows he said this. It's a really funny innuendo, and I'll say it because it is safe for work. But I think you guys will get why I started laughing. He said, "We saw the largest piece of asphalt I've ever seen." And I've seen a lot of asphalt, but that was the largest piece of asphalt I've ever seen. And that's why I was laughing, if you guys...
Okay. Yeah, I mean, nothing like that asphalt. And, there you go. He's talking about getting rid of daylight savings time now. That one is a W.
Finally.
That's a W. We like that one.
That's bipartisan.
For sure, but there's the NASDAQ down 9%. Is that right from the highs? I mean, maybe it is. That just seems pretty drastic, but it looks like it's right. 750 down to 680. So, definitely worth taking a little bit of an advantage, I think, of this recent move down in the NASDAQ. I mean, instead of sitting there and trying to pick your favorite stock, you just pick the index, and I think you will be pretty happy with it overall. Oh, why is that still there, even though I'm on a different chart? Nobody knows. Yeah, all right, so we'll go to the high there, and let's just go to where the SPY was there on Friday, just down 2.5% SPY top to bottom, and you're getting some back today. Well, maybe you're not too much, but that was a good move there on the SPY. So here, that's what I got to do. Unclick it and it disappears. All right, good. So that's the SPY there. NASDAQ down 8%. You mentioned IWM, of course. When the NASDAQ eventually cuts rates, you are very excited about the IWM. But at the same time, man, it's not far away from its all-time highs. It's actually faring much better than the NASDAQ in a rate environment of potential hikes. I mean, we're nowhere near cutting rates.
Speaking
that is
of,
for sure.
The poll.
Yeah.
Trump thanks the CEO and president of GM.
No
GM
there.
up 4%, and GM looking incredibly strong at the
GM
high
trying
of
to
the
break.
day.
I mean, if it breaks at 88, we want to go long on GM. But
Tomorrow, I think tomorrow or sometime this week, it gets that 88 level. But I want to ask everyone a quick little question. It's a 37% chance based on what the money markets seem to think. What do you think the Fed is going to do on Wednesday? Hop in the chat. You guys know the drill. You can't vote unless you are in the chat. So jump into the chat, hit the subscribe button. And 1, if you think it's going to be a hike. 2, for a nothing burger, which is the prevailing wisdom. And if you think there's lower, well, I got news for you. It's not going to happen. They're not lowering rates. But what do you think it's going to be? Does anyone really think there's going to be a hike? There's almost no chance that our viewership is going to be as high probability of a hike as what the market's saying.
Oh boy.
The hike's at 37%. There's no chance our viewers are saying that, because just based on every time we bring that up, everyone in the chat just says they're not going to actually raise rates. There's no chance they're going to raise rates. But 15% of you seem to think that. So keep in mind, the market's saying 37%. Our viewers are saying 15%. That's why Wednesday is going to be fire. Because there's this implicit disconnect with what people are really thinking is going. Well, a lot of people are thinking and saying it's going to happen, and what is being priced in the money markets. They're saying there's a chance. I don't tend to think so. But when you're looking at the trade on Wednesday, the easier if there's 2 outcomes and everyone seems to think chalk is that they do nothing, then the one you want to be prepared for right at 2 o'clock is the surprise. If it doesn't happen, you don't do anything. But it's like, okay, well, if it is a surprise, what do you want to do? The first thing I thought about was, okay, well, short the IWM, but I'm sure there's other plays out there for sure. Like individual names you could probably look at. Maybe a dumpster fire for like a Rivian, probably.
Yeah, if they wind up raising rates, names that need to raise capital through the open markets, they're gonna have to pay more.
Bad for core.
Cash becomes worth a little bit more, and if you don't have any cash, that's a problem. That's why stocks like Apple and everything continue to work out over there. Adara just loves President Trump.
Yes.
Like, it's
I'm sorry,
crazy.
he just said, and it was just a random comment where he said that he's done more for the auto industry than
anybody else in
parents.
history.
No, than their parents, which I don't know what these people's parents had done for the auto industry.
Probably more than
an off-the-cuff remark. That's why I laughed.
Probably more than anybody in the history of automotives. He's probably done more than anybody, right? More than Ford himself, probably. All right, so this is the dollar right now. So in a raising rate environment, you look to get some dollar strength back in the U.S. dollar. But the U.S. dollar, this is already appreciated pretty nice. You're already above where we were back in May. They're trying to take out some of these levels to get back to dollar prominence up at 110 again. I mean, we have a ways away to get to there. I don't think the U.S. dollar is going to rip up 10% here. This is an overall dollar index. This is not the actual dollar itself. This is a DXY. So just a measure of dollar strength against other currencies. And we're going to see right here if that can break above on, looks like, if we raise the rates, I think you'll probably go upside on the dollar. But again, with the rates where they are right now, I think you're probably good to say no raise. Donald picked Kevin Warsh for a reason, and I think they want to keep rates steady. But Donald Trump, as Adara knows, has gone back and forth with saying how great inflation was, and he kind of meant the CPI prints were really great and they were lower. So I think there's a little bit of confusion there. And I don't think Donald Trump wants inflation. I mean, you see what's happened at the pumps recently, and then you look at a name like a Walmart, and we just understand that again, what a great call by my guy over there, who is definitely getting some money on Walmart right now, as Joe called 108 twice right there at that low. So, good on that call, Joe. And, now Walmart's back up to the upside. And we talk about Walmart because is it a trade down as the economy gets a little, sticky with inflation, and more people now, I think, live paycheck to paycheck than maybe ever before in the United States. That was a stat that I heard a while ago. I don't know if that's the truth still, but, Walmart trading down, meaning that, someone that potentially before made six figures may still be making six figures. But the fact of the matter is, and trust me from, someone that's doing this on one income, raising 3 kids and has a wife there at home and a dog and a cat, now another cat, and a couple fish. And by the way, one of our fish died. My son brought his cat home there, Andre. So now we got 2 cats, Oliver and Alexandra, Ali. So we call them Ollie and Ali right there. Ollie's a pain in the ass. He's always at our door first thing in the morning. But anyways, what I was going to get at is I think cost of living seems to be going a lot higher, man. Like I made burgers 2 nights ago, or was it No, it was 2 nights ago. And anyways, I'm making the burgers and I made 8 patties because I was like, that's a lot of patties because we have 5 people. Well, that was the other thing. So I had 1. My 2 boys had 2 each. My wife had 1.
I could picture
and
Baron eating.
Daughter Baron would have had probably unlimited of them.
Yeah.
But even as I was making them, I was like, shoot, like this is getting to be like, 1 pack of buns is 8 buns. And like a pound of ground beef or whatever, obviously you need to start packing on, more. So I was just getting, the fact is that costs getting higher. So I like a stock like Walmart as traders trade down a little bit, consumers maybe that used to, shop at the Whole Foods. They still do. I was talking about how much I love Trader Joe's, and, Target is a trade up, I guess, from Walmart a little bit. I know they don't have the same food section, but Target's been a holding of mine for a while. And I think Walmart and Target can find some bottoms here as more reasonable places to shop than some of those, I don't want to say exquisite, but more focused like a Whole Foods or something like that. But anyways, just one of those calls there. I like Walmart down there at 108. I think that was a good one.
Yeah, it basically pulled in that breakout price on Walmart. The best thing will be, I don't want a weekly chart. We like a monthly chart on Walmart. Much, much better. If you look at the monthly chart, that 100 level, as long as it holds on to 100, there was almost like a perfect consolidation of higher lows in there. And then when it broke out, pulled right back in and held. So as long as it holds that, it could be fine. All right, DFNS. Your small capper T3 defense is halted upside. It just broke the high of the day. So we went into a volatility halt about a minute ago. Should be 5 minutes. The current tap saying 13.05 for the small cappers out there. And finally, like it was teasing, and then broke out the top, got about 2 cents, and then halted. I wonder if it's like you drop it far enough that the halt becomes the high break. Sometimes I don't think that's a coincidence. Like it did that, kind of did that in the morning. It then broke the high and then went right into a halt. Perfect timing. So DFNS should be about 5 minutes or so. Watch out for that. Probably the only one of the small cappers that's really going. Early look imbalances have nothing except for BAC, 1.6 million on the buy side. I guess BSX is there, but that's not going to be anything at 1.4. Oracle with a 1.1 million buy. That would be worth tracking. Oracle for 1 million shares is pretty solid. 4% up today for Oracle. Stock is allowed to go up. And remember, Oracle's up 4% into a down market. Still hasn't done anything to break this trend line. Now, this is the problem with Oracle. 4% up, it's nothing. It's nothing. But the stock was cut in half just from the end of May there. Actually, June 1st. Actually, June 1st, 250, and then cut in half. So this little 4% jaunt, you need to do a bit more than go up for 1 or 2 days. Oracle needs to take 30s, 135s, then you can start getting a little bit more excited. VRAM's really slowing down. The problem is the futures got to VWAP and have now stopped moving. Like here's the NASDAQ.
Wow, yeah.
Like it broke, we get to VWAP, and then things just kind of slow down at the volume weighted average price. But it's slowly climbing higher here. So
that's a good poll, green or red NASDAQ. Is that the one you put up? No, you put up.
I want to see the Fed one, but that's over now. Yeah, we can put that.
What was the score of the Fed? We could show it on the big screen.
It's 16% for a rate hike, which is less than half of what the market's pricing in. But I think we just wanted to get a sense of it. That could be a little bit more interesting here.
Winner.
Yeah, let's just crown that the winner, and let's go with you want Qs or SPY?
Yeah, it doesn't matter. Well, SPY is already positive. It doesn't matter whatever one we want to do. I mean, they're both holding. NASDAQ up, down 0.23, SPY 0.8. Well, you could do the ES if you want. We could say, what will the ES close, green or red?
Okay.
Or,
yeah, it's a flat right now.
Yeah, because NASDAQ's already down 0.2, so maybe there's more odds in the NASDAQ remaining red. But yeah, no, to that point, man, and we started calling some of these. It's why we took Apple. We could have taken the futures as well right there. And I think you are hovering. I mean, good call out on the VWAP right there with not a lot of earnings coming tomorrow. We already sort of ran through it. Well, you know what? We didn't look at what was tomorrow morning. They're ahead of earnings. So
yeah, we know after the bell will.
So you guys know, like all I do is just go over right into Trader TV research right there. Yeah, PayPal. And this is post-market. There's going to be, I've scrolled down here. I know there's a lot. I mean, Adara. Oh, here's Chipotle. What's up to Brian Nickel there? All right, here it is right here. So whoopsies, I clicked on the wrong one again. Right here. So earnings tomorrow morning. Yeah, PayPal, we'll see if they can get going again. We can have a look at them. I think that'll be a good report, honestly. I don't know, like why does Stripe and Advent and a few other buyers circling around PayPal right now? Could be something in with them.
I think they need to raise the bid. But.
Yeah, I don't. It seems like there's maybe a higher bid coming for PayPal, which is nice because they're holding the bid. Warner Brothers today got stopped with some bad news. We can have a look at that too. JetBlue downside. UPS. Okay, we have that one for tomorrow morning. Okay, we can have a quick look at this too. All right, so there it is. Thanks, Andre. PayPal. 8.3, right? Coke, Steady Eddie, good report there. I mean, we talked about how Coke was well outperforming Pepsi this year, I believe, anyways. Maybe it was the last quarter. Corning, wow, GLW, like that name's been absolutely pumped to the downside. I don't know what's wrong with that. I've really liked that stock. Didn't step into it, picked Qualcomm instead, but Corning getting killed there. Qualcomm with a dividend. JetBlue, and then Boeing. Boeing? Oh, gosh,
well.
I love some
Tomorrow
Boeing.
Was huge then.
Yeah, tomorrow is a much bigger day than I gave it credit for, especially there in the morning there. I like some Boeing, man. I really, that's a stock I can definitely wrap my head around. I mean, you want to buy monopolistic names.
Exactly.
And also a name that could run on China strength too. So yeah, I like Boeing, beat up a little bit there on the daily chart. If I could choose anything to say, just early take would be any dip buy on Boeing I'm down with. So if Boeing can get into this area here, 2 bills, and this could all change. Like if they throw something really at us that's different than expected and we somehow tank. But I like Boeing. I've always liked that stock. And it's funny, in this move down, I actually had a 125 bid, no word of a lie, and it stopped at 128, and then it did this. So Boeing tried to buy it on dips down there back in the tariff problem, and it wasn't able to, and didn't even play it here. We did make a move. We did buy Boeing here at 200 actually. We actually did that. It was bad for us, and then it was good for us, and now it's flat again. So last buy on Boeing was 2 bills. But for me, that would be my pick tomorrow morning, regardless of what happens. I like Boeing. So.
Yeah, look, I'm a lover of Boeing. Have for a while. I just think the breakout. We'll get to the weekly chart on that because it really needs to make a big break on the weekly. But I think the call from PayPal will be interesting because I think they're going to have to. They're going to comment on the deal, and what I think could come of it after a good response and a good quarter is the potentiality of raising that 60.5 bid. So $60.50 is the current offer, right? The board has already said, that ain't good enough. We need a bit. They didn't say we need more, but they did say they have not accepted that offer. So I think that's something that could come from the call. And usually you'll wait, get some good numbers from them. And even if they raise by 10%, that'd be a good look. So we're going to get the poll in here quickly. We hinted at it. We got about 30 minutes until the close, just over 30 minutes until the close. Simple one for green, 2 for red. We're talking about the SPY, the ES, if you like it. So do you think the S&P 500 closes in the green today? It is very slightly green already, but it's basically flat, 0.08% to the upside. So that's about as close to 50-50 as you were going to get. Let's see what the actual sentiment is from the viewers here. I hope we go to the upside, obviously, but the NASDAQ and the ES have both been slowing down, let's just say, at the volume-weighted average price. Like they're both at VWAP and slowing down a bit. Still pretty close. Another pop, and we should be able to get into target on DRAM. But now that it's made a consolidated bounce and broken this high, I'm going to put the trailing stop in at the prior low.
Yeah, good look there on DRAM, of course, nicely cooking with that position. What I want to talk about quickly was we got out of some more Apple. I'm going to take advantage of it. I just put an offer at 95 there. Looks like that may be a little high. We just got to 93 and stopped. Let's see. Come on, Apple. Get back up there, and then we'll start to empty out the clip a little bit here as we head into, as Neil just mentioned there, 330 coming into the imbalances, and we have no idea where it's going from here. But a name that was pretty interesting, we are getting ready for the one and only coming for an Asian update. But SpaceX, actually, if we're going to talk about a name that's the other way around on VWAP, we can see the futures making their way up, the NASDAQ futures into VWAP. That's exactly what happened with SpaceX. But now we've held it a couple times, and we're starting to go a little bit higher right now. Tiffany, how are you doing?
Chill.
Good. Thanks for asking. I'm doing all right right here. But yeah, look, there it goes upside right now for SpaceX. And what a good little bounce off of VWAP there. I think we got to take SpaceX long if we get an opportunity down here at 111.50 or so. It's now off to the races, breaking through 112. And there it goes upside right now for SPCX. And hey, only down 2.5%, was a lot worse. Brand new, all time right there. I don't get money. I don't get money. SpaceX says, took a lot of my money in the long-term account right here. It's been one of my best. Yeah, exactly. Right now, yeah, took a lot of unrealized profits right now, but we'll wait to see what happens. It's been my number one stock since it's IPO'd, and it's been absolutely fantastic of a day trade. I think it's just created so many amazing opportunities there, and it looks like another one just happened off VWAP again. I mean, look, that's cherry picking. There's a lot of stocks that probably look like that, but SpaceX right there, straight up $1 from that level. I don't know if they have any space stocks in Asia or not, but they probably do. I mean, there's probably some that we've never heard of. I'm not going to put one on the spot there, but if he does know any space names, maybe we can look at them. But we're going to go back over to the desk right now. It's One and Adara with our Asian market update.
Well, we did just get a brand new stock in Asia last night, and of course, lots of other catalysts over on the other side of the pond, as it were, here to talk to us about the various Asian indices is one.
Thank you, Adara. And to answer Sean's question, there are some space stocks in Asia. We got Hanwha Aerospace in South Korea, iSpace in Japan, and ST Engineering in Singapore. Now, yeah, continuing on with Asian markets, basically everyone in the green, driven by easing oil prices as well as a lot of tech gains as investors, of course, awaited some key central bank meetings for this week. Now, we go straight to China. Shanghai Composite regional leaders up by 1.15%. The huge story there was chipmaker CXMT. They had a blockbuster listing surging over 500% from their IPO price. And they're now the most valuable stock on mainland exchanges in China, okay? This highlights strong investor appetite for Chinese semiconductor tech stocks, as well as, Beijing pushing for that self-sufficiency in tech. We heard the news on ASML with, of course, state-backed company producing immersion DUV tools. That definitely affected ASML today. But yeah, that's really good coming out of China. I mean, it definitely put them all the way up there. And that has also flowed over to South Korea. The Kospi up by 0.97%. There's a lot of tech shares being boosted on AI cooperation deals. We heard about NVIDIA going in with SK Group. They've got a $750 billion investment or semiconductor supply deal with SK Hynix. They were up by about 3.24%. NVIDIA also investing $1 billion in Naver. So huge listings here from Asia, but we're going to also focus on the open for tomorrow morning. You got to expect some tight range-bound positioning on the Kospi as well as the TAIEX in Taiwan, especially ahead of all those US megatech results coming up throughout the week. Watch if the memory lines sustain their relief bounce from yesterday or if high-frequency volumes accelerate that of selling across the region. Shanghai, they're now at a technical hurdle of 3,860. So monitor that Shanghai Composite in the open. See if there's any liquidity momentum from the People's Bank of China, PBOC. If that stalls, then watch for automated rotations from the Science and Tech Division all the way to large cap defensive blocks. So yeah, great day for Asia. Hopefully a better day for US tomorrow.
Yeah, these big tech and Asia stories continue to meld. And again, you can catch one every day with us at 11:30 a.m. to talk about the European markets, and then at 3:30 p.m. to talk the Asian markets. See you tomorrow.
Thank you there, Juan. As always, just chill delivery. Like he's one, you can already see the growth. Just smooth and comfortable, and he actually knows the stuff. Like
you must have got the same training we did.
Well, the deep training we got. Well, first of all, the months and months spent in broadcast training, it wasn't easy. It's a bit of like a boot camp that we go through, where we get absolutely zero training whatsoever.
I was kicked out of that boot camp real quick.
Okay, there was. I'll never forget this because this part's actually true. We actually had someone in from broadcast. I remember when we used to do that green screen stuff. Okay. I remember he spent a lot of time. I won't say his name. He spent a lot of time showing us how to properly do like the weatherman thing in front of a green screen, which we clearly use all the time. So it's a one skill that I remember being taught, and thankfully, if I ever go into doing the weather, we'll get to use it again. Because now we have a big, gigantic, unbelievable real TV or screen. We don't need to use that fake green screen where you don't know what's going on. Just a couple of things though. We mentioned SK Hynix. One mentioned SK Hynix, the memory chips. Bit of a rough day. So it's pulling right back, double tap its all-time low since the ADR listing. So this is not like, obviously, this is a company that's been trading for a while over there in Asia and in Korea, but here it came to market. The former low was about 146. It bounced up to there, rejected. It just bounced up there, rejected again. That trail could have been part of the reason to have just gotten trailed out. On DRAM, it just broke the high, took the prior bar for the first time with the first red candle since the consolidation break. So I'm going to slip out of it. We still have about 20 minutes, over 20 minutes till the close, 15 till the imbalances. Still nothing too crazy. Oracle's the biggest early look at about 1.1 million to the buy side. Of course, remember the size of the imbalance is relative to the share price. Oracle being a $120 stock, much bigger than BAC being a $60 stock here with 1.6. But that's the one that stands out. It's going to be Oracle going to the close. And then DFNS halted up again. So just Wait a minute. I have the tap at, okay, the tap's flat. Last time it told you it was going to open up higher, but the tap is now flat. It's halted 223% to the upside. So good look. If a stock halts and is halted in the last 10 minutes, remember it opens at 4 o'clock regardless of 5 or 10 minutes. This one should open up just after 3:40. But once you get into that final 10 minutes, all bets are off. And you'll be aftermarket trading if you get caught in that final halt.
Yeah, you don't want to be caught with your shares with nowhere to go. But yeah, be careful with the halts there in the after hours. But there goes Apple again. So there it is right now. We are dollar clubbing. Maybe it's not the right day to go to a club. It's Monday. But hey, man, like I said, it's wine o'clock somewhere. But there goes Apple. We're taking out some more outs. And look, just 2 fills today on Apple, right? Right there off the open, off your 200 period. And then again right there as we thought, as we thought it was going higher. I don't know why that was made down there. But these 2 bids, upside right there for Apple. There we go.
Hold on a second. If you draw it on one chart and your charts are linked, does it do the shape on both?
I guess so. Let me see. Right here on iBit. Yeah, there it is.
Oh, that's a great feature. Well, I mean, I don't know. Maybe.
Always winning with these features. But yeah, iBit right there. I didn't draw anything there. That was not on purpose, just to show you guys. But iBit, nice cook to the upside as well. So, you know, both of these positions. And again, if you guys are looking for a little bit more data, make sure you do sign up every single day for our watch list. We do have Sharif's morning note as well. But if you go over here, you go to free 99 is pretty much everything that we do around here. But the sticky note right there has got these 2 big trades right on there, Apple, and then iBit 3650 low for iBit, and that today, you know, written on the sticky note, you can go find it. I'll put my X handle there in the chat. You guys go click on it if you want to. Today's X note, over 6,000 of you. So we want to say thank you so much for that one. We get 6,000 of you checking it out pretty much every day now. So we want to thank you for that look. But there goes iBit upside, and then there goes Apple upside. The only other trade we made today, which is my P&L number 1, is still the Qs, which is, I trade the TQs, so it's a NASDAQ product. Downside there, just looks like we were planted purple flowers, but hey, man, could not have predicted that move. Really happy with the way we traded it, to be honest with you. There. Poll for you both. Do you think Qs will be over above 725 in a month? Okay, I'll give it to you right now. All right, so I'll just make a quick little judgment call. Over 725 in a month? Oh, boy. So we need to be back. I'll say under right now for me. I'm not super excited about Mag 7 earnings right now, and we'll just wait to see. So a month, we'll still have some earnings. We'll wait for NVIDIA to come in there. Yeah, I don't know. So for me, I'm going to go underneath in a month from now, and that, which is weird for me because I'm a perma bull. So
look, trend is your friend till the end. 2 things: the trend from the top has been sell, and then the second part would just be, well, if they sold if they sold Google's earnings, then you know that's. I don't. Like, do I really expect? Do I think Amazon and Microsoft are going to have better earnings than Alphabet? I don't know about that. And the trend is what it is. So I'll just stick with the trend for better or for worse. SNDK again from Easy Peasy. The man long. Okay, wait a second. Long, short
the man, yeah.
Qs.
Yeah, there it is.
1.5 short SNDK AI signals posted print money.
Here's money
SNDK
storm.
every day.
This guy loves SNDK.
Well, love to short it because 12% down is not a great look. We showed SK Hynix, obviously DRAM taking it on the channel a little bit here today. Memory names got smoked. And then we got I'm going to say Ortiz here. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. Can you look at SMCI and how it could relate to earnings this week?
If that's not Ortiz, then I don't.
Well,
I don't know, because I mean, there's a hidden. I mean, there has to be.
You know, it just makes it easier. Fit the
Lee Orts.
Lee Orts. Why not? Look, SMCI. The stock has been a dog. My answer to SMCI is Dell, and it always is. And I think it'll stay that way until something gets proven otherwise. You know, SMCI is kind of like that second fiddle that you kind of you hope will go, and unfortunately.
And we're both wrong. It's Ortega.
It's not Ortiz. Oh, my bad. No, that's my bad. I made it. Obviously, it's a pretty.
No, there's a Z there. I mean, there's no way we could.
I just made the assumption. It looked like it. My bad.
Of course
there you go. Nickname. So why not? So Lee Ortega. Yeah, I'm not a gigantic fan of these guys. whatsoever. And until it breaks 50 and 200, the last time it did, it was like a squeeze play and then a rejection. So I think with SMCI, you're looking for squeezes and then get in, get out, and then like a competitor or I don't want to say compatriot, but a cousin here over in Dell is like bull flagging. Like if one stock is buy the dip and continues to make highs and the other one is buy the dip and then it goes lower, you know which one has been better. I know no one likes chasing anything, but if the quote I said last week is I feel much better if I buy something in an uptrend and lose than if I buy something in a downtrend and lose. It's like you bottom pick on something and it breaks a low. You're like, oh crap, what am I doing? But if you buy something in an uptrend and it finally breaks the uptrend, it's like, well, I backed the right horse. You know, like everyone wants to hit that long shot, but you know, if I'm pegging a guy to win the home run derby,
it better be Kyle Schwarber.
Well, I would have picked Kyle Schwarber before. Yeah, the guy's at home and he was a champion. Yeah, he didn't win it all, but I'd rather back that horse.
The right here, DFNS. I think I probably said Bovin more. No, probably Shreve. I sat down here. It was 5 times.
Oh, weren't we supposed to do the bet?
Yeah, it was 5 times in 3 minutes. But I was only here at 1 o'clock, so I didn't get to hear it all. But what's up, Bovin? Right there, nice move higher in DFS. It just broke into $16 right there as this small cap runner continues to impress today with 65 million shares with a float of under 2 million. DFNS just continues to move higher right now, but there's the halt down. So I just got to tell you that right now. I'm not sure how many down halts we've actually even had today in DFNS. That's an up halt. Yeah, that would have been an up halt. That's an up halt. So there it is, just bringing it to your attention again. And we're hoping that everybody's okay in this name. And as Sharif had mentioned before, like there's a lot of traders that will hold these things overnight. And, you know, you would have been right. There's no, you know, if you went parabolic, that's going to be a reverse split. We went there from 450 up to 7.25, back down to $4 before today happened. And then we just extended out higher. So T3 Defense Systems upside there, halting down with a Bovin tap of 12.11 right now. So a close of 13.54. Looks like it'll tap down about 20% right now. Not the best look early for that one as it is now halted, and we will wait for the reopen. It should be a relatively clean reopen there in 3 minutes. So
as well, Sean.
Oh, he was talking about Sean Fain. Oh, nice. He's got a Dara and
say it again. Hit that
let's
again.
It didn't come out as well, Sean.
Okay.
Yeah,
so there we go.
He had a lot of nice things to say about that Sean, not this Sean earlier.
So we have that one. So we want to say thank you.
Thank you very much, Dara.
So we just need to meet the next time he talks to somebody named Neil.
Well, he's not going to comment on Crash Curry.
There should be a Joe.
There'll be a Joe because Joe Kernan. He talks to Joe Kernan all the time. Well, there's not going to be a Sharif.
Yeah.
100% there's a Joe because he's done interviews with Joe Kernan like multiple times on CNBC.
Yeah, we'll be able to get a Joe.
And that's their guy. Like he does it in the morning.
That was funny though. So we have that one. So we got to get that. I mean, these guys can hit it whenever. I don't want to hit it on myself. That'll be pretty funny. But DFS
give me the button.
Now, WLDS also halted. So we already looked at this name. This name's been right now 7 minutes already for WLDS. This name. Halt. We haven't been open for more than 2 minutes right here. And I do want to give one more quick update here. The Real Trading Book. I mean, if you guys are frustrated with all the algorithms and everything that's been happening right now, check this out. Real Trading by Daniel Scheffer here, the founder of Real Trading, where we sit on right now. You know, good prop name, of course. This is your essential guide to the global stock markets and the role of the human touch involved in those markets. So definitely get a look over here. This talks about, look, whether you're a retail trader or thinking about going full time, you know, this is a book for you. It's right on the back. So, you know, definitely have a quick look at the Real Trading Book there. We want to say shout out. It's only $1 right now. You can get that on Audible. Go read it or listen to it at your pleasure and leisure there as well. So, WLDS halted, not reopened. DFNS halted, about to reopen in a minute. And we wait for, of course, the imbalances, which kind of look a little bit like this. BAC upside, wow, $62. What the hell? We missed that one. This has just been on a straight. Yeah, that's been on a straight fire in the booth right now for BAC. That's been an awesome one, an awesome ride for financials.
It didn't come out as well, Sean.
I know, but I know President Trump is not all about the banks.
Right.
But, you know, right there, he doesn't, maybe too much regulation.
I had to test that key just to make sure it worked.
Yeah, it works. It works there.
I wasn't convinced that it was going to work, but it'll never happen because there is
going to be a Neil talk
outside of Kashkari, but there's no reason that the president would say anything about Neil Kashkari. He's not.
There has to be another Neil.
We
didn't expect this Sean one out of nowhere.
Well, here we are.
I got to thank Ramin for that. She was listening to she has her ear to the ground all the time with all of these reports because clipping stuff. You've seen some posts on Instagram and whatnot. So, you know, thanks to Ramin for all of that. And she messaged me. So I sort of did have an idea that clip was coming, but I didn't really know what he was saying in it. So that was a good one there. But
I have questions.
I love the asphalt story as well. Someone in the chat just said right there, "What's up, Ozan?" Tell you his for you, Ozan.
That is how it's.
Look, man.
People say
it was the greatest pool that he's ever seen. That one that got all that fungus in it, whatever right there. That was great job he did there, and now all the asphalt there. If he comes to Downsview Park, man, he'll see a lot of asphalt there as well, as that's where Rogers Stadium is. You got to walk a mile to get to that. It's in the Downsview Airport. So yeah, a lot of asphalt in airports as well, Mr. Trump. FCL breaking out. This is a Sharif name.
Hold on, but breakout 12-minute. Is that like a time frame that like an undercover secret
12-minute charts, Neil? Smart.
I've never heard of someone looking at a 12-minute chart. I mean, 10 minutes, 15 minutes, 12 is oddly specific, but I don't see anything happening on any chart for FCL. This is a 15-minute chart. There's no breakout happening there. Here's my daily chart. There's no breakout on FCL unless it's breaking $25. So X2C, not sure what's up, but FCL is flat on the day. Don't see a breakout. Maybe there's something we're missing. You think it's breaking out after the close in 12 minutes? Oh, okay.
That makes sense. Maybe
that makes a heck of a lot more
coming
sense.
through.
I thought you were talking about a time frame there for FCL. They've still got a pretty decent enough short float that the bar is low for FCL. We have 1 minute. Maybe they'll have an imbalance. Probably not. Like, why would FCL have an imbalance? But you never know. Maybe it's going to have one. In about 1 minute, we're going to find out what imbalances are out there. Also, so the fact that DFNS didn't open up in 5 minutes would suggest it might not open until 4 o'clock. Because if it doesn't open before 3:50, they should.
WLDS opened though.
Oh, so that one did? So WLDS did open, but DFNS did not.
Yeah, but then it closed in the exact same minute. So this name will not open. I mean, it's not going to open anymore. If you don't open in the last 10 minutes, as Neil just said, you're not opening.
Till 4.
So this is not opening till 4 o'clock. This just halted again at 3:48. So it's not. It opened and closed in 9. Here we go. We have this halt scanner right here. It opened. You don't have to zoom in. I'm just going to show you. It opened and closed 21 seconds there for that to have happened. And here's DFNS. And if they don't open up now in 20 seconds, then it's going to open at 4, and then it is bombs away. And I don't think you really want this to open up right now. It's 12.50, so it's going to open up about $1 lower. But we are now moments away from the imbalances, so get ready to rock and roll in 3, 2, and 1. Here we go. What is on here to look at? It's NVIDIA with a bid, so we go boom on NVIDIA. Apple catching some heat too. Oh, wow, we just get that fill on Apple. Spin that again right there. Okay, Amazon caught a bit. I think Adara's going to give us a big number here on the B side of things here because a lot of big names with some big buys right there. I like big buys, and I cannot lie, especially when we're long. You know, I mean, there's iBit with a nice move, but we've already got to that one. It's Apple as well. No, that's not big enough, man. I thought that would have been in the billion.
Given it's almost all to the buy side there, but oddly enough, ETH ends up being the largest of the imbalance in terms of the actual size, but not notionally. It's only $14, and I don't think we've ever seen this move the market for ETH. Same thing with iBit at the close, so it might be a buy imbalance. The reaction was to go down 1 cent over there on ETH, so I'd say nothing burger for them. NVIDIA 1.7 when it got smoked. That's a bad sign that you get a buy imbalance, it spikes, and then doesn't even wait a couple of minutes to revert. They just reverted it instantly. It spiked into resistance at 198 and then immediately gets sold right off. So watch out. By the time that one pairs off, that's what they do, the whole idea of the imbalances is to put it out publicly so people can take the other side. So very likely that's going to get much, much smaller in the next couple of minutes and already some sell action here for NVIDIA. Remember, NVIDIA lost 2 bills today, but it did not lose the 200-period moving average yet. So you got support down here at $190 in that 200-period for sure. The chat is going on with some of these quotes I see people making or that had been said by the president, a few of which I'm like, they're funny, but there's no way they're real. But yeah, keep the jokes coming in there.
I haven't seen them, but I don't want to discount anything.
Well, one of them I'm like, he didn't say it.
Okay.
The poll, oh, by the way, green or red, it looks like the ES. I mean, it's still close, but it was 61% for green, 39% for red. But if you're tracking the ES, unless we get some kind of a late bounce, we're rolling underneath VWAP. You know, we're down 0.04%. So it looks like the 40% of you that voted red might be a little bit correct. We still have a good 7 minutes to go. It ain't over. Not over.
I'll pick on the green side.
I pick green.
Yeah, we'll see.
We'll see.
I didn't pick yet, but I'll choose green. Even though we are down 0.3 right now, we're watching the Nasdaq just barely got to green. I think it was it Thursday or Friday? We did something very, very similar to that. Okay, we will end it right now with a good idea of getting out of IBIT. So we are now out of IBIT. This is now $1.55. You know, the big trade that we've been holding all afternoon really added to the net today and just nicely topping it out here in the afternoon with just one trade on Apple. Boom, boom, right there. Pretty simple, easy day for me, man. And easy days are the best days. We only traded 3 names. So there's IBIT right here as it was written on the note, Apple as it was written on the note, and then the futures with the TQs, we did not have it written on the note, but this was the big one. And this is what Easy Peasy was super chatting about. It was the ability to have your flip game strong. And, you know, we were long there early and we were starting to bank out, but then once we lost the bid there, we just said, forget about it, man. Chip names downside. We saw DRAM going to the downside, and then we just exploded that. And this is 4 times my next biggest, the other 2 names. Basically, Apple and IBIT are similar. This is, you know, the big one there. So IBIT's better than, it goes futures, so it goes to NASDAQ, then Apple, then IBIT. So just 3 for 3 with an easy day there today, which is always the best days. Netflix starting to go upside as well today, but then faded into the close, or in the last hour anyways, you know, $71 there at 3 o'clock. We did just touch down to 70.20, so down 80 cents, but did get a high of 71.50. So it's nice to see now. It looks like on a green day, Netflix will end green there. I don't think that's crazy to say that. You now have 1, 2, 3, 4, maybe 4 or 5 days now in a row of Greensville there for NFLX. So we like it. We like it a lot when the trend starts working for you. And we still need to break above the 50. And if we do that, then trend solidified back there to the upside and ES positive.
Guess what is closing above the 50 and trended up today? Begins with a P.
Yeah, I just saw it on
I know. Ends with an Palantir, in case you didn't know. 7% up, closing at the 50 period. I shouldn't jinx it. It's really, really close to closing above the 50 period. But there looks like a wipeout bottom at 120. Wow. Palantir, the IGV, and the software names are catching a bit of a bid, with the exception of, for whatever reason, cybersecurity didn't really have that strong of a day, unfortunately. But no, Palantir is super strong. ServiceNow super strong. The IGV looking really good. ServiceNow's not split adjusted, but there you go. ServiceNow only 7%. Well, I actually gave it back going into the end. I was asked the tap on DFNS. Remember, it should open at 4. It's still saying lower, so unfortunately, it's going to open $1 lower. It looks like at 4 o'clock here on DFNS, and it tends to keep dropping here. So we'll have 4 minutes to go. Remember, there's no halts in the aftermarket, so that dollar is nothing. Like, it could flash $2 or $3 in either direction really, really quickly. But good luck if you happen to be caught in this one. And that's one of the reasons you want to be careful trading at the end of the day on these small cappers.
Yeah, no, 100%. I mean, that's part of the reason of getting out, maybe 3:30, something like that, and wrap it all up. And, you know, generally we will trade very, very light into the close. So that's what we're doing again here today, because you never want to be, you know, sort of a victim of whatever this comes out at. Today we were lucky enough that most of them came out as buys there, but Apple just extended through 337. So a break of 337, we'll give it a couple pennies and then we'll stop out. This stop was about 30 or 40 cents, right? And now it's $2 in the money. So we're pretty happy with the way that's working. We saw a bigger move today for Ethereum as well. I guess I can cancel my other Apple bid there. We're not going to get those, so we'll cancel that out. But Ethereum with a nice day today, up 4.7%. We like that stock moving forward. And of course, it's not a stock, but BMNR was one that was up quite nicely against Ethereum, so that's a good one. And then just looking forward to tomorrow, where we've got a big number coming from PayPal tomorrow morning. I think a lot of eyes going to be on that one as we try to take out some of this 58 level on that past sort of buyout rumor level there. And there goes Apple. It just breaks below 337, so we give it a heartbeat, then we punch out. So yeah, that's $2 right there, pretty clean on Apple. So there it goes again. Yeah, there it is, easy peasy. Yeah, short to Q's, long Apple. Wow, genius, followed me. I'll take that for credit, but thank you so much for there. And you and I today for sure got, and we want to thank Apple and we want to thank the TQQs for getting that cash again there as we spin it around and around and around. And we'll see if we could do the same thing tomorrow, easy peasy. You've been with us for a minute, so you know what's good, easy peasy. So good follow and thank you for bringing that up again. But there it is. Thank you, easy peasy. Long Q's, or short Q's and long Apple, man. Can't get better than that today.
Well, definitely can't get better than wins for sure. And it can't get better than that real trading book, which Fabian apparently is all interested in.
He's reading it right now. Yeah, Fabian may want to become a trader.
Well, you know what?
Don't do it, Fabian. Don't do it.
It's a good read as long as you're interested in the markets. You don't have to be a trader to read that book. You could just simply have an interest in how the market functions, the structure, the ability. Well, basically how money gets made by some of the big boys. And if you are not paying anything when you execute a trade, then you are paying something anyways. Believe me, you are the customer. With that zero fee stuff, it just means that you're paying in another regard. That's one of the more important things out there for sure. Let's be real. Yeah, still tapping low. That does look pretty nasty. Or for that RKLB. There was a nice bounce in some of the memory chip names, but SK Hynix, we haven't shown Micron today. We showed you SK Hynix. They're trying to catch a bid here at the end of the day as they get to about $900, still down 2.5%. May get that fly at some point, and still looking pretty nasty overall. So I think tomorrow we'll come in, and this is what we've seen 2 days in a row in Micron. Same thing with SK Hynix. So it's hard not to be thinking fade on DRAM. I know I only went long today on DRAM, but let's be real. That's like dump higher, dump higher. Like the structure is saying short the pops. There weren't any pops, though. You had to basically short the flat bottom break at the open. Could be something similar. It's a weird one because that is a short for the last 2 days. It is 1 minute till the close. I'm going to throw up that DFNS stock because I think that's what people are looking interested in. Tomorrow morning's big earnings with PayPal, so there's really nothing to see on the earnings front. That'll be a big one in the AM. DFNS, TAP is now looking a little bit better, so about 40 cents higher from before, just underneath $13. So good luck if you happen to be holding this one. Could be some big move after market. We'll see.
Yeah, it will be, I think. SpaceX here, just a great recovery into the close. So what a move off VWAP there. Definitely missed opportunity there buying that. We saw some strength hitting the name and, really debated acting on this one, but didn't do it. With 10 seconds left, we do want to thank VinFast, the global intelligent mobility company, ticker VFS. Scan the QR code right there, get a deal on a new VinFast, and let them know that Trader TV Live sent you. We want to thank VinFast for their continued sponsorship of the closing bell. Thank you to VinFast once again. Rivian reports this week as well. And I actually here, let me find out, when does VFS
reports their losses?
Reports. VFS, I do not know when they report. But yeah, Rivian coming. And we didn't even look too much at Tesla there today. Where did that finish? Oh, by the way, the NASDAQ finishes red, but the ES easily in the green there, 0.07. Just joking about the easily, but there it is now cooking there. And Tesla bounced off 300 pretty clean right there. It got to 304. What do we have as a low? 304.28. We'll see if we get a little closer to that $300 mark there tomorrow. So yeah, I don't know. I'm secretly hoping that the rain starts to come down, but who knows? We got practice at 6. Tesla bumping up just a little bit right there into 310 again. So there we go for Tesla bumping a little bit there after hours. So yeah, nothing really coming on the earnings front that we need to talk about right here.
I want to get our game in because
you played tonight.
It's our last game before playoffs start.
Ooh, already.
So yeah, you don't want to. Like to me, like the next Mondays will be playoffs. Like we get a game each week.
Our playoffs don't start till September.
Yeah, and then this is like 9U house league, right? So they ended a little bit sooner. So you don't want. I don't want to miss a week. And the problem is the last 2 games have been cakewalks. Like we've won 39-5 combined the last 2 games.
That's the worst.
And we're playing a pretty solid team today. So therefore we get a challenge, which I think the kids need before we go into before we actually go into the playoff game. Because if you've just been blowing teams out, and then you play a good team, you're not ready to be focused. You're just too used to low stuff.
No,
so I want to play tonight.
I hate those blowouts.
You can't. You're not learning anything from those.
It's funny because even our T-ball doesn't end until late September too. So I don't know. You guys must be ending early over there. Shout out to everybody. Good luck. I hope the game goes for you guys. Hopefully it doesn't rain in Brampton, but absolutely pours in Toronto. We will see you guys. Thanks, Adara, for everything today. Thank you, Joe, for sticking back with us and providing some stone cold action. Thank you to One as well for that and gave you some names in Asia there that are. Space names. So thank you, Fabian and Ramin, Tiffany and Andre today as well. Sharif, Sia in the back, and Brendo. So thank you to everybody. And there you go, Neil. You give it.
It didn't come out as well, Sean.
Yeah, it didn't. The show. We'll try to do a better show tomorrow.
We will. You can step it up for the president.
So we do want to think it. Okay, Joe wants the I get money. So tomorrow we'll see if we get a little bit more. For now. There we go. We like that one. We'll get some more money tomorrow for everybody, hopefully. I'm going to go home and spend some. So see you guys. We'll see you tomorrow, 8 a.m. sharp.